Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time to get into this wonderful bit of playoffs. Of course, we are joined by 8 wonderful teams and my co-caster, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Yes, this is where it really does matter how you play. You're through the group stages. Now you're into the playoffs. This is where the big bucks and, well, of course, the pride and all the glory, I want to say, is really made. Excited to see how it goes down, Bryce.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to seeing which of these teams will walk away our winner. As you can see here in the groups, we have 2 flawless teams so far. Team Notorious and Katana Gaming are the front runners. On the other side of it, though, of course, Cried Muffins 4-1. We've got quite a few 3 wins, 2 losses teams, though, Ton.
Yeah, a lot of teams who are close in that mid-pack, but as you mentioned, Team Notorious and Katana Gaming very much leading the way. They will be the favorites from both sides heading into this playoff stage. And for a lot of people, that would be our grand final. We'll find out how it's going to go down. They are on a crash course. Wow, words are hard today. A crash course to hit each other in the winners final. But this is how things are going to go down. First of all, we do have winners round 1 coming up tonight, followed by losers round 2, and then into the second winners round to tie us up nicely before next week, Bryce.
It should be a good fight all the way through, of course, as we go into this bracket. And the truth being told, anything could happen. We've spoken many times about Elite being a bit of a marathon, not a sprint. Well, the race to the final bit gets started right now. Any of these teams will be looking forward to have a clear run through winners bracket, but not all of them can.
Yeah, look, for a lot of these teams, you know, you've done well if you've avoided Katana or Notorious, but, well, 2 teams who have are BBHH and P7 Esports. That's going to be the one we're concentrating on in our alpha stream here for winners round 1. But BBHH are a team that will feel confident heading into these playoffs. Let's chat on them a little bit, Brycey. Bans, Mythics, Henry, and Harry. This roster on paper should have done a lot better, though, in their group stages, and I think they'll know that.
Yeah, I think so as well. And for me, this team, it started off rough, right? But you got to remember that first week was 0-2. You know, it was like, oh, that's not a great time. Since then, nothing but wins. So maybe it was just teething issues. Maybe it was just the proverbial slow start. But truth being told, it's still one of the favorites for this tournament. They have a lot of horsepower.
I mean, one of the first games was up against Katana, right? And it was a relatively close game. Bit of back and forth between them. But the other game that they did lose was to Notorious Oak. So that's a game that you would have expected them to maybe find. A very close one up against Clutch Rain as well, getting the benefit of the doubt as far as a ruling went on that side of things. So managing to get through that one nice and cleanly. So it hasn't been without its stresses, I want to say, for BBHH. Maybe just taking a little bit of time for them to get together, Brycey, and try and figure out how things have been going. But you look at the roster, Henry, Mythics. Mythics has been an absolute reaper in Europe when it's come down to challenges. Bans, of course, we know exactly what he's about. And Harry or Lucifer, a very, very good player. But looking over towards the other side of things for P7 Esports, a team that we haven't seen too much of on Alpha Stream, but Lampy, Disarray, BB Connor, and Overlay are a team who have kind of peeled together here, and it's not going too bad whatsoever. They're kind of a mid-pack team within that Group A, but they took some maps off some very good teams. We already seen them find the first map. I believe it was up against Team Notorious, who ended up being completely flawless throughout the group. So for them to take maps off teams like that shows that they can do it. It's just about stringing a performance together.
Yeah, and truth being told, I mean, you are right, we haven't seen an awful lot of them, but still a very talented roster. I think this is going to be a real benchmark for us, right? We know that this team is pretty good. We've seen them kind of go up to the wire in some of the wins they've had to make. Going into this kind of team that they're going to fight now, this will really determine whether or not they make a deep run into this bracket. I think Katana Gaming is so solid that it's going to be a test all the way through this series. And speaking of this series, these are the maps that we are going to have. Hacienda, Hardpoint to kick things off, then Red Card Search and Destroy. We don't get to see that very often, actually. Protocol Control and Protocol Hardpoint, and then a Vault Search Destroy where we all run to A every round.
Yes, of course, if we do get there. Protocol is an interesting one back to back, but as you said, we kind of don't see a great deal of Red Card Search and Destroy, or haven't done in Europe, at least on the games that we've casted so far this season. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one goes down a little bit more slow. I think it is a map that BBHH do enjoy, so that's one to keep an eye out on. But I think P7 will be more than happy to be heading towards a Hacienda Hardpoint, plus concentrating on that P2 rotation. We're going to be locking in on that as much as we can. For me, heading into this one, though, Brycey, I think as if I'm BBHH, I'm confident, though. Look, P7 Esports have shown what they're about, but they kind of beat the teams they needed to and couldn't beat the teams past them, going up against Noctem, or now known as Crud Muffins, and obviously the side of Team Notorious struggling there, so only managing to win, just checking through it, lose 3-1 to both those opponents. So BBHH will be looking at this one and sort of saying to themselves, right, okay, we should feel confident in this. If we play to our potential, we should be able to find the win. But that has been the problem for BBHH, and this is why we picked the game. We're not 100% sure that is going to be the case. So let's see how things are going to go down between these two teams. We're very excited to start playoffs, Brycey. This is where things really do get exciting. How many times have we casted a Challengers Elite season and teams have, well, okay, breezed through the groups, but not necessarily done it in the playoffs? It is important you play your best card now.
Yeah, I think so. And this is where you've kind of had all that time to prep and get used to it and everything. We haven't had a patch in a little bit, so there's no real excuses for things changing. And with the veto process and everything else, you are right. No excuses. Full throttle from the rip as these two teams get ready to lock horns on Hacienda. This is where it begins. This is where it starts. I am looking forward to kind of see just how these two teams stack up as we move into it.
Yeah, intrigued to see how it is going to go down. For me, I want to see what P7 Esports are really about. I want to see if they can find that extra level. For me, I want to see from BBHH kind of what we expected before we started this season, which was a team who we thought were going to be fighting for that first place in Group B. Rather than the team that finished in the mid-pack after, well, one disappointing loss, the other not necessarily against anything we would have thought. Losing to Katana is not too much of a surprise, but that loss to Notorious in the way that they have managed to get through has not been as clean as they would have liked. But hey, let's see how it's going to go down. Playoffs time, let's get it.
Oh, that's a really good start here. P7 getting that little tickle of time off of the back of BBH all being wiped. With 30 seconds to go, it does mean that BBHH will have to just challenge a little bit. We'll also be playing for spawns at the same time. And, well, if you get most of the team down, it's certainly going to help out.
All about the rotation. And that is going to be coming in very, very shortly. Anyone a little bit confused with the colours in the top corners, it is blue for BBHH if you keep an eye on the minimap. P7 Esports sitting in white. So right now, as you can see in your minimap, P7 Esports trying to find a way through. Good gunfight win for Overlay. He will find the kill on Harry before he finds it back. But a big push coming through the side door here. That call out would have been made to Bance, now in a lot of trouble. Big gunfights coming. How on earth has he even found one? Did a good job. The rest of the team should be there for the cleanup, and they are. There you go. P2 rotation locked in for BBHH.
And now the push is coming in. You can see that P7 not choosing to go through rock at all. They're going to try and hit this at the back at the same time. A double chow coming in. Bance will already called that. He'll know that more players are coming around the side as well. Surely he's calling for a few reinforcements. And on the minimap, you can see they're trying to give him a hand. But at the moment, Bance has already taken care of two. And the 30's run out of ammo. Bance shoots somebody. He's trying to get the pistol kill. And after a great 2 with the AR, the pistol skill's lacking.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's turned them around, right? It's not necessarily going to be the end result that he wanted, but they have to spin around. They have to fight that. They can't push to side door. This is more free time for BBHH.
That's exactly what they want. And, well, there's one player out there, and while Lampy will get the first, he will not get the second. And speaking of Bance, possibly a key component of this push here for BBHH. Or he knows where one is. Just right, does have him in a corner, but nobody puts Bance in a corner. Eventually will go down from a trade, and now will be control here for P7 Esports. Originally onto this one, but BBH have a good spawn. They just need a good trade.
Yeah, not too far away. You can see one player pushing through the middle of the map. That is going to be Bance. You will find the one. Now for the rest of the team, can they do their job on the side of Tin? Overlay can't win the gunfight. Mythics is there. But all of a sudden, if you are P7 Esports, you are starting to fall apart. But Disarray can find one. Can't find the second. Good trades coming through. Lampy from up top. Can he find anything? Yes, he can. There's the 2 you needed. Trades in the favor of P7 Esports. They walk away as victors here with P3. 20 seconds to go. Bance over the wall. Can't find anything. Lampy continues to go off for his team. Eventually falls, trades come back. BBHH getting the scrap time. All about this rotation now, but the spawns of P7 are not kind. And all of a sudden, BBHH will have complete control and the scrap time. Hard break to find here.
Lucifer moving back into it here, has given us up just for a few seconds, and that's a lot of bodies that they have in a good position to try and take this fight as players just slide into this point, making it a bit scrappy as Harry goes to work. The rest of the team do get the trades, allowing him to take that chow. One more. And gets it as well. That's a really good hold from BBHH. I was worried there. They were being pinched from 2 different directions, and outnumbered.
It's tough, isn't it? They've done well. gunfight coming through. Disarray finding 2, though. And there you go. That is the straw that breaks the camel's back. P7 Esports slowly getting into this one, but BBHH have extended a bit of a lead here. 25 seconds to play for. Over towards P4. You get every single second. It's not too bad of a combat that you have to stage if you're P7. You lose some time here, though, and it's maybe looking a little dangerous. It's going to be the 100-point mark for BBHH more than likely, and it's going to be about a 60-point lead by the time we head over towards that second rotation, Brycey. Pretty hefty, to say the least.
Certainly so, and now they're just trying to make sure they can get anything back into this. For P7, if they can get some time on P1, it might be a bit of a balm to the soul, but right now they aren't really in a position to jump on and get all of the points. One more good kill and they might think about it. And there goes the push. Now, how much can they bleed here?
It's useful if you can pick up some good time over towards P1. Not going to happen with Henry and Mythics. Very much doing their jobs from up top. Are you having a search around as well? A little bit of water controls, never a bad thing to have as you look for the rotation over towards P2. Gets a bit of bad timing on Lampy. And trying to stay alive up top as P7 Esports will start to pick up some decent time over towards P1 here. But it's about that P2 rotation again. They weren't there last time. They aren't here now. But with 20 seconds over towards P1, you soak up that free time. You maybe don't worry too much about P2 at all.
You certainly shouldn't do, and the game is certainly heaping up. But just to mention here, if you haven't kind of tuned into Bravo stream as well, Crud Muffins vs Notorious is going on there. Once we get a chance to, we'll jump in and have a look at how that one is going. But certainly a lot of COD action on display. And speaking of on display, this P2 push is going to be huge because BBHH do not have players close.
Gonna try and find something. Henry trying to stay alive. Door shut through the front. Finds one. The second as well. Big piece from Henry. Oh my goodness. 3 in a row just like that. And they find the break back. 40 seconds to go on this hill. That could be a big moment from BBHH.
Have they turned this game around completely? They've been leading for some time, but being only 30 points down and being almost 60 is going to be ridiculous. A 6 streak and Henry will keep going.
7.
Oh! There's no way that spray transfer should have happened. 8 streak now as well. A 9 streak for Henry, who has turned up in devastating fashion. What has happened?
I mean, if throughout the rest of the map, we're not going to call P2 Lambo anymore. We're going to call it the Henry Hill. That is absolute absurdity. Finds the 3 to break it open pretty much all on his own, and then holds it down with some more ludicrous kills. And that is that kind of X factor that you need to have against teams like P7 Esports, and they seem to have found it there now. Henry sitting 22 and 10, not slowing down. There's 2 off the rip over towards P3 on his own. He's challenging this. There's absolutely no way he isn't. Has to be delusional right now. Waiting for his teammates to get themselves up. Connor can find one. Here comes the child. Not going to be able to find anything. Connor will find the second. Mythics is there to find one. And here comes the rest of the team. Mythics with the second. Bants with his second. And that is the break. 20 seconds to go here. Over towards P3. BBH's lead is over 100.
And this has gone from a close game to utterly devastating. P7 looking to rally around Rock, but they have to stop the slaughter. Slaughter that realistically is just in the hands of one player. Henry is 23 and 12. The rest of his team either slightly negative or neutral.
I mean, he's been good for a solo 30 or 40 seconds there over towards P2. Made a huge difference what they were able to do. Just going to hang this one up a little bit. Yeah, we'll eventually find it. Connor thinks it's done and dusted. Break can come through. Pressure's in. Everybody dead. BBHH cannot quite win it here. But Henry has been running this show for quite some time now. One big player going to come on the flank here, though, for P7 Esports. Lampy could be the guy to try and break this one open. Henry holding up top. Will find one before it gets taken down. A bit of a trade over towards the site now, 2v2.
6 on his own streak here. Really, just kind of feeding off the fuel that has been pumped into this game. The 7 streak himself was a little bit negative, but no longer. This is outrageous, Ton. Really, like, it was so close. I genuinely thought P7 were going to get that pinch on P2, lock it down, and should have maybe even taken the lead. But since then, they've got about 7 points.
Yeah, it's not been looking good, has it? And with only 4 more seconds to go, BBHH are about to rubber stamp this one, Brycey. Honestly, a lot of people will be talking what Henry did to them over towards P2. P7 Esports will be scratching their head because, look, that was what he managed to get his team up pretty much 40 points in that one. All of a sudden, P7 Esports are hitting a 140 to 200 or something along those lines. You wouldn't have had those sprees. It's all being on Henry. Sensational job from him and BBHH. P7 Esports still in it, but 2 points is all it takes for BBHH to get this one over the line.
This game is pretty much done, and while we do like to sell the dream, this is more the dream would be some sort of mythical accomplishment if they could get it done, which they can't. BBHH take the first map here, and they do it in pretty impressive fashion. I cannot believe how much that game got out of control.
And it got out of control very quickly. And here we go. I mean, we're going to get to see the best player. I think this is when he was pretty much on his own. Oh, no, that was the 2 that he found after he found those 3 to break. And then this was where he killed everybody else over towards this other side. Connor just gets snapped onto. So the 3 before that were more impressive, but Henry pretty much calls game over towards P2 to finish that one off. Sensational job from BBHH, though. And that's the kind of start you want. Bearing in mind, P7 Esports are a team who took a hardpoint off Team Notorious. So for BBHH to do that to them, it says a lot about that performance. Sensational work.
Yeah, it is. I still can't get over it. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, crazy.
That entire hardpoint, I'm like, hey, this is going to the distance. It's going to be close. A simple 3-piece. I say simple 3, but a 3-piece from Henry. I'll adjust that before we go any further. And then pretty much domination for the rest of it, you know, going on that incredible streak. Turn that game around. Now, as we go through this replay, if you are watching this, keep an eye on the score at the top of the screen as it goes through the clips. It is close over and over again, and technically, P7 Esports should have had that P2 pinch. They should have taken control of it. I don't know how it went so wrong.
I mean, it was the 3, wasn't it? From Harry. You look at this here, right? Before you even found the break, it was what 50-point game or something along those lines.
Yeah.
By the time were finished with fences, it was 150. Like, I mean, that's the difference maker. Really, really good job from BBHH and mostly from Henry, closing that one out. Big plays coming through from him. Looking over towards the kill. 25 untraded kills. Absurdity.
Yes, I mean, Mythic started having a really good game as well. That was the crazy thing. And he actually did more damage than Henry, but still unbelievable. Yeah, and that really pumped up the non-traded kills when you're in the hill by yourself, killing everybody. Like I said, that spray transfer to get the second kill there just shouldn't have happened, really. You got to remember how difficult it is to kind of trade kills when 2 players are looking at you. That's the crazy thing. Good amount of hill time as well. 1 minute 59. Hill time, most kills, second most damage, but still a very good performance. And now they're in the driving seat.
Yeah, objective kills leading the way across the entire lobby. 12 to his name. I think it's 7 of them were probably found in that one clip. Red Card Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next, but that's a nice win for the boys on BBHH. Let's try and get a hold of a map number 1. Red Card coming up. As mentioned, Protocol Control will be map number 3. If we need it, we'll see Protocol again and Vault to close things out. Based on what we see in map number 1, I don't know if we'll need it. That was really impressive. And a bit more like the BBHH. Again, I still find it very difficult to say. We maybe need to work on the team name. But other than that, that's kind of what I expected from them heading into the season. Coming up against a relatively decent team and make it look easy. That's what players on this roster should be able to do. I mean, you've got major winners on this roster. You've got players who have been in the CDL for multiple years. This is a roster that is on paper should be at the top of the table when it comes down to challenges in Europe. Haven't been able to do it in the group stage, but kind of goes back to that old adage we talk about, Brycey. It doesn't matter what you do in the groups, as long as you get through to playoffs, this is where you need to play your best card. And that ain't a bad start from BBHH by any shot.
Let's see if they can continue. Onto the Search and Destroy. Is an equalizer here for P7. Will the BBHH just continue to run the pain train? We are going to find out, and looks like Banser is going to go have a little look at B, but already just caught one in the teeth. And a second one, he tried to have another go.
We're trying to make some moves through the middle of the map. P7 do have Disarray in a really interesting position, and that's now allowing Connor to be able to push up. Banser's going to be here to watch the flank, but be in a little bit of trouble. You can see the push through actually happening here for BBHH. They maybe fancy their chances all the way through over towards speed, but they will go down in a plant. Man's watching the flank. Henry will get dealt with. I believe he was the one planting the bomb. So Lampy gets an angle. That's in a position to maybe do something about this. Finds one. Is he going to get traded? Yes, he is. 2 versus 3.
Now, can they hold this? Technically bomb down. It can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's advantage depending on where it's planted. Here comes the pinch. Realistically, if BBHH can just find 1 kill and get out without being traded, they have a very good chance of winning this round. It's not going to happen. A great push there from P7. Mythics now alone. I don't know if he can get in the position to take this before he can do anything else. No, he cannot. And Connor on Overwatch. Full credit to P7. Masterful retake.
Yeah, really nice. I think as soon as they get the kill on the bans, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Shout out to Lampy as well, who stops that bomb from going down. And we would have had a 4 versus 4. We'd had players going through the middle of the map. You would have probably found Bans catching a couple. The fact that he's able to stop that from happening, you have to scramble a little bit if you're BBHH, and then all of a sudden, it makes it a lot more difficult. Round goes over towards P7. And this is where they need to get some games. I mean, looking through some of their games for P7 as well, the one that stands out to me is a 3-2 against Avenge. Now, that's a decent win to find. Avenge are very good search and destroy team. They managed to take them on map 5 and win it, so they have the pedigree there, but also a 3-0 loss to Disworld. That's kind of where P7 have been sitting as far... Oh, a 3-0 win against Disworld, sorry, I should say. They've been having some good results, and then some where they've struggled. Lampy will find opening blood again, which is big. Lucifer can answer back with 1, but not before Connor finds Henry. Oh, finds another as well. Yeah, he was waiting for that one to come through. Bant's all alone now in a 1 versus 3. Can find 1, not the second. That's going to be the round. P7 2 to the good.
All good from P7. This is what they want. Get the search under the belt. Does mean that either it's going to have to be slowed down by BBHH, or they're going to have to adapt something else entirely. Obviously, that first round is going to be a little bit different with no trophies on, but still. Yep, I saw that too. Never mind, we'll ignore that. P7, 2 up in the S&D.
Let's see how things are going to go here. BBHH just bleeding a couple of rounds. First one didn't look too bad with the attack. They got themselves in some good positions. Just a couple of first bloods coming through for P7. Hasn't been an answer from BBHH, and both of them coming through Lampy.
Careful and slow progress over towards A here. And who usually plays that island role, as you can see, on basically every team he's ever been on in the last couple of years. Just watching what I like to call the hook. Far back position, ready to ensnare somebody. But Mythics, guns disarray down, all headshots. Bomb going down in A, really good position. Keep an eye on number 8 on the map as well. Talked about Bance playing that hook. It will be a crucial gunfight for the flank here if Mythics loses that, and he does.
Yeah, that was maybe one of those trials that you don't need to make. The first shots are in, but maybe he thinks his position is a little bit awkward. Lampy should get caught here. Oh, Bant's gonna get caught sprinting though. Oh, Lampy will find him. And Henry will find one on Overlay. He needed to find that. Henry now in a really difficult spot. Connor will find one. Have they got any eye on Lucifer? They do now. Lampy just gonna play shoulders, waiting for his teammate to come through. Really nice retake. Connor will get the plaudits. He found 3. But Lampy with that kill on the flag makes a huge difference. P7 Esports 3 to the good.
I said it was an important position, Ton. I meant it. If you're going to play it, you got to get it. And Lampy was looking forward. I think he caught it correctly as well. Vance just not able to find it. And realistically, we go back to what you were saying. Yeah, it's that kill on the flank. It opens up the bomb site. It meant that they couldn't get the trade they needed towards it or even play time. And we saw all shoulders thrown. P7 Esports, great job on the S&D so far.
Just finding crucial kills. 2 first bloods. That one on the flank from Lampy. Lampy's really been... I mean, all 3 of his kills have been super important. Got the bomb planter off on round number 1. On the opening blood on round number 2. Not going to find anything this round, though. I might have cursed him. Mythics will find the kill to answer back. So Lampy is now gone. Connor sitting at 7-1, though. He has been influential for the team. He's finding kill after kill. Look at the positioning from BBHH here. Just watching from the outside. I won't play it inside a restaurant, though, but it's a tough push for P7 without any information, without a pick. It's not one you want to try and take. It just comes into a trade fest inside of here, and you've got to be lucky to get away with it when you don't have the numbers.
Overlay trying to just make a little bit of a pick, but You are right. Without numbers, increasingly difficult for these teams to really get in a position where they'll be happy to commit, but commit they have to. And I feel like the call might have been made to either switch or go to B. Somebody's got to commit. It's going to be a B hit. There's no chance to go over. Disarray must be first through the door, but already taking a bullet. This is falling apart. They've got no time. They now have to basically just sprint and hope for the best. Disarray finds one, does get traded down as well. Overlay, not going to get a second. And Connor, while he's last alive, will be outgunned. And BBHH will take that round, Hunt. It's gone okay for them there. Just too much time went away.
I think it's one of those situations where you just need to kind of stick to something. Just go for it. If you're going to do it earlier so you have an opportunity to maybe rotate if things don't work out. Whereas there, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. BBHH will get their first round on the board. P7, though, still in a comfortable position. Just lost first blood there. Didn't commit. Too tentative, really. Because you're just going for the trades, and all you need to do is somebody find two. I mean, it's not simple, but one player finds 2 kills, and all of a sudden you're even on the site, and you just got to try and win the trades out. He's getting aggressive. Yeah, you're caught in between it. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those positions when there's so many players around you. There's nothing you can do. Caught in no man's land.
Already lost the blood. Well, they've made a very rapid transition, though. There's a possibility of an A plant now. Oh, if Lucifer had found that kill, could have gone all square, but look at the compression. Not a ton of room to maneuver. Back down to a 3 versus 3, though, and Band's getting out here allows them to maybe just spread out a bit.
Band's in a really, really good position, but Lampy will find another on the flank. If he can get himself set up yet. Just don't think you know if your P7 Esports is going to get the time in. Not again. Lampy will find him. I mean, Bance is basically chasing a player around the majority of the time and gets a little... I don't know. It is unfortunate, but it's one of those moments where you kind of need him to pull the trigger. Lampy's there to pick up the pieces again. 6 and 2. That's a couple of times he's dealt with Bance over these last 5 rounds. P7 Esports in a really promising position now.
This is what they wanted, and you are right. Lampy taking down Bance. It'll be probably a little frustrated at that, but I don't know. That just kind of fell apart. He looked on the minimap. It was almost like they just couldn't absorb the pressure for them. Bance trying to get a bit of room and finding players. It almost took him out of the game for too long, unfortunately. And you know, if he'd found that kill early, it would have been a much better position, able to reinforce and get the trade. But because he never found it, he almost played himself out of the fight.
Shots coming in from Henry. He will be dealt with again. Feels like Feast or Famine with Lampy. He's either out of the round early doors or he's finding you a first blood. Doing you a lot of good work. But I can answer back to the 2 kills that came through from BBHH, though. 3 versus 2.
Look at how far back they've gone. Oh, no. Trying to see if he can find an easy pick. It is a bit of a nightmare. That's a long range, but while he had the first couple of bullets on, decides not to stick the gunfight. And now they're wondering what's next.
Tough spot to be in. BBHH are spreading their resources across the map right now. Gunny's up. But it's kind of the same story for P7 Esports. When they don't have that advantage, it feels like they don't know what to do. Clutchable situations just being left down to time that doesn't really allow you to find the clutches. Although they are going to be allowed to put this bomb down. Just questionable considering the position they were in. Connor can find one. Bance to find the other. Overlay left in the 1 versus 2.
And lay down as well here. Bance will be calling for reinforcements. Now the question is, do they try and defuse this or go for the chow? It's a single chow! That could have gone so badly. If Overlay had found that kill before the reinforcements had got there, it might have all fallen apart for BBHH. Mythic's still out of cover.
I think with the numbers advantage, there sometimes can be an air of invincibility. You kind of go for those chows and just hope that your teammate's going to be there for the trade. Thankfully for them, they didn't need that.
I genuinely thought for a second there that was thrown away because he got the first few bullets on. Mythic's wide swung, and I think Bance was checking the other direction quickly. So he literally moved away. So it would have been a very slow trade. It would have given him the opportunity to get out of it. and maybe run around. So it could have fallen apart, but it didn't. So let's see how this next round goes. Bance checking the outside. He might take this space, you know. Bance does love to get alongside B if he can. Unfortunately, Disarray already taken one down, and they've lost any A control.
Feels like First Bloods have leaned towards the side of P7. Just dictating this game right now. It's a nice push, though, from the side of BBHH. They have isolated one player. Lambie will have to get the hell out. Oh, very weak. If you are, I believe, Connor. They have managed to get out unscathed here. Mythic's in a little bit of an awkward spot. They are going to be able to get this down 3 versus 4. Big kill. And it's now towards the back side. 2 versus 4. This is very, very difficult. You're going to have to catch somebody off guard. Not going to happen. Bance now for the 1 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 2 all of a sudden. Can he find a third surviving? Bance still going. Eventually will fall. P7 find another round. Bance made it difficult.
Yeah, not enough movement able to get you out of that scenario. Unfortunately, bullets are faster than feet. And they just caught him before he could dive back in. But realistically, just didn't have the room to kind of get out of there. And for P7, this has been a wonderful display of S&D prowess. They really have looked in control most of these rounds.
5-2 up now. 1 round away from closing this one out. A 12-3 scoreline from Connor. Having a very good game. Going to try and continue it here, though. Need to make sure they put BBHH away here. Based on what we've seen in map number 1, you can see there's those takeover moments from players on the opposition that can happen at any given moment. Hasn't happened for them in the search and destroy. You've got to make the most of it if you're P7.
Not happening so far into this one. Connor, are we calling this out to his teammates? So I'm just trying to see if there's a hole here, a gap for us to exploit. At the moment, nothing. Both teams spread out on the map. And when does that call come in here? Because P7 have done this before and waited till the last second.
Yeah, this is... I would say they're only... I want to say that they're only negative in the search and destroy, but they have now found a blood. And that's over towards A.
Oh...
But they found one over towards B as well. Mythics is caught napping a little bit. They started to pick them apart. Oh my goodness. And just like that, game over. B7 Esports will find the search and destroy. Not without a couple of problems here or there, but in the end, it's pretty convincing. 6-2 is the scoreline. They'll be happy with that. Connor with a big part. Yeah, 14-3. Big game.
Unbelievable performance from Connor. Really set the
rounds.
map alight. And you got to say, for BBHH as well, that last round was... miserable, if we're honest. You know, they lose the first blood, but Mythics, you are right, he was kind of caught napping, obviously holding an angle, but maybe you just got bad timing, you didn't see a cross or something along those lines, but just easy in the end. And maybe that's kind of just how the entire S&D went. When P7 Esports were in control, they were fully in control of the S&D. And BBHH, you know, there was some scrappiness for them, but you can't win gunfights in crucial positions, you can't win anything.
Yeah, I mean, look, there were some moments for BBHH as well. You know, you were in a couple of good positions now and then. But it just felt as if P7 would find that super important kill in every single one of the rounds that they won. Wasn't necessarily, I mean, apart from the final round, that felt like one of the only whitewashes, if you like. This one against Bance as well, of course, in round number 7, Bance in a 1 versus 4. But a couple of the rounds here or there, the kill goes the opposite way, and maybe we're looking at a different scoreline. Thinking of Lampy on Bance on the flank. Bance when he was behind another player in particular at one stage when he was coming over from the top side over towards A. Kills go in a different direction in those moments. We could be feasibly sitting at 4-4 right now, but we're not. We're 6-2 for P7 Esports. They were able to close out those moments. We head over towards a protocol control. We'll stay there for Hardpoint for map number 4 as well. This is anyone's game now. You head over towards protocol control, and that one can be awkward, especially with these attacking rounds. But we were going to keep an eye on the other games that are going on in our winners bracket round 1. Bravo is currently happening. You could continue to watch this. I've had the potential to be watching this the entirety of the time. Crud Muffins, formerly known as Noctem, 1-0 up in this series, 4-4 here in the Search and Destroy.
I think this is going to be a 5-4 because it's a 1 versus 4 for Malco. And hold on, wait a minute. He's found the first. Not the second, and it will be 5-4.
I was wondering, you were starting to build that up there, Bryce. Yeah, I didn't really fancy his chances.
Sometimes miracles happen, all right?
Well, you know, we're going to sell the dream.
I've been reliably informed through our wonderful production that Notorious were at one point 3-0 up on this map. They have managed to get it back here, of course, and they do have an opportunity to shut it all down. But realistically, Crud Muffins are on map point.
Nice position to be in if you are Crud Muffins. Team names are going to be awkward for me today, aren't they? I was saying, I've been saying to production, I don't. we need BBHH to change their name.
Yeah, we'll be
And
having words.
for the love of God, please pick them.
That wasn't even the worst part of it. I thought people are like, "What does BBHH stand for?" Technically, it stands for Bantz, Mythics, Lucifer, and Henry at the moment. Even though it's obviously Lucifer is Harry, so that's where the second H comes from. And they just put the and you guys probably would have seen this. They saw on the team sheet. They just put H in front of Mythics, so it was Hithics, even though it's not. So, you know, not the most imaginative of team names, and just difficult for us to say.
3 versus 3 in this one, though. Almost down here for Crud Muffins. Pack is going to be influential. Needs to stay alive. Nadix will be dealt with. Has players to come around and make this push down the left-hand side. Has now been dealt with. Kez can find one, though. Melko left again in a 1 versus 2 for the game. Not going to happen. Crud Muffins 2 to the good in that series. Cruising through at this moment in time. They find that one looking good over on Bravo Stream. You can continue to watch that game if you wish over at youtube.com/COD Challenges and keep an eye out for the Bravo Stream. But Alpha is where we are staying in a 1-to-1 matchup here between P7 and BBHH. We kind of thought that this could be a very good game. And so far, so good on the predictions front. 1 apiece heading over to control on Protocol.
All right. Here we go. All tied up, and this is a big win for either team, really. Stay in that winner's bracket, stay moving after you've made your way through the groups into it. And a slow, methodical start for both sides. It's right though, hanging on the flank. There's one, looking for the second. Easy peasy. Get back in your spawn and stay there. BBHH are now in trouble.
If they can get themselves in a position here, the problem is with P7, they didn't have everybody pushed up the map. Another wave of kills, though, would spell a lot of trouble here for BBHH. P7 trying to put the pedal down whilst they can. Straight going to back on down, but more kills coming on through. This is a fantastic start for P7. And now they have players in position where you can potentially get the spawn trap going. I'm going to get caught without anything in his hands. And again, disarrayed nade in his hands will get caught. So, potential for BBHH to find a way out here. Attack has definitely become a lot more attainable on protocol control. It's one of those that you arguably favor it. We see some teams obviously towards that round number 5 trying some funny things to make sure they get attack, but here we are. BBHH really struggling to get out, and this should be a P7 Esports round.
Clean, consistent, and really just how it goes sometimes. P7 shutting it down completely. That first break from them completely wiped out BBHH's momentum, and well, they've got a few bodies on the map. They need to win these trades, and unfortunately, too many corners, too many places to shoot, and they have found nothing. Only one player out. Henry to the rescue this time, maybe. He finds one, but instantly gets shut down, and while they will stop that clock for just a few seconds, it isn't going to be any more. Overlay completely destroys them. Big round from P7.
Yeah, I think as soon as you lose that opening break in that fashion, you're on the back foot immediately. 10-1 out of Overlay. Cracking round to start the control here for P7 Esports, who... I mean, I don't want to say I was counting them down and out, but after map number 1, I'm feeling one way, and one way only, which is very easy to do, I suppose, based on one map, but... P7 Esports showing why they truly do belong here.
Yeah,
very good round to find. On the defensive side as well, Brycey, that's big, especially if they can get a good start this attacking side.
Well, let's find out if they can. I mean, this is one of the things actually we were talking about before we went live. So obviously we kind of pick and choose roughly what games we want to watch going into this, and obviously people are like, oh, just pick the best team, but this we thought would be a closer matchup, and we want close games, really. Nobody enjoys a 3-0 blowout, apart from maybe fans of the team, but this is kind of lining up the way we thought it might end up going, where neither team was really going to lay back and allow the other team to run over them. And right now, P7 Esports doing such a good job of taking it to BBHH.
Put themselves in a good position. Already have a tick over towards A, and yeah, they're just playing with them here. It feels like a very disjointed performance so far from BBHH. I mean, they seem to be kind of lost with P7 and the positions that they find themselves in. They don't seem to have a good read on where any of the players are at any given time right now. One player going over the zip wire. Good shots coming in from Lampy. Can get something going over towards the B side as the pressure's still going on over towards A. But, yep, just going to help his teammates secure something over towards the A side here. Second tick on its way through. Oh, they spot him underneath the door. That's tough. But still, good position for P7 here.
Well, that first tick has gone down here. You are right. P7 still feeling pretty confident. Overlay is 13-2.
Yeah, he may well be 13-2, but they had 3 or 4 dead and got nothing out of it. So maybe need to see a bit more ruthlessness, because BHH are being in a couple of bad positions here. Have they fought themselves out of it? Absolutely, but P7 Esports have had an opportunity to get a hold of it a couple of times now, and this now might be it. Final gunfight, need to go through. Connor can find it. The rest of the team are there to cover the middle of the map. There is A. And you have 1 minute and 45 seconds and a 6 life advantage to try and get a hold of B.
P7 Esports are really outslaying BBHH. They're really not getting much on the map at all. But ask yourself, what has gone wrong from the hard point? Because score-wise, this is looking like a P7 win. 18-8 in the lives.
Capturing the point very, very quickly. BBHH, nothing they can really do about this one. P7 Esports will find it. 2-0 up. This big moment, because now it's very difficult for BBHH. Okay, look, if you can find your attacking round in this next one, somehow hold your defense. Yeah, okay, you've got a good shot, but it's not where you want to be in a control for map number 3 with a series all tied up.
How do they get out of this one? Because even on their defensive round, BBHH just almost felt like they weren't doing anything. Do you know what I mean? Like it's maybe get 1 or 2 kills, so heavily outslayed. And you know, you can criticize P7 for that first kind of push onto P1 where they didn't get as much as we expected, but kept themselves alive, kept getting the kills, and now they're in the unenviable position of being able to almost walk this one home with 1 good wipe.
Let's see if they can actually get up their spawn this time. BBHH really did struggle last time. Let's can find 2. It's not going to fall his way, though. Good shots coming in from Overlay, who just... He's looking like Frank Formal out here at the moment. 18-4, 19-4. Wants to make it 20. We'll get rid of the trophy system. And here's the streak. We'll have this on your forehead as well. Overlay running the game right now. Hellstorm in. This is just very, very difficult now for the side of BBHH. You're going to be forced back into your spawn. Does he find a third? Not quite. It's 21-4 from Overlay.
This could be over in the next minute here, unless BBHH can rally in unbelievable fashion. Lampy already ready for the second here, but Henry finds 2. Overlay still alive, of course. Checking out mid-gun. Does go down here, and potential bit of time as Connor tries to stop the clock. Hasn't worked out, and BBHH, just a fire lit under them now.
It needs to be a big fire, though. A capture is on its way in. A lot of pressure over towards B as well. They didn't know where Lampy is yet. They've got a good idea. So, coming over towards A. Pressure in over towards B. I mean, if Mythics finds this other kill, that would be momentary for dead. They've got complete eyes on everything that's going on here. Lucifer now going to come through the spawn. A is ticking in. You got presence over towards B. In the blink of an eye, BBHH are in a good position.
Here they go. 4-3 to Mythics helps. Connor going for the reach out. I mean, Mythic wants it. He's like, hey, don't you go sliding past that doorway. How dare you? Goes round. Oh, what? Wait a second. Mythics does eventually get that kill. Second tick is now going to be in as well. Trophy's working overtime here, and there's a big push first of all, and not able to get any more for it. P7 staying alive.
That's a huge win by Destroy on the entry. Doesn't find that. All of a sudden, BBHH have the numbers on the point, only momentarily. Lampy trying to push forward. Takes 1 decent wipe here for P7 Esports, but same can be said, though, for the side of BBHH. It's 3-man flank. I'd imagine Lucifer's just going to try and play his life over towards the backside, wait for the rest of his team to push up through the middle of the map, and that's exactly what he's doing. He has been read, though, by Connor to spin around very quickly at P7 Esports, because the rest of BBHH coming through the front door. Lance is the only one who can find kills here, though, and will try to stay alive in the middle of the map. He falls as well. P7 Esports in a good spot.
And Lampy should be able to pick up a cheap one. Oh, never mind, taken down.
Seen him.
The P7 on the defense here. This is all about bleeding these kills out if they can.
Oh.
So much time available for BBHH. What they mustn't do is lose control here as well. It's down to 2 versus 6. Lampy sitting deep, goes down as well, and that's going to be a wipe here. BBHH staying alive.
Just bleed them, don't they? Just bleed them. They got themselves in a really good position halfway through that round and just never let go of that advantage. Sensational work, though, from the side of BBHH to actually get themselves on the board now, but the difficult task comes in holding this defense. This is where things do get a little bit more difficult. Let's see if they can find something here. They find the defensive win. Comes down to around 5. It's a big momentum swing at this one, especially for BBHH. They'll be feeling confident in their hardpoint game, absolutely. But for P7 Esports, if you were 2-0 up and you lose this to go behind in the series, I don't know where your head's at, but it wouldn't necessarily be in a good spot.
Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch, because there's an awful lot of time to go yet. Although losing the first few gunfights, never a good sign. Over like 23 and 10. And still shooting very, very well. But they're going to have to really stretch this into it if they want to end it here. I don't know about ticks. I feel like P7 have the better ticks so far.
Yeah, but you want to attack, obviously, as well, don't you? That has been the typically easier side. So, I will see. I'm going to try and not count too much on it, because I think if P7 lose, they maybe want BBHH to win it by getting so many ticks so that they can, of course, get themselves in a position to maybe have that defensive side. I'm not too sure. I'm going to figure that out if we get to around 5 prices. It's still a long way to go.
It certainly is. The moment doing well though. On to P1, and Disarray takes that shell very nicely. 9 health left. Trophy system saving his life, you can hear in the background. And this looks like it's overtime. Like just winning every gunfight.
There are only 2 lives up, but they have got a hold of A very, very quickly. BBHH can defend B for this amount of time. Mind you, not if they keep losing gunfights. Disarray, he's skating around right now. Henry just about gets the better of him. Some people find Bans, though. It's a big gunfight. Yeah, Overlay finds that all of a sudden. You're in a lot of trouble if you're BBHH. That's going to be at least a 3-man stack. You've got to move now. This could be 2-1 P7 Esports.
In fact, I'm surprised they haven't stacked it. They've got 2 onto the point already. That second tick is going through very, very quickly. BBHH have got to go. I know they're going around all the angles. Henry will find one. That'll slow down to a crawl as Disarray finds one, not the second. They've got to clear off B here as they stay alive by a very small margin. And Lampy should have never won that gunfight.
Wow.
But that has been the story of this over and over again. P7 have been in control, in the control. And Overlay has picked up about a dozen of those easily.
I mean, he's slowed down and he's 29 and 12.
God, he's barely even doing well now.
Yeah, he's honestly. Need to see a little bit more. Yeah, that's going to be it now. P7 Esports. Yeah,
that is 100% game, and P7 Esports will win the control. Didn't even end with a bang. It was a bit of a whimper as BBHH sort of trickled into the hill and got cut to bits. And they're now 2-1 up in the series here, P7.
Yeah, done really well. Search and destroying control. I've looked solid. We'll be feeling very confident throughout the rest of this series now. Yeah, you've got a hard point coming up, but to be honest with you, this is one of those maps where make sure your rotations are on point and you can win it. So if you are P7, you have a massive opportunity. And even if you can't close that, we go to, well, okay, it's a vault, search and destroy. But with how confident you are in map number 2, you don't care what map it is. You are in a sensational spot now. And P7 will know that. So will BBHH. But we know that BBHH have the talent. You've seen what happened in map number 1. They could very quickly turn this one around, Brycey. So let's see how things are going to go down. But P7 in a really good spot.
They really are. And hey, you know, considering that first hard point was a bit close, maybe it was just a little bit of a Henry in that first map kind of changing the game.
Possibly.
But so far, P7 have looked fantastic. The S&D was very, very good from them. And the control, you are right, they looked in control the entire time. And I'm trying not to use that as a pun, but at every point of it, realistically, you never felt like BBHH were the dominant team. And even in, like, if you took like a snapshot of 30 seconds, I never believed they were like, oh yeah, they're the better team here.
yeah, I mean, the P7, it was from the get-go, right? I mean, as soon as they got that little bit of pressure, they just were unrelenting. It just feels like they played their positioning really well. I mean, Overlay is kind of just a turret in the middle of the map, and Lampy was just being a pain in the arse, frankly. He was always in and around behind them, causing issues. Now they find themselves in the lead. I see Protocol Hardpoint going to be coming up next. And this was kind of the worry. I mean, this is why I kind of picked this matchup as well, because there was always that worry. If P7 can kind of come through and do something here, BBHH haven't necessarily looked as strong as we thought they would. Is there a potential upset on the cards? Well, yeah, there is. Protocol Hardpoint coming up, and this could be the last map of the winners bracket for BBHH if they don't switch up very, very quickly.
Yeah, and that's what they're kind of relying on, right? Realistically, they're like, hey, we had a great hardpoint. We're going to get back into it. Kind of settle the waters just a little bit, but really going to have to settle because P7 have looked great in the last 30 minutes. I wonder how this one goes. P7, you're confident. You're on the same map.
There's no switching it up in terms of moving to something that's differently paced. But it is Hardpoint, and you did beat them pretty handily on map number 1. So if I'm BBHH, I'm resting on that positivity. But, I mean, it's not necessarily being great viewing in map number 3. They need to change it up very, very quickly. If you find yourself out at this stage, it is a long way back to winning the title. Losers bracket round number 1, which is going to be coming up straight after this. We may well be staying with BBHH depending who they're playing. We'll keep you guys up to date on which way we're going to go with the games, but we'll keep things fluid and on the fly and seeing how things are going. Other results are kind of going the way we expected. This one, not quite.
So far, still a good start for really both teams. I mean, this is about P1 soaking, right? And Lucifer just looking at his teammate. This will be a influential kill because they're going to start talking about that next hill. And they just pass each other and Mythic still gets it.
Staying alive over towards this side. P2 spawns are there. The side of P7. Mythic's still going though. 5-1 to kick things off. Is he going to find the 6? Not quite. This Ray has been relenting throughout this game. A nice start for BBHH. That will just steady the ship a little bit. P7 do have rotation over towards P2. It's not necessarily one that's the worst to break.
For that first kill, and that was already being fired at by Connor before he even jumped down. And a little bit of timing there allows Mythics to get in. Not going to get the second kill, but teammates will flood through as well. And at the moment, much better from BBHH on this map.
Stand by Henry. You've also got the spawns for P3. They're coming up in 35 seconds, but this is the side that you kind of want to hold things from. If you're BBHH and you can keep going here, that's a bad position for P7 Esports to be in. Henry with another 6-2 from him. 25 seconds till we go over towards P3. P7 Esports cannot live with them on a hard point at the moment.
And trying to just hold off the flood of players coming through. They've not done a great job at it. I think coming in to save them, and realistically that gives them the advantage in trades. And it means they should get the rest of that scrap time. Now, Overlay, who was so crucial in that control, is also going to be crucial on this rotation, but who does he find? Well, they've already found him, and a double chow comes in, and down he goes.
It's a big win on the rotation, though. They were in position to be able to do this, and they are doing it now. And yeah, they're starting to find more kills. One more player going to find the push up here, and yeah, he knows it as well. Lucifer with the knife out, 7-2 from him. And this is a good hold so far. 35 seconds or so still to play with for BBHH. And if P7 Esports keep pushing one by one, they're going to get every single one of those seconds.
Well, Harry just doing some good work up top. There is a stack towards the bottom here. Will they get it in time? And Lucifer's called this as well, but realistically, they've not pushed through.
Spawn at the back.
Yeah, Bance did make a bit of a hero play out the front door. Emery is going to go down, but another trade for them, and trades really only benefit the team holding the hill. 8 seconds to go, and this is feeling like a repeat of that first hardpoint ton.
It is, but they get a little bit of fortune there. I think BBHH maybe pushed out just a little bit too much. Gives the spawns to the back towards P7 Esports, which allows them to transfer over towards P4 very, very easily. They've lost a couple of gunfights, but Lampy is there. So, of course, winning the ones you probably shouldn't. Oh, and that's unfortunate for Bance as well. Thought he had a free kill. Doesn't have anything. So, 45 seconds to play for here. Yes, okay, the scoreline does not look good for P7 Esports. But bearing in mind the position that BBHH were in, the spawns they did have, this could have been a lot worse. BBHH could have been in this point. Right now, you're holding if you're P7. How has Vance won that gunfight?
I don't know, but winning it has enabled them to get back into it here. What could have been a closing of the gap is not to be so. Henry looking for the kills and unfortunately put his gun away just for the wrong seconds. He went back in a sprint. So far still holding. Mythics hopes his health comes back. Doesn't even need it. Doesn't take the kill and ends up being Lucifer who cuts him down. Another big hold here for BBHH as we look for the rotation.
Some good time. B7 Esports, that was maybe your opportunity. But this feels, I mean, it feels destined for a map number 5, doesn't it? It's been so back and forth. It's been so hard to judge this one because, well, BBHH absolutely bodying them here on map number 4. I would say they convincingly won map number 1 in the hard point. Search and Destroy, pretty convincing for P7. Control, very convincing for P7. They're going to get themselves back in towards P1. This one is not over and done with by any stretch, but definitely feels like BBHH have been the stronger hard point team, and that's shown in the scoreline.
Oh, that's a big kill. Not going to get any more, though, unfortunately. And P7 still looking to soak up the rest of this time. They've done such a good job on what is famously a difficult place to really get the points. This could be all about the P2 rotation. If P7 can lock this down, Ton, for a good amount of time, it's game on.
I mean, we've seen them in this position last time. The spawn's over towards the backside. Where the spawn's going to lie this time? Okay, well, they can hold it from the P3 side, so this is what they want. Connor, yeah, needs to be more aware. Wasn't too sure where they were spawning. Not over towards the new hill spawns just quite yet. Spawns there, though, for the side of P7. They're kind of where they want to be. BBHH going to have to fight in from the back foot. And also try and fight through these spawns. This one could be flipped on its head very, very quickly from this position, Bryce.
Trying to stay alive here. Give his team
horrible
to help him out. And isn't going to get much more. Lampy, though, is going to hit a flank here. And there's one. Not able to get any more for it as well. And just when you think P7 could rip this away, they do so.
It's all of a sudden getting very, very scary. Problem is that they did have those P3 spawns. They have now been flipped, but it's given them some time to get a player like Lampy and around behind. Oh, he got a shot. Don't know if he heard him. Shots in. Could do a fight in this gunfight. Big answer back, but Lampy choosing the right decision. Goes all the way to the back. I really like this play. He's going to get caught out either way, but just there to try and divert attention. Try to stay alive. Eventually will drop, but BBHH doing a good job. 50 seconds to go here over towards P3. They want to steady the ship. This was a whitewash over the first half, but P7 have brought this one back slightly. Want to just cement their lead again.
Mythics checking the backfield. We'll find a player, but takes a shot off him he didn't want to, and he's going to be chowed at the same time. It's a good push here from P7 as they find 3 players. And Henry goes down as well, and they are in.
Managed to find a way through. 30 seconds to go here on this hill, and if you can find a transition over towards P4, this game could be all square very, very quickly. Henry will find one over towards the backside. Lucifer will find another. Disarray is there, the only one who can answer, but Lampy is there alongside of him. Both of them finding 2. Big moment. That's 10 more seconds in the back pocket of P7 Esports. You can transition over towards P4 pretty seamlessly. Lampy will fall, though, as he tries to find that transition, but calls out his teammate. There's one coming down the elevator shaft, and BB Connor just trying to hold this one down on his own. He's going to be able to find the first one. There's another one in there, weak because of the grenade. This is really nice from P7. The transition is there. It is all of a sudden a 30-point game with P7 in control of the hill.
Hold on. They're trying to get this, but for BBHH to make this successful, they have to find a pick at one of the entrances, which they are not doing. Unfortunately, while they have played this correctly. Wait a minute, what on earth has just happened? It's Henry again! He's found 3 when he absolutely should not have done so. They lost the pinch of front entrance. They lost the first initial trade, and yet somehow they walk away with a team wipe.
How on earth has that happened? Mythic's now just trying to survive inside of the point. They found the break. Oh, and that was such a big opportunity for P7 Esports to try and bring this one back. But I think all things considered, throughout that rotation of hills, P7 Esports will take that as a win. Close that gap to round 50. It felt like it was a lot more after the first rotation of hills. You are still on the back foot, but it is still doable. Into the third rotation we go. BBHH momentarily inside the point. Disarray can find 2. Lampy with another. A little bit of control now for the side of P7.
and trying to make something work here, but P7 so far been pretty successful in this P1. For another one here as well, and it almost feels like BBHH are just not present at the moment, and all these points just sliding into the column for P7. Are they more focused on P2, and if so, does it work out?
It's not one that's been easy to hold, though. Teams have had the rotation. I think the last two hills, the last two rotations, I should say, it hasn't mattered who is there first and set up. Breaks have come through. Got hold from P7 over towards P1, though. They've dropped that gap. They're around 30 now. Rotation, though, is there for BBHH, as you mentioned. They can win it here as well, Pricey. The P7 Esports need to put that pressure on. They need to do it early. It's slipping.
This is where it gets a bit dangerous, because realistically, P7 have to just get in. Only 12 seconds to go, and not going to win a gunfight. It looks like we're going map 5 ton, because it has not gone the way that P7 wanted. They fought through and through, but unfortunately, it's not good enough.
Yeah, they kind of turned that one around, but in the end, the lead came insurmountable for the side of P7 Esports to try and come back from 250 to 190. In the end, it is comfortable for BBHH, but only off the back of a really good start in the first rotation. Pretty even after that, but when you build up that kind of lead, makes it so difficult for the other side to come back from. So a nice 3, though, from Disarray, but it matters not. We are going to map number 5, Bracey.
We certainly are. It's going the distance here. P7 and BBHH really going all the way. Now, the thing is, realistically, P7 looking like they're going to be a Neslo team. Great S&D performance last time, 6-2. Great control performance, 3-1. Both hardpoints not able to get it done. With a final S&D ton, how do you feel like it's going to go?
I mean, based on what we've seen in map number 2, P7 Esports were doing all the right things, but at the same time, BBHH, as I kind of mentioned when we were there over towards map number 2, there were like moments here and there. If they find a kill, then all of a sudden they probably would have found the rounds. Just crucial kills seem to be going over towards the side of P7. If they flipped in the other favor, we ended the map 6-2. As I was saying, at that stage, we could have been a 4-4 very, very easily. So I don't think BBHH will be too disappointed heading into a map number 5. Of course, finding the map number 4, they'll be delighted considering they were behind. But I don't think they'll be too despondent about it. I don't think they'll be sitting there worrying about their chances. There were chances in map number 2 for them to take that one away. They did not take them. It did not fall their way. But we're going to a map that can be a little bit awkward. So if you're the stronger S&D team, does it matter as much? It doesn't have much weight heading into a vault. It has some, but maybe not as much as what we've seen on Red Card. It's a very, very different search and destroy map.
Wow. This right now does come down to the wire. Map 5 with these two teams, and right now it is going to be about who wants to continue in the winner's bracket more. While it's not over for them, Ton, you certainly would rather be in that upper bracket than the lower one this early on.
100%. 100%. I mean, for all these teams, there's going to be a hard matchup coming in winners bracket round number 2, but you would rather be in that spot. Even if you go on to lose that, it puts you in a better spot on that loser's bracket. It gives you that incentive. You're going to be coming up against teams who had to fight through that first round of losers bracket. They already lost their first game. It puts you in a good position. And it's going to come down to this Vault Search and Destroy to decide which way this series goes. And as you can see, this is how it's kind of went down. It's the Neslo opportunity for P7, or can BBHH close it out in 5 with 2 hardpoint wins and a Search and Destroy? We head into Vault for all the marbles between these two teams. Great way to kick off the playoffs, Bryce.
Well, we did say playoffs is where dreams come to be made or come to die. And if you make your name in challenges and get it, you certainly start hitting the radar of some of the coaches in the CDL. And getting through this, it's always good to have a bit of an amazing playoff run and get people talking, right?
Well, P7 can get this going. You never know who could be next. We said they had potential. We're seeing them go up against a roster on paper who should be at the very top of the table when it comes down to challenges in Europe. And they have forced them to this map number 5 and are arguably favourites for it. Almost down over towards this A side. Hard retake now for P7, but it is a 4 versus 4.
Well, that didn't last long, as it's now 3 versus 3. Mythic's on Overwatch, but nobody here to trade him, and Harry is going to get caught towards the back here. 2 versus 3. Mythics he's probably a little bit worried because they go for a big challenge on him. He's going to be in trouble. Henry, you have to help him. Already gone down one, and he's going to get one back and not the second. And it's just bad timing there for BBHH.
I think it's just in that moment, as you said, a little bit of bad timing, but if he's there a second earlier, can find a pick outside, all of a sudden, if you're P7, your head has to be on a swivel. You have to worry about the player that's inside the site. You have to worry about the player behind you. But they can all push together. They find that first kill, and then they can all have to deal with the player on the flank that was Henry. Even if Disarray doesn't find this kill, he's got another teammate who's there with him to try and pick it up. The first round over towards the side of P7. And that was a retake. I mean, it kind of goes both ways when we talk about these first rounds with no trophy systems available. Yes, okay, you can get into A a little bit easier. But it's the retake that is also a little easier as well.
Let's see. Again, looking like a standard run. Into it before the nades take them down. That's a big first blood for P7. That's a big second blood for P7. That P is moving! The kind of movement I could only dream of. And speaking of which, Mythics is going to try and make something happen. It's not going to work. Banton a 1 versus 4. And down he falls.
I don't think you've ever moved like that in any game you've ever played. P7 Esports. Fall in that direction, maybe.
Yeah. Looks epic, but really bad.
Yeah. Maybe potentially I want to say the helicopter flying and blackout back in the day. Maybe. That's as close as we would have got. Yeah.
That was one thing I was good at. Because I had absolutely no fear.
Well, you didn't. Me
no,
sitting next to you and I did.
Yeah.
P7 Esports 2 did good. Ugh. Terrifying times. Here we are, though. P7 in a really nice spot here. Retaking round 1. Convincing attacking round. Round number 2. Pretty similar way of how they started the first Search and Destroy, right? Your BBHH, you really do need this round. Henry's going to get a good plant down here for them nice and early. But look at this retake. Potentially 3 players on the flank. It's all down to Bance to do something. Look, they're cornering that one play over towards the backside. It's been called out by Connor. Everybody making their move over towards it. Lucifer can find one towards that side. Lampy finds one to answer back. All of a sudden, he's caught in a hard place still. And they commit to the player who's on the flank. And Lucifer's just holding it down on his own.
He really wants out of there, but they're going to track him down. But how far away are they from the bomb site? This fight has been taking place on the opposite side of a map forever. And now for P7 overlay.
Stick it. There's no way they expect him inside this site.
Oh, this might work. I think you're right, Tan. I don't think they're here. Seconds to go. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
It was his route. They just wouldn't have had a clue. Oh, that would have been scary when they watched that one back. They do get the round anyway. I actually want to I mean, it's very difficult to criticize teams when we know all the information on this, and I do sometimes try not to do it. But for P7 Esports, they had 3 players on the flank over towards A. Bance would have been dead to rights. They almost had 4 players on him. They choose to then concentrate on Lucifer, think to themselves, okay, we're 3 versus 1. We get rid of him quickly. We move from there. They don't find him quickly. He finds a kill and wastes so much time for BBHH. So credit to Lucifer. Decision making from P7 in that moment. I'd like to see them maybe just get aggressive on the site and forget about him. But as said, we can see everything that's going on. And we can see that the bomb's going down here for Disarray. So it's going to be a 4v4 retake once again. And BBHH do what P7 Esports couldn't.
And Pete looking for an aggressive push, and that's been caught, but does have reinforcements on the other side of it. It could be in trouble here as they lose the first few gunfights. Disarray will get one back. Now it goes down to a 2 versus 3. Connor looking to get in a better position. Will he get the timing here? I think he's seen it as well. This is horrible for Connor. Everybody just out of his sight for a few seconds. He's left alone in 1 versus 3. He knows he's going to have to chow this. He knows he has to get in there, and he's not going to win that gunfight. And it could have worked, but not going to work that time.
Good job from BBHH. That's the kind of round they needed. 2-0 down. Now 2-2. Lovely retake. The 2 kills that come through pretty much initially. Don't necessarily secure it, but they make their jobs a lot easier. And Connor always in a difficult position when his teammate dies inside the site. Just as he gets himself into a good position. 2-2. Very close here. Map number 5, Brycey. I can smell around 11.
Everything must be laid on the line, Ton. That's the way it goes. And we have an attack here from BBHH again. It doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary. It's going to be a big push towards it, but it's going to be a big hit here from P7 as well. I've had to back off, and here comes the Chow. Mythics gets the first player that was weak, but it's traded back to a 3 versus 3. Bomber's not gone down.
Still haven't got it down. There you go. 3 versus 3. Look at this positioning though from P7. Gonna hit the outside. Vance is backed all the way up, worried about the flank, but you need to trust in your teammates to be able to do something, and Henry's gonna drop immediately. If I'm Vance, I'm getting back over there pretty quickly. Oh, they've got him cornered here.
Yeah. It's actually just gonna slow him down more than anything. Needs to win a gunfight and get out of it. So much trouble, and they just cannot get a gunfight that they needed to turn it around, Ton. And P7 will now take the lead.
Lovely retake, but as mentioned, if you're Banstead and you're backing up to that, you're giving up pool, you're trusting your teammates not even be throwing a shoulder. You need to sit tighter on the site. We see, I think it might have been Henry gets picked off immediately in that. Just completely kills the round. Bance in this position now. They've seen him. They can corner him off and everybody else doing their job. P7 Esports. 3-2 up now. Nothing too scary yet, but there's definitely been opportunities for both these two teams for rounds to go in different directions. Ultimately, 3-2 to P7 kind of sounds about right.
All right. This could go well. This is going to be another fast plant here. P7 are going to go straight for it by the look of it. Yep. Very standard positioning. BBHH don't have the map control they want quite yet, but Bans with a big first blood opens it up a bit for them. Disarray. Seen him do very magical things, and he's got a pretty good scoreline. He's unfortunately been left alone. Overlow's going to go for the pin there. Yep.
Oh, Connor, he will find the kill. He should get picked here, though. He should be dead to rights and is. Now, all of a sudden, Overlay left in a 1 versus 2. Not going to happen 1 versus 3. Definitely not. I think the problem there was that one player on the side kind of gets cornered again. They see a couple of players on the flank, and they know they can force the issue. Really good player from BBHH as far as the information they were given. They made the right decisions. 3-3 now. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
This could very well go the distance. Pun believes in fate, in the stars, and in a good round 11.
Oh, why?
As the very first game of playoffs heats up.
Aggressive again over towards the safe site. Ant's gonna back on down. Did he get a bit of bad timing there? No, he didn't. Everybody else trying to push into the site. Mythics all fighting too with the help of Henry. Feels like BBHH starting to turn the screw a little bit. This bomb will go down. It's a 4 versus 2. This will be a hell of a round for P7 to win if they can manage to do it. Gotta move off that nade. They do so. It doesn't matter. Mythics will find his third of the round before falling. Connor now left in a 1 versus 3.
Just not going to give him the opportunity. And now the shoe is on the other foot. BBHH with 2 good rounds have taken the lead again. Just really don't know who's going to walk away the victor.
It's just swung back and forth though, hasn't it? Like P7 2-0 up. I think that might be the first time that BBHH have been in the lead though. Throughout any of the search and destroy rounds, actually. So is this now the time for them to maybe put their foot down?
Well, we're going to find out. Looking like a standard push again from P7, though. You can see the minimap straight into the point. Henry trying to get through the middle, but Connor's on it as well. And there is a bit of a trade going on, 3 versus 3. And that has actually meant that P7 have backed off. But a double chow down the break has given the advantage to BBHH. But there are players everywhere.
Yeah, they're aware Lampy is behind. You can see the way that Mythics is challenging. They know somebody is in an awkward position. Must have called it out. Ant's dying might have been the kill that Lampy found, but not in a spree. That would have been Overlay to find it. He ain't finding any more though. He's dead. A Lampy left in a 1 versus 3. Shots are in. Information gained. BBHH now in a really good position to win this round. 5-3 lead would be huge.
Oh, I thought Lampy was going to be gifted a kill. There goes a nade, and what that does is give a little bit of information as well. Already see BBHH coming to reinforce here. Not going to get a clean gunfight, and that is map and series point potential here for BBHH.
I love the push that came in through the drop down into Vault. That's really where the round was won by BBHH. Like a really nice win from Henry, actually, into the site. And that was the job done. Use their numbers to their advantage. What? That's now 3 rounds in a row for BBHH. Starting to accelerate away.
All they have to do is not mess up this round. Henry, trophy going out already.
And I'll see as well.
Our Mythics gets first blood. Such a monumental first blood as well here for the series. And Lucifer is still on the flank, calling it out. Gets one as well. It's a 2 versus 4. Spam's waiting for the player that's been called out. And now Connor in a 1 versus 4. And down he falls. And BBHH take the map, take the series, and move forward in the winner's bracket.
Cracking series between these two. But BBHH showing their quality, which they have in absolute heaps in the map number 5. As I mentioned, you know, the Search and Destroy map number 2 came down to a couple of finite moments. A couple of rounds could have went either way, and we saw the quality from them there, and kind of showing that those examples from that second map actually converting in their favor this time around, making a big difference. That's a nice win for them to find on the Vault. A nice win against an awkward opponent, Bryce. We've seen throughout the way that P7 will play. It was hard for BBH to deal with, but they find it in the map number 5. We'll advance through the winners bracket round number 2 later on tonight.
That's exactly what they did. And I tell you something, a slog the entire way through. You couldn't have convinced me either team was really going to walk away with the whole thing. Everybody having moments of glory and both teams looking strong across the entire series, Tom.
Yeah, having their moments, I think, you know, for either one of these teams, when they do drop down into the loser side of things, for this case being P7, if BBH drop later, there is going to be opportunity to go further. Both of them looking solid in their own right. I think protocol control can kind of go like that. If I'm P7, I'm going back and looking what went wrong on those hard points. That would be my only thing. Search and Destroy on Vault, though, it can be that way. 6-3 victory for BBHH, but positives to take away for both these two teams. The positive for P7, you're still in the tournament, you have another opportunity. The positive for BBH, that's a nice win to find against an awkward opponent.
Yeah, it certainly is as well. And by the sounds of it, from what I've been told, I think we're going to end up seeing P7 again, because they'll be going up against Clutch Rain in the lower bracket.
Oof.
That's a big fight for them, Ton.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting game. Clutch Rain, an Ogre team to go up against. To be honest, actually, Clutch Rain, who did they lose to? My brain's not working as far as everything kind of went down. Looking at the playoffs bracket, so Clutch Rain are losing out to Team Notorious. Okay, no, that makes a lot more sense. For some reason, I thought that they had. I'm getting Crud Muffins and Clutch Rain mixed up. Yeah, Crud Muffins winning 3-0. Katana up in their game at 1 apiece. And that's surprising to see that go as far as it kind of has done. Going up against Disworld, so that one taking its time to get going. But we do have a loser bracket game ready to go. And the Team Notorious is going to be waiting on theirs as well. But we have our winners bracket 2 games nearly ready to go as well. So plenty more code action coming up for you guys tonight. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The bracket's starting to really start to take shape here, Brycey, and some interesting games potentially on the cards.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And you also got to bear in mind that one of the best things about any tournament bracket, as people will know, is that the games technically get better as it goes on. And speaking of going on, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, though, the scores from the games ongoing and, of course, lower brackets. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce. We are heading into our second set of playoff games, as we already had some players drop into this lower bracket. A great opening to this series, but now these players will be fighting for survival.
Yeah, we get all of our winners bracket round 1 games done. Of course, as you can see, the winners round 2 games are ready to go. Notorious against BBHH. Tana Gaming against Crud Muffins of all teams going up against it. I mean, those are 2 fantastic games, but they're not the ones we're concentrating on yet. We have some losers round 1 games to get over and done with. But the one we're going to be concentrating on is with a team we already seen here today, Bryce. We've seen P7 take on BBHH. P7 could not get the job done, but did force us to a map number 5. They're now going to drop down into the losers bracket here with something to kind of prove. They showed some good things in that game against BBHH. Couldn't quite get it over the line. They'd be wanting to advance through the loser bracket if they can.
Yeah, that's the key here as well. It's just survival. Get as deep as you can in this tournament. I think for me, P7, we watched them in the winners bracket just a little while ago, and they had a very good time. Like, it could have gone the other way, but a map 5 didn't work out for them, and now fighting against another good team. That's the thing here about playoffs. It is stacked, and that good team is going to be Clutch Rain, Ton.
Yeah, Clutch Rain, very, very solid roster. I mean, just to kind of, if we're going to compare, both have played up against BBHH. Clutch Rain did lose that one, but under strange circumstances. They were in map number 4, they were up in it, they were about to possibly send it to a map number 5, and unfortunately had a disconnect, and then we forfeited the game, unfortunately. So that is also another team who went very, very close with BBHH, which gives you an indication that this should be a very close game. For me, I'm looking at kind of matchups here. Ben W taking on Lampy. I think for me, that's going to be a super interesting game. Protocol Hardpoint, what we're going to see in map number 1. We've seen P7 struggle on this. Clutch Rain, not too bad at it. Vault Search and Destroy, again, P7 just lost that up against BBHH. We'll stay on Vault for 2 more maps, potentially, if we need them, with Control and Hardpoint, and closing out with Skyline, Search and Destroy. I think this is set up very, very nicely for Clutch Rain, to be honest with you. You're playing 2 maps that P7 just lost in their previous winners bracket round 1. Okay, you have an opportunity to put yourself in a really, really good spot here. P7 Esports, can you put those demons to bed pretty quickly? If you can do that, you're in a great spot.
Yeah, 100%, and this is what they're hoping to do. All comes down to this. Elite Stage 2. This will be the ending for one of these teams, regardless of what happens. And for P7, hopes are high. I mean, they just... I've got to say this again. We just watched them. I thought they were very, very good. Hardpoint was their downfall. Clutch Rain will be looking to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and you look at Clutch Rain as a squad as well. I really feel as if star power belongs to Ben W in this roster. How many times have we seen him pop off? And specifically on this map, right? I mean, he has been an interesting player for them all throughout, but I think if I remember rightly, it was like a 10 or 11 spree to kick off this map at one stage. But P7 Esports are the ones inside of the point. Clutch Rain trying to get themselves back in.
But now, all comes down to very little time here on P1, which is what you usually expect. The teams just sort of hammer each other, and as we're ready for P2, Twiz already going for it. Not too concerned with anybody close, as we can see on the mini-map, but he will be the first player to get into a gunfight. I think he saw a foot there as well. Going to get that. Wait a second. No! Oh, that's unfortunate.
Can't let it go that way. It can't continue like that for P7 Esports if they want to win the series, if they want to advance. And as mentioned, for these teams, it is their final chance. Both of them down the losers bracket. Clutch Rain probably having a more tough time of things. P7 Esports have more of an opportunity, but Clutch Rain have been waiting for a while. Is there a better for P7 Esports coming into this one, I wonder? P2 control currently in the hands of P7. Clutch Rain trying to find a way back through if they can. Lampy doing a good job here. It's all about that P3 rotation, which is going to be coming up in 20 seconds, and it's, well, a bit of a 50-50 at this moment in time. You can see Disarray is here for P7, but does not have much help.
Let's have a look, though. Disarray, he knows somebody's going to be up here, and unfortunately, timing not with him. This looks like it could be a good rotation for P7. They have the opportunity to lock this down. You can already see the spawns towards the back here for Clutch Rain. They're not really in the position they want to be in.
Not necessarily. But if you can find a breakthrough, then you're in a good position to contest. You just need to find the kills because you spawn so much further away if you Clutch Rain on the other side of things. Disarray isn't going to have to worry about that, though. Finds 2 on his own. Really good job here from the side of P7. We've come in hot after their map 5 defeat. And a couple more kills puts you in a sensational spot. You're thinking about P4 rotation in 30 seconds. You are still holding this down. Now the spawn out for the side of Clutch Rain. All P7 right now.
Oh, P7 just feeling themselves here. An overlay almost gets the third. Not going to happen for them, unfortunately. And this very much now is looking like a much better game of P7. Like I said, I was kind of worried about their hardpoint coming into this ton, considering what we've just seen, but maybe it's just the difference that BBHH are very, very good at it.
Maybe that is the case. I mean, they didn't manage to find the way. Well, actually, did they play no, they did play Protocol Hardpoint. And wait, my brain's not working. There's so much COD going on at the minute, Brycey. I can't remember exactly what was going on in the previous series. But relevant to that, they did lose their last 2 hardpoints, so if they can find a win here, it'll give them so much confidence heading in towards the latter stages of this series. Right now, things are looking good, though. That 3-4 was really good because it was so contested over towards P3. They were still able to find some good times, still able to find the spawns and the rotation. They've lost out now. Ben will find 2. Gets him through the front door. So some opportunities here for Clutch Rain, who have been second best in this first rotation. They won't be far away if they hold down this final 20.
That's kind of the key here is, especially when you're in one of those situations, like especially this hill, right? You know it's going to be an absolute slog to retake. Scrap time is always going to pay off for anything that's contested. And going to the P1, I think both these two teams make some adjustments on how they've played it so far, but considering how close the game actually is, nobody's too worried.
I'm trying to find something here over towards P1. I think honestly P7 might be disappointed not to have a bit of a better lead, considering where you've been. I mean, Disarray's having a decent time with things. Rotation over towards P3 was working out in your favor technically. You don't necessarily have much of a lead here. It is literally 8 points. They're trying to get themselves in a better position where they can pick up some time here. Rotate over towards P2. Can't get rid of Disarray. Eventually do. 28 seconds to play for here. We're seeing teams picking up some decent time over towards P1. Can Clutch Rain do the same?
Here's the key. That's a huge gunfight there. P7 not only will take P1, but they are desperately trying to set up for this P2 as well. And Fabrone will try and just make a little bit of damage onto that point. Isn't going to get any more from it though either, and Twizzer's going to go down at the same time. Ben W stopping this being a pretty much a map hold, and that spawn is going to flip as well.
It's a little bit mixy still on this transition. Yeah, look at those splits that have come in. Twizzer's seen 1. Did he see the second? He didn't. There you go. There's the trade to answer your question. This is 2 on the site momentarily. Closest spawns are there for the side of P7 Esports. Clutch Rain inside of the point, but they've got the P3 spawns if they want them. It's such a tight game. I mean, they're just minor details. Nobody seems to be able to put together a good 40 seconds on a hill. It seems to be scrappy 10-15s across the board. P7 Esports, though, still in control of the hill right now. Clutch Rain spawn towards the back. It's 2 big kills from Connor. They just about seem to be holding on again.
I say that as, again, it switches around, and the Clutch Rain there will hold this for the rest of the time. And if I've got my maths correct here, Ton, it'll be an exact time game as we go into this next point. Nobody really looking like the better team here as it goes back and forth. Both teams wanting a catalyst to kick this into another gear.
I mean, neither one of them can really get away from each other, can they? It just feels as if, okay, we got a bit of control. Oh, no, we're dead. And, like, it's just time and time again. It's not necessarily clear cut or any clean holds from either one of these two teams. A bit of bad time for Ben W. He'll get taken down the outside. Big kills coming in for P7, though. We'll say it does feel as if P7, even though they are behind here, are the ones dictating the game a little more. They're just not making the most of their opportunities right now, and Clutch Rain are doing a good job at, well, stopping them, lead them out.
Again, another big set of gunfights going down as everybody piles in here. Lampy backing off as there will be a team kill coming back into it, and that's a bit of a change with all of the trades end up going their way. That team kill really sunk the boat.
Yep, not ideal. Now all of a sudden P7 Esports are in a position where they can transition over towards P4, and there you go, the kills alongside of it. Clutch Rain can find 1 on the outset. We'll find a second or so. I mean, look how close this game is. 4 points heading into the second climber over towards P4. There is really nothing in it. Big shots coming in from Ben W. Now all of a sudden is that going to be what breaks through? Disarray on his own momentarily can find 2. Can he find a third as well? Disarray combining with Lampy. That's a big hold coming in from P7 Esports. Clutchrain found the first kill, didn't find another.
This might be that turning point we were talking about. Takes a bit of a hit there and still wins the gunfight. Even at half health, doesn't go down. Money Hill, my name is P4, and P7 are certainly raking it in. Every single kill they need, they are getting. There is nowhere here for Clutchrain to go.
This is the first good lead we've seen. And as I said, it felt like P7 had been the ones in a bit of a better position. They seemed to be the ones, the first ones that they just hadn't been able to really lock anything down. The first time they do, it's pretty much a full 60. Well, it was 142 to 142 pretty much as we headed over towards P4. P7 Esports a second away from breaking 200.
Well, we're going to see now. They can continue this because Clutchrain will be looking to bleed P1. Overlay looking for more kills here as well. He just puts bullets everywhere, and that's a good break actually straight away. Overlay feeling himself as well. And every single second now, once you're over that 200 point mark, it just feels like gravy. You know you're so close to ending this game.
Slowly ticking their way through here. And good time to get over, especially as you mentioned, you know, you're pushing that 200 point mark and then you're getting this kind of time at a P1. Take those moments all day long. Clutchrain will get themselves in for a much needed slither of scrap time. Rotation over towards P2 there. Every single second that P7 Esports gets. Okay, Clutchrain aren't necessarily a mile away. P7 Esports are closer to the win than Clutchrain are to them.
This could be it. P7 though. Looking to lock it up. Connor with a big fight. Looking for reinforcements. Doesn't need it at the moment here. It's all about P2 for them. And every single second that just ticks is another one that Clutchrain can't afford to give away. They're going to have to start playing reckless with just 10 seconds to go. You can see already it's becoming a problem. And there is one trade that comes in and there's nowhere here for Clutchrain. They just can't find a kill. And that'll be game, surely. As the last two go through, they can't even get it with the trades that were happening there. And P7 win a hard point.
Get it under their belts is a great way to start this series for P7. It's a sensational way to start it, actually. They're losing both hard points towards BBHH in their winners bracket game to find it in the losers round 1 in map number 1 is a massive, massive statement for them. Now heading to a search and destroy, which they also lost actually in the previous series. Feeling kind of confident. There you go. The hardpoint goes their way, and it really did feel like they dictated that one. It felt like they were the ones in control throughout the majority. It felt like they were the ones winning the rotations, but they weren't necessarily getting the most out of the hills until we hit that second P4, and that's really when things started to get out of control for Clutchrain, who I want to say we were quite scrappy throughout, right? They were kind of fighting off the back foot, but they were, well, fighting quite well. They were finding moments here and there, but it was never really for a great deal of time. Yes, okay, you were keeping it close, and I think I said it even at the stage where I thought P7 were the ones controlling it. Clutchrain were in the lead. It was showing that they were definitely resolute, I want to say. They were finding those moments. They were keeping all that scrap time. They were making it hard for P7 Esports, but it always felt like they were a step behind, and that told when we got over towards P4. Somehow they did manage to keep it close till that moment. P7 Esports opened up that gap and never looked back.
Yeah, I think we were kind of saying correctly the whole way through. Like, realistically, that game could have changed at any point, and when you felt it, you kind of knew at that moment, especially when you get into the later stages and the even moderately big holds, they almost feel like they pay double, if you know what I mean. It forces the other team to do some reckless things. It's almost like a forced multiplier, right? Like, the other team doesn't have an opportunity to really go for big stacks. They start panicking a little bit. They worry about the points kind of draining away around that 200 mark. So, if anything, they're being less cautious and giving you easier gunfights. It can really get out of hand.
I mean, if you look at the slaying side of things, Disarray having an absolute stormer. 28 non-traded kills of the 31 that you had. I mean, someone tell me, is the scoreboard broken in some sense? Because that is crazy, if not.
Has been playing incredibly well. And that's probably the difference. You know, I asked who's going to be the catalyst to make the big plays to get out of this one, and it turns out it's Disarray. Most damage, most kills, over a 2 KD ratio. certainly dominated that game.
Well, you got map number 1 will go their way. We head over towards Vault, Search and Destroy, the scene of the crime for P7 in that map number 5. Clutch Terrain looking to try and bring this one back, but we have Vault Control, which is also a very mixed one. I mean, obviously, we're over towards Vault for 3 maps in a row here, so lock in. If you don't like Vault, well, tough. You're going to get it for the next half an hour. Let's see how it's going to go, but yeah, for Clutch Terrain now, it's about just trying to steady the ship a little bit. You were second best throughout that entire Hardpoint. Now heading into a Search and Destroy, you had maybe a couple of minutes to look through how P7 did play Vault, Search and Destroy themselves. It's always one of those moments where you can have a little bit of VOD review, but nothing too crazy. Not much time between each of these series for these teams. It is back to back. You've got to keep things rolling. Keep you up to date of what's happening over on the other stream as much as we can as well. Katana obviously won their game when it did come down to the previous one and their winners bracket round, and that was Disworld then dropping down into the losers bracket. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out there. We'll keep you guys up to date throughout the night on how these games are going, but we still have another winners bracket game coming up after this as well, and that is going to be super interesting to see how that goes. But this is how things are now sitting. Team Notorious going to be going up against Disworld. Disworld in a bit of a dangerous spot now, lost to Katana Gaming, but kind of did okay in the maps that I did see. But I mean, ultimately, that was always going to be a really tough game for them. These winners bracket round games looking really, really, really hot, to be honest, Bricey.
No, you are right. You are 100% right. I mean, the smart one would be on, the two flawless teams meeting up again, which kind of makes an awful lot of sense. But hey, anything could happen. I mean, I want to quickly talk on BBHH. The crazy thing I'm about to say is, while they obviously have very tenured names and challenges, and the CDL, if we're being honest with you, have not felt like they are on the same level, maybe is the way to put it, as some of the other teams in challenges at the moment. Rocky start, their games have been close. Are they on the same level as Notorious and Katana? That is my question.
I mean, from what we've seen so far, you would say no. But on paper, you would expect them to be up there. But I think, I don't want to say cracks showed immediately, but they lost to Notorious Org. This is with all due respect, the lesser of the Notorious teams. Team Notorious are the number 1 contender coming into this season. But they lost to them in the first week, and that kind of put a little bit of doubt on a lot of people's minds. That meant they had a tougher opponent in their first winners bracket game, but they managed to find a way through. As we have said multiple times, it does not matter how you play through the groups as long as you make it. And then from there, it's anybody's game. Speaking of anyone's game, this one still has the potential to be a close one, but can Clutch Terrain bring this one back, or can P7 Esports put their foot down? Bomb going down here for Clutch Terrain. First attacking round for them. 4v4.
A lot of time burnt here on this retake already. This way, though, does find the first one. Ben W is going to fall. Nile drills the player. Not going to get the second, though, but it has been trading for Bro. Now left alone in a 1 versus 3. Bit of a nightmare scenario. Finds the first. Oh! Turns and burns on what could have been an incredible play for the second, but doesn't get it, and that will be a defuse.
P7 Esports for the first round, a nice 4v4 retake. As soon as Nile dies on the flank there, it's always a little bit difficult. Not his fault. Does get pushed well. And Clutch Terrain just not able to hold steady. That's one of those rounds. You get that bomb down inside of it. It's round number 1. You do not have a trophy to stop the push coming in, so it's not really much point. You want to try and expand out a little bit, stop them getting in there. You don't want to be in the barrel, and you don't want to be the fish.
Well, we'll see how the adjustments happen here, obviously. I mean, P1's always a little bit of a weird one, just because that first round has no trophies. An overlay, managed to dodge that trophy. Disarray's pushed up quite aggressive here. This is a different tactic from them. Ampy finds one, does get traded away though, and it is going to go the way of Clutch Terrain. P7 tried something out of the mold that we normally see on this map and have been punished for it.
Still have an opportunity here though. Overlay with Connor. Maybe find something that I think Nile's going to be a big problem. Okay, they forced him away with their bullets, but they have to be careful of this flank that's immediately going to come in. Connor was aware of it. Clutch Terrain actually backing down from this fight. Don't want to take it from that angle. That's fair enough.
Where do they go? What do they do? It feels like they're about to try a B hit. B is a difficult bomb site to get when you don't have the map control. Now they've been seen. Don't know if they have enough time to get back here, but too late, they've committed. Bomb is down. Connor in a 1 versus 3 with no bomb. Not able to get that first kill either. We'll get the second and the third. Now that last player he tagged up is Niall, who has to get out of there or try something. Niall's already made him weak as well. Coming down to a 1v1.
He's challenging.
He's chowed that as well, and that is an unbelievable clutch. They just handed him on a plate and the silverware and the cups and everything.
Incredible from Connor. The first two were ludicrous, but just looking through it here, he's on the attacking side. Bomb ain't down. All right, finds 2 good kills, but if I'm now, there's 15 seconds. I am jiggling the hell out of this, but he's down to 40 HP in fairness, so do you challenge? I don't know if you do. Oh, am I being harsh there? I just don't know if you should be challenging that.
It's a difficult one. I think Niall didn't want to play peekaboo on the bomb with the cover, and he thought maybe he'd try to get the moment because
yeah, it's hard.
Maybe he thought he was going to get the challenge. Like I said, it's a 1v1 at the end of the day.
Got him
that
weak.
Clutch is outrageous.
Yeah, full credit to Connor. Still alive and kicking on this one, and that really could be a catalyst for a bad situation for the side of Clutch Rain now. Ron will get this bomb down, but P7 Esports have the numbers. First kill, them on entry is massive. Twist has found himself in a really nice position, though. All of a sudden, 2 versus 2. I mean, just pushed in on his own. I mean, that's just the freest of rounds. I actually think there that one of the Clutch Rain players accidentally climbed the ladder. I think that's what I saw on my screen. We might get to see it here from the other angle. I'm not too sure. Yeah, look, you kind of half seen it there. Overlay was... He was halfway up the ladder.
Wow. I mean, they needed that as well. They really needed that round. Oh, my goodness. After that, just kind of ridiculous. Who knows what else will happen, but I'm still kind of mind blown at that clutch. 1v3 at that stage with no bomb.
Mental.
Just, if they lose it now, they're going to really look back in horror at that entire series of events.
I'll be disappointed. Bomb down. Very, very quickly here for P7. Clutch trying to try and find this one back. Yeah, Overlay's kind of been caught out. Needs to survive as long as he can. Gets taken down by Fabron. It's that one player in the flank you don't have to worry about. Need to find the next gunfight and you don't. Hard one now for Disarray and Connor. I say that. They find 2 kills out of nothing. Now it's going to be tagged up here. Disarray knows he's coming. Stunned up. Hard gunfight. What was a 2v4 is now a 1 versus 2. Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Clutch Rain are not having a good time. Oh, Connor is now 8-1.
Insane. They've been able to like do what they're doing here. Just don't understand how it's so easy at this moment in time.
Just shouldn't happen, right?
Nope.
Well. Don't know what really more to say about it, but this could have been 3-1 Clutch Rain very easily.
Not very easily. Wiz with another kill over towards it. I mean, Disarray's just sent this here. There's no way that he gets away with this yet. Okay, the kills start to come through. Oh, he's just... Because on our screen, he can see 3 players directly in front of him, not looking that way. I mean, Connor pulled off the 1 versus 3. If he pulls off this one... Well, I don't know what I would offer up to do, but it would be something ridiculous. Either way, it's not going to happen. He will fall. Clutch Rain find the round.
Yeah, always going to be a bit of a difficult one. I mean, we've seen clutches, but technically clutches should never happen. I think we've always been 2 before, 1 versus 3.
Should.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we kind of got to get away from those because Clutch Rain still got to mentally recover. Still got to push forward. Still got to win this map. They're already down in the series. Fighting their way back into it here, and what could have realistically been a very confident S&D for them as been tinged with a hint of nightmare.
They've had the positions, right? I mean, you don't worry about it when you're only 3-2 down. Maybe go for a little bit of a debrief after the fact. But at the same time, look, they put themselves in positions to win rounds. They should be minimum 3-2 up. Yeah, okay, you're 3-2 down, but you are putting yourself into those positions. The execution just has to be better. Oh my word, the timing. Have you ever seen...
Don't know what's going on exactly. Everybody slipped through. They're hunting him now. That's been called out. Connor's found it. 2 versus 3. Wait a minute. Lebrone finds one. Slows this entire thing down. Teammate's going to be here as well. Lampy's trying to get it as well, but down again. Lebrone's found it. Still has some health. Tries to get out of here, and he makes a run for it. That player was ready.
Find a little bit of room over towards B, and if that bomb went down, Connor was in the perfect position to do something with it, but he's 11-2. But Brown, yeah, I mean, that's one of those moments where you have to find 2 gunfights at once. You don't have 2 guns. You can't shoot in 2 different directions at the same time. Just impossible for Brown to win that one, so I don't mind him getting out, maybe resetting. That would have been the plan, but could not execute. B7 Esports, 4-2 up here. In the search and destroy. Things looking fairly solid. Just to kind of bear in mind as well, obviously these 2 teams were in different groups at the outset. First time that these 2 would have met over the season. Right now, Cluttrain are making hard work of this search and destroy. They have had themselves in positions where they could win it. And they have not executed. Now, going to hold the back spawns here. Has 2 players very, very close to him. Oh. And there's the blood they needed. 3 versus 3.
Connor's been having an incredible S&D. Just phenomenal. Back there on site as Twiz tries to stay alive. Somebody will go for him. Actually, no, they're leaving him.
17
They're going
seconds.
to try and chow site before he gets there. Brian gets one. Connor gets it back to Ben W. And now it comes down to 2 versus 1. There's just not enough bodies. Cluttrain get that round that they need to still stay alive in this. And I've got to say, you know, when we get back onto Connor, I'm fairly certain, like, I don't know how many kills on that, but it's a lot.
Oh, he's got a few. He has a few. But Cluttrain starting to close that gap now. P7 Esports still with the lead. Connor is 13-3. Every round he's died. I think Cluttrain have won it.
So, there's the secret. Kill Connor.
No secret to it when he's sitting up that high, right? I mean, they struggled to do that when he was left against 3 of them. I'm looking like it is going to go down over towards this A side. Bit of a retake over and Cluttrain over towards the middle of the map. I think Overlay will be the one they're trying to set their sights on before they try to make this push in. Big fight coming from 2 players. It's going to be Nile and Twiz to make their move. Ben W is going to go from the other side for Bruns in the middle of the map, waiting for something to happen. Does not check your corners if you're Twiz. Overlay will have the freest of kills he's had all game.
This is already
info there as well.
Way more difficult for Cluttrain. Don't have the positioning, don't have time anymore. If anything, this is maybe a little bit too slow for them. Lost the players, and only Fabron will find one, but down they go, and we're looking at map point here for P7.
Yep, don't go all the way around if you're Twiz. You don't see him in the back building, just looking to hit that flank. Quite often there will be a player holding that down. But I think the time wasn't on their side there. Went for the mid-map control. The bomb went down quickly, and then they were just trying to figure out. I mean, we've seen the big flank coming down B Street, but it was the longest of possible flanks. I mean, you see the map on your bottom left corner. They were at the very top of it. Takes a lot of time to get around, and by the time you get around, you lose that first gunfight. Disastrous position. Speaking of disastrous positions, you're 1 round away from going 2-0 down.
Here it goes. Can they find anything here? Well, there is a blood, but it's a 3v3 now. Coming into the plant.
Going for it. You can see that Connor is absolutely miles away. Lampy and Overlay not too far away to start putting some pressure on here. Connor's going to be hitting that flank. He's going really wide. again to make sure that he can try and find it. That's going to be a huge gunfight in the grand scheme of things. These two players from P7 are probably not going to make a move until they find a kill on the flank. Who's going to be the one to find it? It's not going to be Niall. Connor will find it. 3 versus 2 on the site now. 24 seconds.
And looking for the right time to aim. Gets the first. 2 versus 2 in the site. For Brown will get another one as well. They are holding them off, but here comes Connor. The big gun for P7 right now. Can he find them as they just dance around? And he cannot get a clean shot. Clutch Rain defending that doorway very effectively.
I think my problem with P7 Esports there is that they wait all of that time for Connor to find that flank kill and then go on their own anyway. You wait a couple more seconds. You've got Connor behind you as well. You can challenge this 3. You've got the numbers. They go one by one. They get dealt with. And Connor's there standing like, where are my teammates gone? And why have they gone too early? They had time.
Connor having such a good game. Like, this is the point where I'm not willing it into existence. The Clutch Rain could very much win this, and theoretically, if they didn't get clutched on twice, should have won this by now.
Oh, big hit coming in.
The fact that Lampy almost got away with that was outrageous, but advantage here now to Clutch Rain.
Are you sure? Connor is alive.
That is true.
Overlay on the other side of things, though, when it comes down to the ARs, has not been setting the world on fire. He hasn't had the opportunity to be fair. His teammates been taking all the kills. Hard round for P7 Esports now. Connor 14 and 5 will struggle to find this. You can see where Niall is as well. He'll be tempted to come in. No way. I mean, that is just an absolute disaster.
Clutch Rain throwing away rounds is...
I mean...
Honestly, it's impressive more than anything.
I think they need to change the name from Clutch Rain.
Yeah. Niall finds the first, but it's Connor versus Niall. Map point here for P7. Oh, desperately trying to find the right angle, but Connor again, of course it is. Wins his ones, takes the map. Generational performance there for BB Connor on P7 Esports, as they will take the S&D, but for Clutch Rain, throwing rounds away over and over again. Some circumstance, some luck, but it all rides that scoreboard the same.
And as I was saying, like, kind of throughout that, Clutch Rain were putting themselves in positions to win that map. It's not like map number 1 where you were fighting on the back foot, you were being scrappy, you were forcing P7 to really have to do a lot of work to win the map. You were kind of handing them it there. The 1 versus 3 for me is, that's inexcusable. And the position that Connor was in, hidden behind one of the plant pots over towards B, I'm sure we'll see it in the replay machine. But, like, as far as the 1v1 at the end as well, I'm not going to sit here and try and criticize Niall. He knows more about Call of Duty than I do. He's been around for a long, long time, but I think he'll look back at that and probably say to himself he could have played it better.
And here's the thing, right? You never really blame the last person into it. He had his reasons for
making
making
it. No, you don't.
But
the time, though.
That second player dying so fast is what really just sent them down the river.
I mean, Connor did well, right? He did really well with the situation he's in, but you should never lose it from that position.
Yeah. Just I mean, the 2v4 as well, again, it's just, and then, you know, even when we talk about that last round, you know, a team kill with a nade could have turned everything out differently. Yeah, first shot Connor made was fantastic, but it still was a 2v2 and they had to push in. And for Clutch Rain, it's not been going well. P7 looking to stay alive though, up 2-0 in this one.
You had into a vault control as well, which, I mean, for Clutch Rain now, you're having, I mean, just, it's nightmare for your vault at this moment in time. It has to be. But the way that Connor has just ran you ragged around this map, and now you're staying on it to go into control. Oh, Lord, give me strength is what I will be saying if I'm on Clutch Rain right now, because you are heading into this one to keep your season alive, by the way. 2-0 down, the reverse sweep is needed. All I will say is that they have had opportunities in this one. They, as mentioned, they kind of were second best throughout that hardpoint, and that did show. But that search and destroy, they had their moments. They had those positions to be able to do something. A 6-4 victory for Clutch Rain in that search and destroy. If that's what the outcome had been after what we just seen Bracey, we'd have said, yep, okay, fair enough, no problem. P7 Esports have clutched up big time. to send themselves with a 2-0 lead into map number 3. But that is not what we're going to be going into just this second. We're going to have a quick peek in at the other game that's happening on this losers bracket round side of things. Notorious Gaming going up against Disworld. This one just kicking off now. It's a decent lead for the side of Notorious Gaming. For Disworld, just got to try and find a way back into this one. They had a really tough start. The winners bracket round 1 up against Katana, one of the favorites for the entire thing. Now dropping in against Notorious. This is a winnable game for both these two teams. Who's going to be the one who takes it away?
Well, either side could do it. I mean, right now, this has been a bit of a delayed game, but Notorious in the driving seat. Melko, 13 and 8. Having a good time here as we look for that P2 rotation. With that, I mean, they should have it locked down, but Mighty gets the blood back.
I think for Notorious Gaming, you know, like for them, maybe another one of those games where it was potentially winnable in the winners bracket side of things, but not able to get anything going. An opportunity for them to go against Disworld, who, to be honest, on this map, typically, Bryce, I've always had pretty solid. I want to say that they took this off Katana at one stage. So, oh no, they won't be playing Katana. I'm absolutely out of my mind, apparently. They wouldn't have played Katana before then. They took it up against a very solid team, though, I want to say. So they'll be looking to try and get something going here on this map in particular, but right now, pretty far behind.
Yeah, this is feeling pretty dominant at the moment, and Mighty going in there, unfortunately gets caught throwing a nade, but you can already see that teams are looking to set up for this next one. Nalox just trying to find any player who strays a bit too far and ends up finding 2. Perfectly lined up for him, not able to get the 3rd. It would have been gravy. But they're all set and ready into the next point regardless.
And this is now potential some really good time for Notorious Gaming. Disworld in a very, very sticky spot here. This could be easily another 40 seconds over towards Notorious. You're hitting 200. If you can transition over towards P4 from that, then it could be curtains. Dizzy, though, has found 2 over towards the backside. Spawns over towards the back for Disworld as well. If they can get inside here, they're not in a bad position to transition, and they can bring this back pretty quick.
Well, that game is still going to be ongoing. If you want to find out how it ends, of course, Bravo stream is now active and alive. So make sure you keep an eye on that as well. But for us, we're going back to the game in our slot, and that's going to be Clutch Rain versus P7. If you are just joining us, what an opportune time, because right now P7 are on map point for the entire series.
Well, here we go. Can they close it out in 3? It'll be some way to finish off your day. Of course, no more losers bracket rounds will be played this week. There'll be a reset for all these players heading into next, but we will have a winners bracket round 2 coming up after this series, which, I mean, could be over pretty quickly if things keep progressing this way. B7 Esports trying to get something going, but currently losing B very, very rapidly. It's been a good start from Clutch Rain on this control. They will be dealt with eventually, but a tick over towards B is nothing to turn your nose up at.
An early one for them, and that's what you do want, especially after what happened in that SD. I mean, it's going to be difficult for them to shake it, especially if things start going badly. Weight of despair does sit heavy. But they are doing a very good job now. You said, you know, that first take on the B, they're doing it again. Had an opportunity to get something on A here. Lampy will kill 1, but is 1 enough? Fight towards the backfield. It's going to be Twist, but Connor flies in before any more damage can be done, and Twist goes down as well. Great job there from P7 to clear the lines.
They've cleared them, but not entirely. Kind of keeping that pressure on the spawn, though, will be dealt with by a close spawn that came over towards that B side, but it always feels like Clutch Rain have somebody there. They haven't been entirely wiped yet. They'll go again. Twiz will find a kill to just slow things down. Now will come in there for the pickup as well. I'll be trying to back out, but kills going backwards and forwards here. Be in both two teams. Right now, Clutch Rain are keeping that pressure on. Second tick about to head in over towards the A side. Overlay trying to survive. Now will find it, and maybe just a bit overzealous here from P7 to try and retake this one. They smell blood in the water. Well, if they did, it's their own. A is secured. B now on the cards here for Clutch Rain.
Here we go. Big push. They have time. Lives. Just need the opportunity, and you can see they are fighting for it. P7 doing a good job of not allowing them to dictate this yet. Nobody able to get through the flank. Nobody able to push through that building. This game does rest on a knife. This next flurry of kills could determine it. For P7, they might be able to punch them back into spawn. For Clutch Rain, Also have to be aware that not only time is ticking while they still have plenty of it left, but so are the lives.
If I'm P70, I'm really taking my time and trying to work on something just to watch that flank side. If I'm Clutch Rain, I'm taking my time to try and get something going down there. It feels like they are trying to go through the front door at the moment. You do have time. You do not need to just continuously hit B Street. There you go. Now found himself in a route. This is now going to open up some space. Somebody has to deal with them. LeBron will find one on the first side. Now we'll be getting dealt with, but that is the opening. 5 versus 4 in favor of Clutch Rain now. Big nade.
Oh, that one dotted going down. They're going to challenge again, and they have lost control of it. 3 versus 4.
Big fun coming in from Lampy.
You're going to find this correctly. Here we go. He's checking.
1 kill's massive.
Timing. Finds the first, and that may be enough. As he runs away. Yeah, just get out of there. Oh my goodness, finds a second. Go back for it. Get him. Get the third. Oh, Happy finds them all. Oh my goodness. They run into him, and P7 will win that defense, but a lot of ticks given away.
Yeah, quite a few. I want to say, did they have at least one tick over towards B? Potentially even 2, but nice play from Lampy here. I love the heads-up play. Pushing around to the flank, just knows he can punish them if they try and find a way around. If they don't, he's immediately on the flank to help his teammates out. Okay, defense still definitely the strongest side, and it does come down to vault control. So for the 7th side of P7 Esports, you take that one away. A minimum of 4 ticks over towards Clutch Rain, so bear that in mind if we do head to around number 5. Was it 4 or 5?
I think it was 4.
Okay, I'm glad you were paying attention as well.
Wasn't expecting you to throw me in like that, but
Were you not? Were you not?
No, that's true. As this goes on, though, I mean, here's the thing. Clutch Rain, that was a good job, and I feel like most of the time I'll say, hey, you know what? On the attack there, it's a good job to get that much done. But considering how bad their situation now is, Clutch Rain are 1 map away from going out of the elite stage. Basically being double rounded in playoffs, even though making playoffs is a massive achievement for any player. That pressure is going to continue to mount. They are going to continue to feel the stress of it as this game goes on. And if they'd won their attacking round, it might have just given them a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah, sometimes just, you know, those moments where if you can find that attack, it puts you in such a lovely position. They haven't had a bad start to this defensive round themselves, though. They have kept P7 Esports at bay momentarily. They have now gained control of their spawn a little bit more, but now they have another gauntlet to run through. Ben, Niall, everybody inside of the point. Ben will find a couple of kills here himself. Everybody else trading it out. Not a lot of time left. So if Clutch Rain can hold this defense in a lot better manner than P7 did, you take those wins all day. P7, one last roll of the dice here on this attacking round. Big wins. On the way through.
Get this locked in.
Yep. Bit of control here, Brycey, but the train are going to be here, but so are P7.
Here comes the push from up top. They're going to know this as well. That second hit coming in, but they can't afford it. Lampy desperately trying to hold on for his teammates. He does get one, but Twist finds 2. Disarray! 2 health in the dream. Needs to help out. Pistol banging as well as they still hold that clock. And they get the minute they need.
Kill feed's definitely screwing up somewhere, but irrelevant. It was just the kill that came through from Disarray on our screen. You didn't see it in the kill feed. A little bit strange, but irrelevant of that. Clutch Rain did manage to get a hold of it. 11 versus 11, but nowhere near as much time for P7 Esports to try and find that B push now.
Yeah, they're slightly worried about it as well. Can they find these kills?
Nice
No.
win.
But Brone finding a big one there as well. That just staggers them. P7 need to find a way through. At the moment, they are headbutting that main alley. Connor's found Twiz. Disarray is going for it. This is the jugular. 24 seconds in a dream. The rest of the team is waiting for him to make this move. Lampy's already found a kill. Disarray has slipped the net.
Got to be aware of this.
In towards the back. He finds the first as well, and they are now onto that B point. Disarray finding everything they need to try and make a game of this as they are still onto B. P7 have thrown this to the very last seconds of this control and rolled the dice on one flank from Disarray, who has just come up clutch on a 7 streak. Not going to be an 8. Is this enough? They've lost too many players. And
16 seconds
was sold for this. 14 seconds is a 3 versus 4. It's now a 3 versus 3. Speed and timing. Connor has to go. cannot afford to take the gunfight he wants to. Now a 2 versus 1. He's looking for the players. Has to jump onto the point. 0.1 second, but down he goes. And Clutch Rain actually clutch up there in the nick of time.
And I want to say that's one of the hardest situations that they've actually had to clutch from, Brycey. There's been so many times that it's been easy situations. That was difficult, especially with where Disarray was sitting. Niall doesn't manage to kill him the second time around either, but they somehow, I believe it might have been Twizz for Brown, find a couple of kills over towards the point. And then all of a sudden, they can clutch up again.
And what a moment. I thought they had it. I was convinced they had it, but just not to be. Disarray threw everything into it.
I see. That was me opening an energy drink. We're going a longer one here tonight. I'm feeling it.
Oh, the games are heating up. Hun is slaking his thirst. Guttrain and P7 are slugging it out with haymakers on this map. Niall trying to just clear the lines here for another push on a P1.
On it. Just trying to lock this down. Neither team have had the cleanest of defenses, have they? I think that might be 5 ticks each. It might even be a slight lead for P7 Esports. I can't remember 100% whether Cluttering got the 4 or 5. We're going to get something going here. Defense might count. Yeah, Brycey. I mean, we've casted over this map in particular on Vault Control multiple times where teams have been able to find attacking rounds a little bit easier. And well, if Fabron's finding hit reg like that with the hip fire, they may well find one here.
Wanna get a kill back onto it, but he's looking pretty locked here as Ben W plays a dance through team, but overlay the better dance partner as he walks away with it. A point secured. From going through, and Nitchy trigger fingers. He tries to just pre-fire around the corner. Nobody's going to be there though. NW is going to get taken down before he can do any more. And there are players moving through. Fabron really wants to find a gap, but hasn't found one quite yet. And now, well, the shoe's on the other foot because Fabron is now fighting for his life to keep his team in it. But he is feeling himself. Bullets for 4 players, and eventually falls.
Swinging from the hip, wasn't it? NW here now trying to stay alive. Trying to keep this pressure on. There is one player from P7 Esports on this defensive side deep in the spawn. That's going to be Lampy. He's going to now kick into gear down from bottom vault. Looks like he has pushed himself up, but his teammates have lost their gunfights over towards the backside, and I think he's just got a little bit of bad timing as well. Or has he? No, there was one player who went down below, but he falls anyway. And this is big. Twizz will find it. Massive moment now for Clutch Rain in this series.
Just going to try and take as much control away from here as possible. NW shooting at everything that moves. Already ticking up. I don't even think they can get here in time. He's going to jump on and try and contest it. It's not going to go any way. And Clutch Rain get their attacking round. Life in this team so far. So many times it comes down to that initial break. As Twizz goes to work, holds down the building, pushes the spawns out to the far side. And that's when it flips out. They have an opportunity time to get themselves a map in this series.
The Train found a defense, found an attack. P7 Esports need to find an attack to extend this control. To be honest, Clutch Rain, it's that round 2 that maybe is going to make a difference here. P7 Esports look destined to find an attacking one. They don't manage to do so. He can find one before he gets taken down by Lampy. Fabron will find 2. He's on his own though, and Disarray momentarily left on his own. Just trying to back them down. Fabron will go for this challenge. These bullets from Disarray not able to get the job done. I think the problem for P7 Esports on their attack, it was just time, wasn't it? When you put it down to those little moments like that, you do not have the time to, well, dot your I's, cross your T's. Weren't able to do that. Weren't able to find their attacking round. Clutch Rain have been doing it very, very fast. But same story here for P7 Esports. Haven't been able to find that initial break. Do not get any momentum from that. Clutch Rain can just slowly bleed them out.
And that's what we're looking to do here. And this is where it gets dangerous. E7 back in spawn. The blender starts for Brown, who has been lights out. Not going to get that one, but it would have just been icing on the cake. And here comes the full commit P7 will get onto A. They will stick this for as long as possible. Got to stop the clock. They want the extra minute.
Coltrane will want something to do with this, although that Connor kill might slow them down. That nade's nice as well. Yeah, well played from Connor. Next couple of kills are going to dictate how this goes, but for Braun and Ben W are doing it all on their own. Ben is on his own. Connor trying to survive. He's found 3 of them. Is it going to be the 4th from Connor? Not quite. Ben can find the gunfight, but A is captured. P7 Esports will continue to survive in this control. But by the hair on their chinny chin chin, Brycey.
Very, very close. Problem is they are losing a few lives here, and they want to get them further ahead.
As soon as they call the second player on the flank, by the way, they have room to move. Oh, Ben W and Niall actually hold it down. They've done a really good job. Plus one's going to come in. Oh, shots from Disarray. P7 Esports, okay, 40 seconds to manipulate the map, to find a way through, to find an opening, and that could be it there. That being Connor. Finding some great kills, overlay, and the great nade onto himself. Gonna slow him down on the flank, does find one. A little bit of presence here from Lampy, but for Braun and Co doing a really, really good job to hold this down. 10 versus 5, P7 Esports. You have to clutch up again.
Well, pulling in everything.
That's gonna help. Gonna force everyone inside.
Information. No kills out of it, but has it opened the map up for him? 16 seconds and a dream. Overlay.
They played
Huge
it perfect.
kill.
They played it perfect. That's everybody dead. That's everybody dead. 5v6.
They're on to the point here. Nades will start raining in. Hopefully the trophies are out. I don't know if they are, but look at it rack up. They've just got a huge stack onto it as well. They've got to go. Players now pouring over the site for both teams, and that is an unbelievable clutch up. P7 have clutched over and over again today, and that one was important. There's no way they should have made that.
The missile from Disarray is the ace in the hole. He calls it in. Everybody has to push inside. And P7 know that. They can then push onto the site. They know exactly where they're going to be. But they've still got work to do there. If I'm Clutch Rain, I am deleting the B side of Vault Control Vault S&D from my memory. Because every single time that P7 have had to clutch up down that side of the map, they have done. And P7 have got defense around number 5. Oh. Clutch Rain. I mean, I just don't know how, how you can mentally continue after that. But it's a good start to their attacking round.
They now need to have that mental fortitude. Very, very serious mental fortitude. This has been
oh no,
disaster of a series for them.
Oh no, not like this. Oh, Twiz, you had to win that gunfight and did. He's found another.
That's mental fortitude. He's pushing forward. He might catch another one here off the rip. Especially if his teammates not doing so well, but Twiz is. Twiz eventually going to go down, but has allowed Clutch Rain to do so much work.
Yep, created a lot of pressure. They had to respect his position. They had to deal with him. They should probably be respecting what Niall's doing right now as well. 24-25 from him. But a decent game. And just ticking up towards B. Are we doing anything about this P7?
This is
it's
not
gone.
Good.
It's gone. It's gone. It's already gone. They've stacked it entirely. And P7 are sat twiddling their thumbs.
P7 now have to get back on this point. Ben W's already here. Looking for a kill. Finds it. Clutch Rain may have been clutched on the last round, but they may have just put this one out of contest. Twiz going forward, trying to get it as well. Clutch Rain looking to just get one tick onto A, and not even a full tick.
I mean, they're like 6s and 7s here. Niall is just farming off the spawn. That is going to be that. I mean, for all that you've clutched up wonderfully to get yourselves there, how to fumble around number 5, just like that. P7 Esports, you got to give credit to Clutch Rain. They put themselves in that position, but what are we doing? They stuck B immediately. Everyone's alive and nobody made a move. I'd have to watch it back. Maybe I'm being overcritical here, but what? It felt like they could have done more. Like there were just no kills coming through. If the kill feed is deceiving me, then fair enough. I would have to watch back the end of that, Bryce, because I'm very confused as to why P7 haven't at least attempted the pushback. Strange one.
I just didn't work out for them.
No,
has not worked out for them. I think I don't even.
Are you as confused as me? Because I was sitting there watching it, like, okay, they're gonna jump in at some stage, right? But never happened.
I don't know what to say. It didn't end the way I thought it was going to end. So yeah, I think
it's crazy that they clutch up in that way just to then get bodied in round 5 like that. It was over so quickly.
Well, that is an interesting end to what a very back and forth control. And I guess we still have a series alive.
We do. Clutch. In fairness, Clutch do deserve that, man. They put themselves in so many good positions to win that one out and eventually will close it. But as mentioned, I mean, this is it here. Look, so P7, okay, well, maybe you just didn't have the members up quick enough, and maybe more credit towards Clutch for seeing that opening, jumping over to be very quickly, and P7 Esports just didn't have time to answer back to it based on where they were spawning. And there you go. We head into map number 4. P7 Esports still up in this one. But for Clutch, they continue to see Vault on their screens. So that one was very stressful, but eventually do get the win.
Well, guess we still have a game on our hands. I mean, I genuinely thought that Clutch had thrown that entire series away. We talk about, you know, players always remember the rounds and the bad moments that go against them. You ask any competitive player, they remember for a very long time. And I think that was one of those games that Clutch probably would have remembered if they had gone out there at that point. But now they have an opportunity. They have a potential to get back in this series.
Yes, all right, though. You remember the good moments. You remember the bad moments. I still remember clutching up online about 13 years ago in a certain scenario. It did happen. It did happen. I did have a good moment once upon a time. I still remember it to this day. Ask Marky B. It did happen. Vault Hardpoint, yeah, okay, we're coming up next, but you are right. Seems like this, they'll look back at that Vault Search and Destroy, and they'll think, how the hell did we lose that? They would have looked back at that Vault Control and thought, Jesus, same thing happened if they had managed to lose him. But back over towards Bravo. This World and Notorious Gaming. Last time we did check in on this one, Notorious Gaming were cruising in map number 1. We head into the Search and Destroy, where things are all tied up.
Well, it looks like Alpha managed to clutch up a little bit there to get that one done. As we just watched that kill feed back here, but I think Disworld and Notorious is going to be a game, and production are telling me that was an incredible 1v2 apparently. Very quick. We saw the tail end of it on the kill feed, but a clutch there for Disworld to tie them up as they are losing this series so far.
Oh, Notorious Gaming refusing to go any further with this one, so it looks like there's going to be a slight reset here. It's a shame we don't have a do we have a replay for that 1v2? That would have been nice to see. But irrelevant of that, that one's very tight between those two teams. Same can be said about our game over on Alpha. P7 taking on Clutch. P7 somehow clutch up and win the Search and Destroy. Nearly clutch up and win the Control as well, which would have been probably the worst 3-0 Clutch would have ever seen. Now they are back into this series. We've got a Vault Hardpoint coming up. P7 Esports will still be feeling confident here. They know that I honestly want to say that the only map they've really controlled in this map and this series so far was map number 1. They were in the better position throughout. They played it very well. But now somehow they won the Search and Destroy. They nearly won the Control. They'd be thinking to themselves, hey, look, we seem to have these moments. We seem to have their number. Let's just solidify this one in map number 4 as quickly as we can. Let's not give them any breathing room in this series. Let's get it done.
Wow. Who walks away the winner of this then? Because as we walk down that memory street, I still think for anybody who was here during that game, I mean, that S&D should have really been Clutch Reigns, if we're honest. I mean, it would have been like something like 7-3 if they hadn't been clutched on over and over again. So, I mean, this could be a very different series, but at the same time, you know, I mean, P7 barely stayed alive in that Control. Who knows? Hardpoint's up next. That'll tell us.
Well, here we are. Honestly, every series has been great so far. Seen series number 1 go to a map number 5. This has all the potential to do it. Such are 3 game days. They always tend to go over towards map number 5. Shout out admins and production, though. We have been flying into games, which is what we absolutely love to see. And I'm sure you guys at home watching alongside of us, muted or not, will be enjoying it as well.
Pete. comes what, if anything this series has taught us, is sure to be an exciting game. Good start from Clutch Rain, though. Already looking for the kills back towards the spawn. Ben W is ready. There's the first. Good amount of time at the moment here for Clutch Rain onto P1. Here comes the push, though. You can already see P7 trying to stack this, ready for a big retake. Unfortunately, haven't made a kill.
And they want to try and get this rotation over towards P2. See, Lampy is, well, found a couple of bullets into one player on Clutch Rain and then found a few back. Clutch Rain with a wonderful, wonderful start here. This is going to be nearly 40 points on the board. P2 rotation in your favor as well. Don't choose to soak up the rest of that scrap time. They want to concentrate on what's going on over towards P2, and they've done well on transition. Finding these kills. 60 seconds to play full here, and P7 Esports, yeah, okay, not too far away now, but you dug in deep if you're Clutch Rain.
On a bit of a streak, as you can already now see Ben W trying to get back into this one. Not going to happen. Niall finishing up, cleaning up with the prone. This ray's already got down. Niall's on a 6th streak here, but it's a bit difficult to pop up and down on this site, as you well know. Lots of headies to take care of, but teammate reinforcement is Niall hasn't died yet, and also soaking up the time. Multi-gamer.
He's got it all, has he?
Well, he did until that moment.
Controller, yeah. LeBron now trying to push under the point. Can't get it done. P7 Esports getting their first time on the board, which is, well, with about 10 seconds to go over towards P2, a worrying sign. Lampy really hasn't got going here at 1 and 6. You would expect Hardpoint on Vault to be his playground. Right now, Niall and Co running the show. 6 and 2 from him already. Nice to have that streak underneath his belt to be used when necessary. Can't find anything for LeBron here, though. This is some good time by P7. They really do actually need it. This round of 5 spree as well might be a catalyst to get them going.
Lampy 1 and 6. This will definitely be his second. Poked that one into a terror. Doesn't find the kill. Does find that one, though, so at least get something back onto the board as these two teams bicker over P3. It's basically all can be said because it is horrible to hold. At the moment, Clutch Rain still leading, but while they'll take the scrap time onto this one, they don't have the position for P4 yet.
No. They've got some good position in the middle of the map, though. Yep, Twist is going to find that on transition, so that's not bad. Spawns might still be there. No, they're not. Yeah, too much pressure coming in from Clutch Rain spawning out. So all of a sudden, you're on a swivel if you're P7, expecting them in the back lane, but still just over towards the backside. This one is just in absolute limbo here, but Connor and Disarray finding big kills over towards this side. Overlay will find another really, really good composure, I want to say, from P7 Esports to get everybody back in. You still have Ben W in a bit of an awkward position. He can find a kill on transition over towards the side here as well. Connor surviving should be dealt with. Because Clutch Rain are so close, P7 Esports start to spawn out. Ben can find 3, 4 in a row from Ben. And there's the break for Clutch Rain. Wonderful work by Ben W.
They are fighting hard on this one. Still have control at this point. Not looking to lose it anytime soon. And this means P7 will now start to throw up the defenses as they look for P1. After a here for overlay. And that's an easy cut down in the end. Just don't have the reinforcements. As we go into this rotation here, they'll be looking to bleed back time here, P7, but not an easy thing to do on this hill.
It's not. P7 Esports need to find a way through somehow. Lampy is... And look, we do hold him to a relatively high standard. I like Lampy as a player. I think he's got a lot of potential, a lot of talent. But 3 and 10 is not good enough. We know he's got more in his locker than this. Not going to find it. Ben W seems to have his number a little bit now. Overlay doing a good job. They're 12 and 7 from him. P7 Esports are not far away here. One good hold gets them back into the game.
They're doing a good job here on P1. You've got to give them credit. It's always one of those ones you expect to be a little bit scrappy. Eventually do lose a little bit of time here. Kind of ready for the fight as Lampy comes to back him up as well. And the only negative they can get from this, really, is the fact that they've just lost spawns for P2.
It's not the end of the world, though, when you pick up, what, 30 or 40 seconds over towards P1. Not the end of the world or whatsoever. Train though. Had time to set up here. The gunfight wasn't going to come through from Twiz. Connor found one just on the initial there. All they could do with finding something and does. Takes down Nile. Spawn towards the back here now for the side of P7. Pressure incoming almost immediately here for Clutch Rain. Gotta find that second trade.
Just checking before he commits to this. We'll get on to the point. There's been just enough kills to kind of clean out the pool area. Disarray looking for the play on the cross. Doesn't quite get it. Knows there's going to be another one coming round. That's game sense. Disarray, he's going to go down before he can do any more here. And neither team really able to get a lot off of this P2. Normally you see teams soak this. It hasn't worked out, and overlay exactly where he would be.
I think though, if you're P7, you kind of take that as a bit of a dub, right? Okay, you picked up a good amount of time over towards P1. You don't have the rotation for P2. You've limited Clutch Rain to, I want to say, around 20 seconds worth of benefit out of that hard point. It's not the end of the world.
No, it is not. And here comes a bit of a fight one more time. P7 doing a good job of soaking up points where you don't really expect to get them. P1 and P3. Keeping that inside clear, but they have actually got off the point here.
Yeah, they're more bothered about P4 here. You can see that it's starting to turn around and trying to do... Oh, that's why we didn't see it. It couldn't hear it. Yeah. Nile will take down himself somehow. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Didn't hear it coming in, but that is going to allow Clutch Rain just to waltz onto the site.
So looking for anybody he can find. There's a pinch coming in, so...
Yeah.
Connor going to try and up the tempo here, but has a little bit of reinforcements. Has to duck down here with 5 health. Gets back into the fight, but will go down because of it. And Clutch Rain will take that last 8 seconds. Can they convert this rotation? That's the key, because P7 are spawning out.
Spawning out, but do have 2 players back here. This is an awful gunfight to try and take on the Disarray. You've got 1 player in overlay inside above the point. You can't win that if you Disarray towards the backside. Good hold so far from Clutch Rain. Lappy can't find any more than 1. Being forced away. This is a really good opportunity now from Clutch Rain. It's all down to Nile, really. He finds that Hellstone early, does. Calls it in. Good time at P3. Lovely transition over towards P4. Clutch Rain looking to send us to a map number 5.
Now ready to cut off reinforcements as well. And does go down, but this is layers upon layers of defense. Spawns towards the back. This will be a huge push from P7. They are putting everybody into this point now. Sliding through the doors. Ben W finds the first. Will go down. It is a good retake there from P7.
Needed.
But only scrap time available for them.
Much, much needed. Looking over towards how things have been going. Clutch Rain have kind of been even keel across the board yet. I'd be still struggling. But I do wonder... Overlay is 22 and 12. And I'm not to criticize that whatsoever, but... 22 and 12. Why the hell are you still 80 points behind? What value are you finding?
Overlay back into it again. Still fighting back and forth here. P7 really making a go of this. They can get the lion's share of time off P1 and make a successful P2 run. There is hope. There is opportunity. And now they've given up P1 and Clutch Rain are like, all right, we'll take 27 seconds.
Yeah, Febron just finding a flank from behind just makes everybody spin round and it just gives them so much pressure. Overlay to do something there, can only find 1. Disarray is there to pick up another, but there you go. The trades are there once again in Clutch Rain's favor. 13 seconds to go. Find themselves over 100 points in the lead by the time, well, we get over towards P2. Well, just about. Maybe tied up. Maybe just 100 points. But either way, it's a nice lead to have. Clutch Rain this time, though, do have P2 spawns. You gotta find a good 40 or 50 seconds here, though.
Well, they're finding the kills already, but these players are pouring towards the back. Brown going towards it as well. It's not bad coverage for Brown. Empties the magazine. Does eventually... How? Teammate must have helped him out.
Yeah.
Brown staying alive on a 6 streak. Everything he's touching is turning to gold. P7 will get back onto that point, but this is feeling almost like a foregone conclusion.
Sorry. Finding a lot of time. Or his team potentially here. No, you can't get it yet. Clutch Rain. A really, really nice spot. Good shots coming in from Connor as well, but you need to find a little bit more of your P7 Esports here. Okay, the gap has been closed after P2. You had rotation, but now you have no room to make any mistakes.
Can they make an incredible comeback? I mean, the problem is it's 9 seconds. All the way over, they have to get Overlay, wants to find the kill, not going to get it. Twiz will cut him down, and this is the issue when you get this late into it as well, and Clutch Rain will just take it away. There was no time, no problem. We're going to a map 5 between these two. Clutch Rain do everything they need to in the hardpoint.
Sensational work. In such a close series. You've never really known which way it's going to go. The only time I thought it was like going to get closed out is when P7 found that round number 4 under control. You're heading over towards the defense to send it to a 3-0 win for yourself. You lose it, all of a sudden, you are now going to a map number 5. And that's how quickly things can change here in Call of Duty. In a map 5 that we, well, eventually get a vault. I feel as if it's burned into my psyche now after 3 in a row. But we head over towards map number 5. I believe it's going to be on Skyline, Search, and Destroy as well. So, interested to see how this one's going to play out. The other game over on Bravo, a little bit delayed. We're working through some things on that one. But this one is sent all the way to a map number 5. I have no idea which way this one goes now. Based on the first Search and Destroy, there were big clutches coming in from P7. Clutch Rain were in good positions throughout the majority of it. Could not find those moments. If Clutch Rain can kind of dot their I's, cross their T's a little bit more, just find the rounds that they should close this one out. But can they do that? I'm not too sure. But either way, we could have map number 5, which I'm excited.
Yeah, we certainly could as well. And I mean, there was opportunities here, but you got to give credit to Clutch Rain. Like, they did feel in a better position, even with the outslaying. That's the weird thing. So much slaying going on from P7, but not converting into points because that's not how the game works. And yeah, bit of tying up, maybe fundamentals. You can get into that time and find those kills from the angle where it generates you points. It certainly helps.
I mean, it was just from the get-go, P7 Esports were always on the back foot. It was kind of the opposite of what we've seen in the first map. You know, we've seen P7 Esports kind of controlling it, Clutch Rain staying kind of scrappy, finding little bits of time here and there. But to be honest, they battered P7 more than they really got battered themselves on Protocol Hardpoint, which feels like a long time ago. We go over towards Skyline. Close this one out. Is it the reverse sweep from Clutch Rain? Somehow, somewhere. I mean, it's so strange that it is the reverse sweep coming through, but all these maps outside the first and, well, it's because 2 and 3 felt so close and so weird that it's surprising that we're at this stage and it feels the way it does. Like, Clutch Rain are on for the reverse sweep right now, but it almost feels like they should have maybe closed it out by now as well. It's so odd, but then P7 had their opportunity to close it out in map number 3. Been a cracking series. When I'm sort of sitting here thinking, how are we at this spot? It always does point. It was the hallmark of a very entertaining one, and it has been. Skyline Search and Destroy going to be coming up in just a few seconds. Over on Bravo, Notorious starting map number 3, 2-0 up against Disworld. In a wonderful spot themselves. So that one could be over with one more map heading our way. We could be heading into winners round 2 very, very quickly.
Well, we see this is all heating up for it, and the other side of it, I mean, Disworld and Notorious, so that looks like it's might go Notorious's way unless Disworld can pull something out of the bag, but it's certainly heating up in the bracket, considering we will be saying goodbye to some of these teams. That's what you're watching right now. Elimination in the lower round. On the winner's side of it, of course, very stacked bracket. I keep saying this. Brad Muffins, Katana, BBHH, and the other Notorious. All about to show down in our next round, Tom.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting. We have picked a game for Alpha anyway. The one that we're going to be concentrating on, that is, spoilers, Team Notorious against BBHH. We haven't actually seen, we've kind of been discussing this, too much of Team Notorious because we felt as if their group, at least Group A, was very one-sided in their favor. It felt as if that was always going to be theirs to close out, and they did. So we haven't seen too much of them because a lot of the games have been really one-sided. We kind of knew that's how it was going to play out. This one, though, it's going to be an interesting game, but we do have to close this one out first. Map number 5 incoming between P7 Esports and Clutch Rain. This is second map number 5 of the stream so far today, Bryce. We picked the right games.
certainly have. Everyone absolutely a banger. And, well, I mean, I say that. I feel like the last S&Ds might just be one-sided. But, hey, fingers crossed this goes the distance. Both teams deserve the win, but only one of them can stay in playoffs. P1. Both teams, remember, no trophies, so it does change things a little bit as there is a very aggressive push across the top here. P7 sending 2 players all the way towards the back. They're going to get caught out as Niall is not in position. And that's 2 versus 4.
Hard position for Clutch Rain now. Just the positioning that they're in on this attacking side. It's looking like P7 Esports are going to take the initial round. For Braun and BW, they'll find themselves in not too bad of a position here. P7 don't any info on them. Now they do, because Overlay's found the gunfight. Ben and W left in the 1 versus 4 to clean round number 1 from P7.
Just a clean push. Just runs it down, especially when you've got like a 2 versus 4. Well, I say this, a 2 versus 4 advantage normally pretty big, but if anything, the S&Ds in this series say that maybe not so much. But it's always going to be good to get that first round on the S&D, Tom.
Nice one to steady the ship. Now let's see if they can get something going on the attacking side. It does make things easier when you have those trophies, well, potentially up and running. By the way, that they're not heading straight over towards A makes me think that they maybe don't. I want to try and go something else, different route with this. The utility used by at least some players. You could hear it around the map. P7 are inviting this pressure on, and Twiz might just be about to walk into the trap.
Does he get his timing right? That's the key. Connor towards the back. Oh, and he's going to find him as well. He checks it. Probably saw the barrel of his gun. Huge advantage now for P7. Now, the only problem they're going to have is they haven't looked much at this site. So they don't know who's here.
Well, this was 3. Played this one so they played this one well. Disarray will find one on the Fabron. This has worked out wonderfully for P7. They played it passively and then have struck onto the site. Niall left in the 1 versus 4. I really, really like the way that they played this round. P7, wonderful stuff. 2-0 up, I should say.
P7 feeling confident now. Barely able to put a foot wrong, and Connor again on the S&D starts off 3-0, Tom.
He's having a wonderful time with things, isn't he? Doing so well. The squad now in a nice position. 2-0 up after 2 rounds. He has been the Reaper on Search and Destroy. Is he sitting at 3-0 yet, as you mentioned? What a spot to be in. Attacking right now for Clutch Rain. A lot of presence over towards this B side. He may choose to just get this down. For Bronze found himself in a real spot where he can cause some issue if he is given the onus to do so. He's been spotted. Now it's not a good position at all yet. Disarray drops down and deals with him. 4 versus 3 in favor of P7. This is a big play coming in from Ben W. Can't find the second, but finds the first. It's going to come through. Overlay will find him now. Niall left in a 1 versus 3.
While he's found one, has to work out how to make this happen. Bomb is not down. Niall is going all the way around, but as you can see, P7 have decided to push out. Now that they found he's not here towards the back, the call will be made. Do they stay together? It looks like they are going to defend from this side. Look at them backing right up, covering each other. Niall might be able to plant here.
There you go. There's the info. Questionable from Niall's angle in the podcast there, but maybe not a yellow card offense. We'll see.
They had it. That call was made. We know where Bomb is. We can defend it from this side. Keep an eye on it. Set up.
3-0 at the P7 here, Bryce. Clutch Rain have sent us here to this map number 5 and are yet to turn up on it.
Clutch Rain need to adapt, need to adjust, need to work out where they've been going wrong.
Just feels like they haven't really turned up so far. Everybody from P7 doing a good job, and Connor finds another. It's another first blood. Niles being the one who's been surviving for Clutch Rain. If he's going to fall, the rest of the team going to be able to pick up the pieces for him.
Brown will find one back. Looks for a second. Has to get out of there. Desperately fighting for his life. Time has been burnt here. Twist finds another, though. This is great now for Clutch Rain. After the first blood, they have found their way back into this point. And oh my goodness, almost the 2. Overlay, the 1v2 is not going to get it as well. Clutch Rain just doing enough there on the map.
Yeah, P7 kind of trying to play it slow again. So we've seen it work, I think, in round number 2. But then it allowed Clutch Rain to put themselves in some really good positions. I'm talking Twiz and Co just trying to get themselves in awkward spots. And P7, well, burned down a little bit of time. You wanted to play it passively. Clutch Rain have started to play a little bit more aggressively, but not aggressively enough to be countered by P7. They put themselves in awkward positions halfway up the map, and then that is very, very difficult to deal with. P7 now 3-1 is good still, but Clutch Rain with a little lifeline. Get rid of the RC. Ben can now initiate a plan for his team if they choose to do so. Twist trying to put some pressure down. This bomb will go down. P7 will have to find a retake.
Back and forth here and checking every angle, but where does that pressure rip into this site? Is looking like a bit of a stack here from P7. One underneath, and Ben W's found one. Can he get away clean? He does. Advantage. Overlay takes down Nile though, and somehow stays alive. And this has been picked apart a bit here. Clutch Rain not having as many members defending the site as they could have done. For Brown, this could be incredible. Finds one. Looks on to the second and does manage to get it as well. He's going to go down to Connor in a 1 versus 1.
Don't have the time.
Perfect from Twiz. Just holds his nerve. Checking at 7.5. Textbook.
Wonderful stuff from Clutch Rain. Bringing this one back. 2 very, very important rounds. And a wonderful, wonderful flank from Ben W. Connor just can't find the kill. Twiz doesn't even entertain that idea. 2 rounds back, still behind. Those 2 rounds in a row are going to feel nice comparatively to what they felt, well, 2 rounds ago.
Maybe Tony will get your wish of another round 11. Oh, wait a minute. Disarray finds 2. Niall will get 1 back, so all is not lost. And now he goes in, but no one challenge it. Twiz is still here, though. And goes down to Overlay. It almost feels a bit disjointed, really. The 2 players were there, and one chose to split. Obviously hoping for an advantageous trade, but P7 lock it up off of what was a big, bold push off a Disarray.
Yeah, those are the kind of rounds you love to bounce back with. You've just lost 2 in a row. Disarray puts himself in a really, really good position. Finds 2 to kick things off, and then all of a sudden everything else just falls into place. P7 Esports back in a good commanding position. Just seem to have Clutch Rain's number in the search and destroy. That's going to have to change if you're Clutch Rain. You are 2 rounds away from dropping out of Challengers Elite here in season number 2.
It's crazy how different 3-2 to 4-2 feels.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going down, though. Can they get away clean here? Because this is where most kills usually happen in a 4-4. We just called out one player, but runs into Disarray. Ben W is deep.
I mean, they're all very, very deep here. You've given up complete control. Lampy's jumping on the diffuse. Yeah, I don't know if you have the opportunity. Ben W is going to move forward. I think he had that free. They found another. You just want to try and clear house. Ben trying to cover now. It's going to be about this kill. And for Bro, and they find it. Niall, can he get across? Can he get there to stop this happening? He cannot. Just too passive from Clutch Rain when they get an opportunity to get that bomb down. And they all back up and just give up so much map pressure. P7 Esports find themselves one round away here, Brycey.
You are right. I mean, there was just no pressure, really. I mean, after that first kill went down, they were obviously hoping for it, but you saw a player, I think it was Ben W, had to basically just run into the site to double check on the bomb. Made himself kind of exposed to all the gunfighting going on, as nobody could even tell the information of who was in that site. And that was the issue for them. Kind of gets away, choosing not to go for that one anymore, but this is now series point for P7. Clutch Rain. Feel that familiar tickle of fear.
They found moments when they needed to. They found 2 rounds in a row before. You need to find 4 now. Connor trying to put this pressure on. The attacking round for P7 Esports. You can see them down low. Trying to make a move here. Lampy nearly caught with a stun in his hand. Doesn't necessarily have the best last 2 maps, but he will care very little about that as long as his team wins. With this race now, he found a moment. Now takes him down. Great awareness coming through. So now P7 Esports have to roll the dice a little bit. What's the play to make? Over 30 seconds to go. It's a B hit.
And he's found one. And gets out of there clean. What? I could have sworn there was a play the other way. Let me find another. 2 versus 2. Haven't got bomb down, but Ben W will find one. Lampy will get one back. Down to 1 versus 1. Lampy? Can he make it in time? I don't think he can.
He thought the player would have made the push there. He's got to go for the gunfight. Where's he going to be? 2 seconds. Gotta find it. Gotta find it. Can't get there. I think he thought he had enough time to get the bomb down, but he just presumed the Chal would come. It's a 50-50. It's a bit of a coin flip. Doesn't work in his favor. Clutch Rain just about hold on.
Well, bit of a weird round from both sides, but Clutch Rain stay alive for another one. Now they are going to be on the attack.
Can they find another? Put that pressure on. 5-3 for P7 Esports. Well, especially with the first blood and a second blood at that. You're feeling extremely comfortable now. But Braun and Ben W have to clutch up to save Clutch Rain's season.
They took the risk. They went for a bold play. Unfortunately, it has not played out the way they wanted it to. And Clutch Rain now staring down the barrel of going out of the elite playoffs.
What is the play? I don't think P7 Esports are going to offer you much of an opportunity here.
No,
we'll take a mistake from them. Yeah, it'll take a mistake.
Just don't see them giving it 35 seconds to go. As soon as they see them on this site, this team is going to swing in and just trade it out. There's the first kill. Lambie will take it as well. Now 1 versus 4, but Pro knows where they're all going to be around him, and down he falls. P7 will take the series and move on in this tournament. Clutch Rain are out.
P7 Esports sent to 2 map 5s and win both of them on the day. Or lose one. Wait, we're not talking about their losers bracket. I'm faded. I need to wake up for this next game. But sending to 2 map number 5s, winning 1, losing 1, but winning when it was important in the losers bracket. And seeing themselves in another week. They will go on to next week, still in contention. P7 Esports, a really good job. And they've had some really tough games. BBHH and Clutch Rain back-to-back is not an easy feat whatsoever. And they've done a really good job to find one of those games. Forcing BBHH all the way down to that map number 5. And putting some demons to rest here in the losers bracket. Clutch Rain, though, losing 2 on the day. That's a tough way to go out. And in fairness, though, for Clutch Rain, there was opportunity to do more. I think specifically you look towards that second search and destroy and you say to yourselves, right, that's one of those that you look back on and say, we definitely could have won it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 100% that train are going to be kicking themselves over some of those map. And this is how the series has gone. Hardpoint kicks off. Then we go into the Vault S&D where there were some issues. Sure, I mean, realistically, being clutched on 3 times is never going to help you out, but no such excuse really on the Skyline Search and Destroy. P7 were better.
Get the job done in the searches and in map number 1. Really, really fun series, though. Could have went... I mean, so many of the maps could have went in different directions. But I feel as if the ones that P7 win at 1 and 5, they deserve to do so. And that makes the difference between these two teams. P7 Esports will advance on to next week, and Clutch Rain will fall. Notorious 2-0 up against Diswell. That one's still ongoing, but P7 advance, and we have some winners bracket games to get into.
Well, we've said goodbye to our first team, and it still feels like this could be anyone's tournament. I really don't know who's walking away the champion here. I mean, the 2 frontrunners are still going to be Katana and Notorious, if we're being perfectly honest with it.
100%.
But maybe there'll be a surprise in the lower bracket. You know, once you get through into it and go all the way, who knows? But we will find out with more games to come here in Challengers Elite. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. It is time for our next set of games here. Winners round 2. This is where things really heat up as we start seeing some of the biggest games from the groups about to show down, Ton.
We do indeed. We're going to be heading into 2 very interesting games, but 2 games with 2 favorites, and let's see if the other teams can upset the odds. BBH are going to be well rewarded for their map 5 win with a game against Team Notorious. This is going to be a very, very difficult one for them. But both these 2 teams who have advanced through and we kind of thought are going to be the favorites have already dropped maps today. That is obviously Team Notorious, Katana Gaming, but we are going to be concentrating on the top side of this winners round 2 bracket. It's going to be Team Notorious. We're going to get to see taking on BBHH. And as mentioned, we kind of haven't seen too much of Team Notorious. We knew they would kind of dominate their grid. B definitely looked the more competitive. And that was kind of the case. I mean, we've seen Team Katana go through in the similar way with a 5-0 standing. But Team Notorious had no competition for that top spot whatsoever in the same vein. We haven't seen much of them. Now it's going to be an opportunity to see them up against another very good roster in BBHH, who just managed to get through their first winners round 1 game, of course, up against P7 in a map 5 fashion. Is this one going to go map 5 as well, though? I'm not too sure. Team Notorious looked absolutely lights out. BBHH, a little bit shaky now and then, but let's see if they can cause an upset.
Well, here's how this map will go. And you are right, it would be a massive upset for BBHH. But we start off on Vault Hardpoint, then Red Card Search and Destroy, Hacienda Control, Protocol Hardpoint, and then just for a change, a Vault S&D to finish. It's feeling pretty familiar.
It is indeed. Red Card Search and Destroy again is not something we have seen too much. Haven't seen much Hacienda Control actually either. See, Protocol gets banned now, and well, presumably that is then the pick for BBHH to send us to a Hacienda. So maybe they have something they can use on that map in particular. They're gonna need. I don't want to say they're gonna need some help here, but Team Notorious definitely feel like the team who are the ones to beat. And I think I was looking at some stats. Shout out to Easy Mac, who was providing the goods there before, but over the group stage, Afro really has been that guy. See if he can continue it off here. I mean, yeah, sitting at the top of the entirety of the Challengers EU side of things, 1.43 KD throughout the entirety of the group stage. I mean, obviously they go 5-0, so you expect them to be looking good, but my goodness, incredible from him. Let's see what he can bring to the table. If there's one map I don't want to go in up against Afro though to kick things off, it might just be Vault.
Wow. Let's find out, and you are right about that. Just to see how this one goes. But I mean, this will be a real challenge for BBHH. I think just because of how kind of the big dogs that the Notorious have been, and BBHH have just not had a clean run against anybody.
No, it's been difficult for them, hasn't it? It's not been a case of smooth sailing by any stretch. They have struggled through. And now going up against one of the best Challengers teams in the game. Of course, it seems that everyone is looking to try and beat them. Well, I'll tell you what, it's not a bad start. Bance going up against former teammates and players like Afro and F. Dot. Having a nice start. BBHH with some good time and P2 spawns if they need it.
Oh, and Harry doing very, very well here. And we said, you know, this is the underdog team. BBHH in this one. Afro still of 0-3, which is maybe the reason he's going so wrong. He has been a force to be reckoned with. This P2 transition, it could be everything. If BBHH hold it down, they give themselves a commanding lead. For Notorious, ready to break what was a pretty disastrous P1.
Yeah, they'll not be happy with that. We'll find a breakthrough. Afro will just find his first kill now. I bigged them up too much. Maybe he's just he can't handle my pressure net. Maybe he can't handle it. Eric Boom will find one back, trying to get away through if they possibly can. But this is a brilliant start for BBHH. And to be fair, Afro and Co just haven't really got anything going so far. BBHH playing out of their skin so far.
Just doing a very, very good job of denying everything that Notorious could find as Harry goes to work. He's going to fall there, but the trade will come in from the teammates as they continue to make this very, very scrappy. They won't give them an inch, Ton.
No, and that's the right thing to do. Keep them back here. It's now BBHH, when you have been spawning Team Notorious over towards the backside, we're spawning closer towards P3, but FDOT will find a kill, and that will just ease up a little bit of pressure over towards that side of the map. BBHH, though, on the side you want to be on. You're thinking about P4 spawns, which are coming up in around 50 seconds. But right now, Team Notorious looking like they're going to get their first decent points of this map. 45 seconds remaining on P3. Henry is just going to stop that in its tracks, but still decent amount of control over towards that side. But a big find coming in from Lusso. He'll find 2. That's going to spawn BBHH out. Team Notorious will try and keep them off this and keep the spawns if they can.
This is very, very crucial though for BBHH. A good start can be capitalized on, and they're trying to do it. Bodies piling through, and Harry shooting at everybody. Unfortunately, he's going to go down there, and they've really been pushed back here, considering how far away that P4 is from. That is the furthest possible spawn you could be in to this next hill.
Yeah, it's crazy that, you know, we're at this stage in the map. BBHH are in a fantastic spot. I've played it very, very well. And, well, I was about to say Team Notorious could bring that back very, very quickly, but Henry will find a breakthrough. Rafi left all on his own. Everybody else still fighting down that BS&D side of the map. Just make sure you got that control, and finding absolutely nothing. So BBHH can really put their foot down here. I was about to say it's an opportunity for Team Notorious to find a full 60 with their setup. They ain't gonna find anything if they keep losing gunfights like this. BBHH were momentarily in control. Notorious will get it back. That's 30 seconds that you could have had if you're Notorious. And that would have put you in a really nice spot.
I'd see just a big fight back and forth for them, and Henry is 14-6. Don't really want to break this alone, and that's the thing. So that he's going to try to. Not able to just lock onto that second player. A little bit high there, Eric Boom. A few points going back towards it. Here's the thing. I feel like BBHH have just been in very much a commanding position most of this hard point as we go into the second set of rotations. But the score is so close, it doesn't really matter. And the fact that Afro is now on a 7, it's a slow start, but an unreal middle here for Afro.
What the bloody hell was that kill? Pans over towards that side. Incredible from Afro. And that might just now get the juices flowing for Team Notorious. Your talisman. The guy that has really been the standout player here in Challengers Elite throughout the entirety of the group stage has started to get things going. Rafi having a bit of a stinker on the other side of things. If he can get things moving as well, all of a sudden Team Notorious are screaming back into this one. But that's the thing, right? You see Team Notorious have a really lackluster first rotation. You look at the score after, what, 40 seconds over towards P1 on the second rotation, Brycey, there's nothing in it.
That is the key here. After BBH had such a good start, the tables are turning because this man is turning up. The 0 and 3, 0 and 4 to kick things off, and now he's 19 and 10. Gun hitting diff.
I mean, when Afro is in, what do the kids say these days, flow state?
You've made it so much worse for saying that.
Yeah. When he's in that kind of moment, there are not many better POVs. It's very much up there in the whole world of Call of Duty. 20 and 11. What was he, 0 and 4? Yeah. No, whatever. Yeah, 20 and 6 after that.
Certainly wouldn't be surprising for teams to maybe take another go at him. He's played in the CDL before. However, saying that, that's a huge wipe. And BBHH will get back in here for this scrap time, but this game, it's almost tied up again here, Tan, as we move towards P3.
Nice break back from Team Notorious. BBHH doing a good job, though. You bring in that Hellstorm that you have managed to get a hold of. Creates a little bit of room, creates a little bit of pressure. It's mad, though. Like, Team Notorious were beaten to every rotation. They were being outgunned on those rotational gunfights for the most part. Now find themselves in a slender lead. Positioning over towards this side, yet a little bit better from Rafi now. Starting to set himself up to succeed from these positions. They find the break, some good P3 time. Probably on its way. Afro now in the middle of the map. Mythics with a big gunfight win, so there you go. Start putting a bit of pressure in over towards the middle of the map. F-Dot, all on his own momentarily. Hey, look, I mean, when you shoot like that, though, no problem whatsoever. Good God, F-Dot. 3 in a row, all on his own. Finds a fourth. The anchor locking things down. Make it 5, make it 6.
Gotta have been weight.
Do not challenge my weight.
We speak about raw power, and this is the slaying that they're bringing towards it. Afro somehow gets that spray transfer across and gets 2. Trying to make this transition easier for his team to get towards P4. ton. If they break this fast, it's disastrous for BBHH.
Yep, this is the moment when you need to steady the ship if you're BBHH. You managed to get, what, I want to say 30 or 40 seconds over the last 3 or 4 hills. Starts to get a little bit scary. You cannot let this fall, but you've lost a couple of gunfights. The spawns are not in your favor. There is the break. Team Notorious have found that gear they needed to.
All of Team Notorious just up the tempo, and it's been working for them. Rafi not having the greatest of games, but that's a crucial kill. Just slows them down for a second as he finds a second as well. Afro having to come back into the hill here as many bodies pile in from BBHH, and they get away with it, but Eric Boom gets 2 as both teams scrapping and throwing bodies at it. Beneficial spawn, though, for BBHH towards the back.
Yeah, they're going to get a hold of this, but Team Notorious just going to try and keep it contested. Decent hold from BBHH. It felt like they needed that. They won't get, like, a ridiculous amount of time from it. But you've stopped Team Notorious, who were initially in control of those spawns, from extending way past 200 points, because that was what was on the cards. Now all of a sudden you got a 30-point game and a winnable game. You can try and pull this one back. F-Dot is shooting bombs out of whatever gun he's got in his hands. Pistol, Jackal, Amez, does not matter. 28 and 20 from him. Team Notorious, I said, have found that extra gear.
And here comes a little bit more. The fight around P1 is always a little bit vicious. Everyone will go back and forth here, and I'll tell you something, while it's not that slow, I'll tell you, the field's very, very long when a player's got to try and regenerate health. Especially at the kind of the tempo that this game has been playing at. Start and Afro combining again, sweeping them off of P1. 15 seconds spare. And it looks like BBHH might just take a quick swing at this to get them off the scrap time, but they will be more locked in on P2.
He's playing the route. And if Lucifer finds this kill, should be dead to rights. There you go. They'll find the kill towards the back. Our spawn's going to be there yet. They absolutely are. A lot of pressure going to come in now. Bance and Henry. Can they find anything here? Bance can't find it. Henry inside of the point, all on his own. Lucifer's the only one who can answer back. He is here to put that pressure on himself. Eric Boom, he will fall. Afro does not. The cover is there from F-Dot. He can find 2 before he falls as well. It's back and forth. It's scrappy.
Afro trying to shoot both sides of the pillar. Isn't going to work out. Eric Boom back in here again. Finds a 2. I swear that man only knows how to get 2 kills at once. Every single time. Afro being aggressive as his want here and finds a kill. Trying to open up this a bit so they can get some scrap time on the P2. And they find 3 kills. Combination of just pulling these players everywhere as Afro will get that last one in. Sports towards the back here for BBHH and all the way across the map as well. The first player is F-Dot to P3, but he is alone.
Where are you spawning? Yes, is the answer to that question. Now it's starting to settle down a little bit. You can see Mythics is going to be in a flanking position here. I'd imagine he's going to go all the way around. Yep. Just to try and ease some of that pressure. I imagine that should still mean spawns on the... Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, split spawns for both teams. Parallels, I should say. See Bance over towards that side as well. It's going to make Lucifer, I think you can see he's sitting really, really deep because he's worried about the pressure that could potentially be coming in from a flanker just because of the spawn that Bance had. But ultimately will work out for the side of BBHH. It's about a 20-point game. The kills coming through from the side of Mythics. BBHH getting some good time here. Done well over the last few hills. They've really limited Team Notorious from doing anything. This moment in time, though, it looks like Notorious will get a little bit of a hold here, but again, they just seem to be able to find that final kill. Mythics will find 2 through the middle of the map. They've got the spawns for P4, which are popping in 10 seconds. They're getting this scrap time. Going to be a close game heading into these last few hills.
This already matters on this. Brought it back so close. F-Dot not able to get across. That would have been a massive cross if he could make it. Lucifer holding down what he knows will be pressure incoming. Afro tries to make a hero play. Nobody there for him. Eric Boom is trying to get him out of this position, but trying to get for the bait and switch. They get that first domino down. There are players all around here. Keep an eye on that mini-map. They are finding them as well. Team Notorious are about to strike. Everybody, every door, in they go. Already 2 have been found here for BBHH. Reinforcements flooding in at the same time. F-Dot's got 2, but somehow still not broken. Players not able to get there, and this could be BBHH.
They've held it down so well. Team Notorious just not able to get there, not able to deal with him in quick enough time. The reinforcements find their way through, but another opportunity is going to present itself now. Rafi can find 1. Mythics has done well to find 1 himself. Henry finds 2, and they're just about holding on. F-Dot inside of the point. This might mean BBHH can't win it here. Neither can Team Notorious. We go over towards P1. Notorious are pinned back a little bit, though. Big gunfights coming through for BBHH. It is a very close game as we head over towards a third rotation.
Mythic's on his 40 bomb. The players everywhere. Harry is caught, but somehow killed Eric Boom, and Henry finds one straight out by Afro. Afro diving into the point. F Dot gets one as well. They're on to P1 first. Lucifer firing for F Dot. Now, this is just going to be a showdown. Everybody into the point. Everybody for every punch you've got at the moment. The trades are flying as Bats will find two. Can he get the third and the fourth? Oh my God! Henry gets one and backs him up, and laying down and spraying may have just won the game. Bats is in here. The rest of the players will now fly in for one final flourish, and it will be BBHH that get away with it. Bats with a 5 streak to end the game. That should not have happened. Oh my goodness.
It's Benjamin Bance to clutch up again to send BBHH into the lead in this series. They had a good start to the map, but then through the mid game, Notorious just seemed to be clicking into gear. They seem to be turning the screw. But then when it comes down to it, it's a wonderful holdover towards P4. They battled so hard for it. And the transition over towards P1, you see the trade start to go in the favor of Team Notorious. And the age-old saying, Brycey, but Bance finds a 4 to lock it in. The 5 sprint to secure it as well when Afro was daring to heat up towards the end. BBHH find the hard point and find a lead in the series, but this has kind of been the only, I want to say, mark on Notorious this season so far. They have dropped hard points. Seems as if a couple of matches here and there have just slipped away from them. The rest of the game is looking very, very good, though, so they will not be too concerned just yet. But BBHH, that gives them such a route into this series. What a game that was. And just, I think for BBHH, I think they'll look back and say their start is what got them over the line in some really good play towards that last P4. And this was it. I mean, when Lucifer finds a kill like this, there was a moment, though, where you've seen Team Notorious start to find some kills over towards P4. There always seemed to just be one person left from BBHH that allowed the reinforcements to come through. But this is where it really, truly was won. You can see these fights ongoing. Team Notorious are in control. Was doing his best just to try and control them. It was the first 2 kills before that. Bance actually only found one of those. He did have a little bit of help from Henry, but it was the 1-2 where he turned and burned, found the 5th to secure it. Incredible from Bance to lock that one in, and BBHH have themselves a lead in this series.
I just weren't expecting him to be laying on the floor. I just weren't expecting it. You know, I mean, he's on the 5 streak. He wasn't having the greatest of games before that. But, I mean, still good amount of damage. If you look across these stats now, that's where the story is told. Afro drops 41. F-Dot drops 40. Mythics drops 40. But yet, it's not gone the way of Team Notorious. They lose that first one. And we're going to find out how this series goes. It is not going to be a 3-0. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, there's just no way, surely. Unless BBHH have just found form at the right time. Red card search and destroy going to be coming up next. Whose pace is that going to suit? I haven't got a clue. Over on Bravo previously, the Notorious Og did take down Disworld to advance through. So Disworld will fall out in a top 8 placement in the playoffs. Enjoyable to watch them get there, but Notorious Og having some decent results across the board, actually beating BBHH in, I think, their very first game in groups. So they are a team who can cause issue. They will advance on to next week. Over on Bravo, though, we will be starting up our other winners bracket game. That will be Katana. Of course, taking on Crud Muffins. It is very hard for me to remember that team name over and over again. But that is going to be going over on Bravo. But we will stay in this one on Alpha. We'll be checking in with Bravo when we can. But Red Card Search and Destroy going to be coming up next. I'm feeling delirious at the thought of this series. How far it could go. Especially after that one. This is how the bracket is shaping up now. Teams obviously from this one as round 2 will drop in a losers round 2 up against either P7 or Team Notorious Gaming. For the love of God, I pray we don't have Team Notorious against Notorious Og, because that I don't know how my brain could actually take it, Pricey.
I feel like we've had that, or maybe we
and we avoided it at all costs.
Oh yeah,
every single time. I've intentionally avoided that game when I've been selecting them, I promise you.
Yeah, that would be a difficult one. We would definitely come up with new names for them, and they would have to just deal with it. But it doesn't matter. because that is a long way away, opposite sides of the bracket, and we'll find out if they end up matching up later. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. It could happen. I don't know. I still feel like Notorious are the favoured in this one. There was a very close hard point. We will find out.
It was really, really close. 12-point game. Comes down to one play from Bance towards the end, and okay, like, I know I was saying throughout, like, you know, you can look back towards the plays that were made at the beginning, through the middle of the Notorious, that hold over towards P4 though, and at the end, the big play over towards P1 from Bance really does make the difference. Looking over towards the red card search and destroy, that I'm going to presume it is a pick from Team Notorious, and that was a pick for BBHH in that case, just based on BBHH losing this one pretty convincingly, if I remember rightly, up against P7. So Team Notorious will be probably happy to be taking the red card search and destroy underneath their wing here and trying to bounce back after what was a very close map number 1.
Well, we will see if they can do it, because right now, if you're BBHH, you're feeling very good. We've said before, the trials and tribulations this team has gone through in this stage of the Elite. Questions were raised after week 1 whether or not they would be here.
Well, here we are, into the search and destroy. And you're right, look, BBHH have really fought back from what was a really terrible start. In fairness, they did play up against Katana in that first week as well, so that was always going to be difficult. Losing out in that one, but hey, I mean, if they beat them here, Katana win their game, they could be facing them in a winners bracket round 1 or round 3. Brain's not working. It's getting late.
Well, lock it in for another hour and we might be done with this.
Yeah, don't you worry. I'm chugging the... Actually, we're not giving that brand any recognition after, you know.
Right now, this is very, very stilted. Neither side really making a push here. Afro waiting for any sort of pressure and almost catches a player and is shooting at feet. Was expecting that player to be laying down. Bomb is going down though. Even though they've lost a player, Rafi is out. BBHH do have the numbers advantage. Afro is trying to cause chaos on the other side of the map.
Yeah, now they have to come searching for him. That's the thing. Afro will just play with them here. They are waiting on him, though. It's just wasting time. Look, he will take... Yep, he'll just dip out. No problem whatsoever. Yeah, you want to chase me around this side of the map? Yeah, cool. How long are you going to waste? How long can I waste your time? If you found something out of that as well, that would have been wonderful. That's already now the timer down to 22 seconds. Eric Boone will find one. 2 versus 3 in favor of BBH.
Oh, they really have played them so well. 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. 1 versus 1. F dot. Oh, stay down. Stay down.
Fine.
And that is a win for them. And you know what? Afro's time killing has made them win that round completely. They just did not have the reinforcements.
Because the problem is they have to deal with him. They have to get rid of him. They can't just push through the middle of the map and say, yeah, okay, well, we got to defuse over towards A. Let's just run towards it. Because Afro is behind you. So immediately he knows he can play that position. He knows they have to find him. So he's like, yeah, I am going to waste as much as their time as possible. He knew he was dead. If he found a kill there as well, that would have been miraculous. But he knew he was going to be dead to rights. They have to search him. They sent numbers. They could not find him quickly. And it just makes their jobs so difficult. They're trying to defuse over towards that A side. Really, really good, intelligent play from Afro. But here we go, BBHH. Well, maybe not be the intelligent way. It's just going to be a massive hit over towards B. Eric Boom. Don't know if he's getting any info here. He's going to get the info in a second. If he can find anything here, it's a double. Oh, God.
Well, that hasn't gone well. Team Notorious committing to a massive flank. They that turning on the mid-map, you see them going up the stairs at that side of the map. That's how far away they are now. And there's no Afro to burn the time. They're just doing it themselves with a huge flank. F dot. They know he's out here. He's been stun checked. Afro trying to make his way back into this. Also gets stun checked. So little time. Can they hit this all at the same time? F dot's already gone down. Afro will get one back, but it's still a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, always going to be difficult. Always going to be difficult. As soon as you get that first blood onto Eric Boom, bomb down. And I think, you know, that's just props to BBHH. Going for that force. Eric Boom doesn't get any info. Just lying down, be like, okay, if I can find a pick here, great. Try and stay alive. And then 3 of them slide across the screen.
All right. Just feel all the tensions here, and this is all going to be Mythics. Mythics will see this coming. He'll call out. There'll be a reinforcing coming in. He's probably not entirely happy that door is left open, but he's trying to just cut this angle.
Oh, nice nade as well. Yeah. Afro gets out. Oh, somebody slipped by. Yeah, somebody slipped by. That's terrible timing. Yeah, Eric Boom's going to pick them apart. F-Dot did fall within that sequence, but all of a sudden, Henry has managed to find the kill on the F-Dot. Is left all on his own. Rafi has read this so well. Bomb will... They may not even go down. They may just chase him down here. No, they will go for the plant eventually, yeah. Probably the smart play.
Eric Boom with the god timing. Henry, not out. Yeah, they went for double chow. Decided not to just give him an opportunity to win it. But yeah, that timing from Eric Boom. Sometimes a little bit of luck can make the difference, and he slipped the net just when we saw Mythics looking the other way. 2-1 Team Notorious.
Yeah, it's just terrible timing. Unfortunately for, I think it was Mythics watching towards that backside. Eric Boom walks in and, as mentioned, picks them apart. Oh, here we are. Towards this next round. Rafi. Trying to hold things down here. Isn't necessarily having the best of series. Really struggled at map number 1. 1-3 currently. I don't think he'll care if his team do get it over the line, but right now, could do with stepping it up. That's a bit more like it. Great shots on the Mythics.
I'm going down. Stop cooking a nade. I wonder if that's a double nade coming in. There's a single, but it doesn't matter. Nice. The gun's better. And they just have the numbers now. They can use it to bully the sighters. Well, Rafi walks straight onto it as well. And Bance, all the way back here, will try and thread the needle against so many players.
I was about to say, Bryce, we've seen him up there before, clutch up. You remember? I think it was last season in the 1 versus 3. He's done it before. That would have been a stretch too far, though. They all fall far too easily around the side. Now 3-1 Team Notorious. Looking like, I mean, this is kind of cut and dry at the moment in the search and destroy. Been very, very good.
Well, the moment Notorious feeling good. And yeah, I know what you mean about Bance being up there, really. It did dismang a bit, but there's just too many players. Like, they could just double, triple chow, and while Bance does have a great shot, he cannot shoot that many people at once.
Team Notorious now on the attack over towards it. A by the looks of things. I'm trying to open things up here. Nade's going to go up top. Give them a little bit of space. BBHH. Giving that space up without taking any casualties, though, so no problem. Oh, Afro's about to be released, though. This is dangerous. Oh, didn't spot him out on the cross. Can't trade that out, but the bomb will go down over towards 8. Now 3 versus 3.
Still going to make a move here, trying to take towards the back, and that is again unbelievable timing for Rafi. They were looking 2 directions. Harry in a 1 versus 2. And he's seen a player already. That's going to be called out. Eric Boom will just wait for him as well as Rafi sides in. The Notorious, after a disappointing hardpoint, are just beating their way through this S&D.
I mean, look, you say that it is good timing for Rafi, but they move together, right? Both of them go together. Both players on the side of BBHH look towards Archers, and Rafi just kind of snaps over towards the other side. So I think it's just, on top of that, okay, a little bit of favorable timing, but very good teamwork from Team Notorious. Rafi just steps in a second later. Well, look, it kind of worked as well, though. I said I want to see a little bit more from Rafi. He's on a 5 spree since then.
Wow.
It's an inspiration, mate. I don't know what to tell you.
Writing the script.
Well, not Miles. Come on.
That's true. Don't know what he has against Optic, but Not been a great time for them anyway. Let's carry on with this game because Eric Boone finds the first blood against Bance.
It's looking like this search and destroy is going in one direction. Team Notorious look above and beyond here. BBHH don't really have too much of an answer. They're just really being picked apart. And this one could be over very, very quickly. Control feels like it's beckoning, Bryce.
Maybe, just maybe they can find... Well, no. Henry gets cut down. Harry goes for it, and Rafi says, I'll wait for the reinforcements that are now running here at a very rapid pace, and down they go. Notorious making this S&D very one-sided.
Lovely stuff from them again. Finding those picks, just putting themselves in advantageous positions. They're just constantly on the flank. They're constantly... It feels like they're getting good timing a lot, but I think it's just very well worked over and over again. One round away from sending this to Control with things all tied up.
Here we go. The BBHH, I mean, they're usually pretty good at this map as well. Maybe some adjustments will work for them. Solo player at B.
Is the adjustment going to be there enough, though? As Notorious one round away. And they'll just back out of that. But look at this. BBHH pushed all the way up. Look at where Team Notorious are in the middle of the map. Afro can find one before being traded. Rafi, yeah, it was kind of a place. Are we stuck here with you, or are we stuck there? Oh, you stuck here with us. I kind of knew what I wanted to say there. It was a bit of a difficult spot. In the end, it was Notorious was stuck there with BBHH, eventually getting the one done. Now in an advantageous position for what feels like the first time in quite a while, Bryce.
It does, and I mean, just the lack of map control is the killer here. No time, no ability to check corners. I mean, they may push forward, and Henry should just pick up a very easy kill. F does get one back on the Bance. Wait a second. Nope, never mind. Never mind. BBHH take that one as well. Like I said, no time, no ability to check the corners they wanted to. And there will be a round back here. Is there a way back into this S&D, though? That's going to be the real telling story.
It's a long way back still, though, isn't it? You know, we always, I feel like I have always the typical thing to say in terms of, you know, certain rounds that make you feel different about your chances, you know. A 4-1 potential to a 3-2 kind of makes a bit of difference, but 5-1 to 5-2 doesn't feel that scary if you're Team Notorious yet. 5-3 is where things start to get a little bit antsy, though, so let's see. Can BBHH find this next round and maybe create that question, create a little bit of doubt in Team Notorious's mind, because right now they'll still be feeling very confident.
Afro waiting. See if anybody goes inside, and you can see the rest of them. Rafi just drills Lucifer. Oh my goodness, F does the same thing, and BBHH are like wondering what on earth have they got in those guns? They do get a trade back here, Ton, but Notorious firmly in the driving seat in terms of numbers.
Emery's not in a terrible position here if you can try and find a pick, yeah, but Team Notorious is going to move together, and initially it looked like one was maybe going to linger up towards the side, but to be fair, they've got out. Notorious can transition over towards B ever so quickly, though. And with 28 seconds to go, yeah, they'll see there's nothing going on over towards A. And imagine they're going to start moving now, but they're going to move through the middle of the map. See the positioning from Bance. He can catch one here. It gives him such a good chance, especially if they can get this bomb down. Right now, Henry is... Oh, he's dotting his I's, he's crossing his T's, he's checking his corners, but there ain't enough time to do that, son.
No choice but the plant here. Bance on Overwatch. Going to check them, and unfortunately going to lose it just because they don't have the time. Team Notorious will take the S&D. Very strong S&D performance from them.
Yeah, incredible. I think in that final round where you do like have to take your time, in those moments you kind of just got to send it. 30 seconds to go or so, 20 seconds kind of ticking down. You need to get in there. You need to get that bomb down if you want any chance in that 2 versus 3. In the end, though, Team Notorious very, very dominant in map number 2. That's kind of what we expected, though, in a certain kind of way. As mentioned, they had struggled throughout some hard points throughout the entirety of this season. There's a couple of times they've lost map 1. I think they lost the hard point to P7. We've seen a lot of 3-1 score lines, and I think a lot of them were hard points. The Team Notorious needs some brushing up to do on that mode in particular. Search and Destroy, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, the thing is, you know, I'm remembering back BBHH's games, they play very similar on this map, and I want to say that when I last watched them, I thought they had this map pretty well worked out. I think they normally do favor that B site if they can get there, but we're just being annihilated at turns they didn't want to be. You know, like they just lost key gunfights when it would really help their setup or their pressure to not do so. And it all fell apart from there. I think Team Notorious were just really feeling it. You could see some of the shots going down. They were just basically not missing a bullet, and there was 3-4 bullet kills flying all over the place.
Really well executed, though. Every single time they had that advantage, they really did make it count. So very close, map number 1. Not so close, map number 2. Hacienda Control going to be coming up next, though, and we'll see how that's going to go down when we do load in. But we have Bravo ongoing right now. Katana taking on Crud Muffins. Katana 1-0 up in this series. They will absolutely be favorites for it, but 2-0 down in the Search and Destroy. Down in numbers here as well. Your Crud Muffins, sorry, as I can see. Vortex finds that first blood. Katana looking to try and get their first round on the board, but it is Crud Muffins with a bomb down. Kez trying to stay alive. Now left in the 2v3.
Oh, Kez almost gets him. There's so many bodies against him. Detain.
There ain't no way they know he's there.
This might be some of the greatest timing you've seen. How many can he kill? 1. Oh, not the second, and that's the second he needed. Chow coming out. There's the second. Oh, the detain. Oh, my goodness. Crud Muffins just clutched up, and Katana, you cannot let that happen.
I mean, the positioning. The smarts to hit the reflank after they've just killed somebody on the flank as well. He'll be thinking to himself, yeah, there's no way they know he's there. Takes his time, uses the positioning, uses the map so well. And that's a big round. Look, again, we'll go back to what we usually talk about. A 2-1 feels very, very different to a 3-0. Katana Gaming will be kicking themselves they didn't win that one.
Yeah, that should have been sewn up, and I mean, you got to give credit. Detain, absolute ice. Here goes the early plant. Only one body in the point, though. Not too worried about pressure coming through the middle. The rest of them all waiting for what they think is going to be a very explosive push.
Katana, you just don't want Detain to continue this spree. Don't want to have to deal with anything like Hellstorm or anything along those lines. He is going to fall, and looks like Katana are eventually going to get a round on the board here, unless Denza can clutch up a 1 versus 4. We are going to, well, move back over towards Alpha, as Katana will find their first round in Search. You can continue to watch that game over on Bravo. We're remaining here with our game on Alpha. Team Notorious taking on BBHH. 1 apiece after a really, really close map number 1. Notorious brought it back with a dominant Search and Destroy. Can they do the same here on Hacienda Control?
Boom, outside the map. However, gets stun checked, so I think they know. Well, apparently not. Apparently not. Straight onto it as well. Henry trying to get this one back here, and isn't going to get a single fight towards it. And, well, that's B already rocketing forward.
Oh, very, very quickly. Maybe not necessarily helped out by F-Dot falling to his own teammate. Henry will even the odds with a team kill of his own, but Lucifer and Mythic's doing the job. And honestly, that team kill really would have hurt them there. They had a bit of a stack going. Not quite sure how Eric did manage to kill F-Dot, but and maybe we'll find out if they clip it either way. I'm still going to just try and need some pressure over towards their spawn. Sorry, still concentrating on B here, Bryce.
Still getting it. And they just want a few more kills here, but Vance gets great timing. Afro will take him down. Afro jumping out the window as clock still ticking. Lucifer pushing forward, and almost won that gunfight, even though it was quite heavily kind of taking bullets before he even saw the player. That's bad now. BBHH is going to be under an awful lot of pressure.
Sorry, it's now. The tick's about to come in. Just slightly in the lead in terms of lives. Eric will trying to add to that now. Are they actually going to be able to clutch this up again? Not quite in time. B will go. The gunfights do go their way, though, and they're important ones. Afros found 2 in the middle of the map, though. And all of a sudden, there's just 1 player on the flank. He's being dealt with. It is free reign over towards A. You send the rest of your boys forward. Try and keep them in the spawn. We're on our way.
BBHH will be trying to work this one as
so
well.
free. It's so free.
That is unbelievable shots from Rafi. Not a bullet missed. And continues, gets onto a 6 streak there. The rest of the team trying to get towards A. F dot causing issues as he gets his own shots in. And they get a second player under. This is done. This is surely done. And it is. What a transition ton.
And again, I just love the way they played it. They found those gunfights. Afro finds 2 in the middle of the map. Just pushes forward. But here we go, the highlight play from Rafi. He's being told, right, push up, keep them in their spawn. But I don't think they expect him to just find 3 like that. The play will continue as he solidifies it with his 4th. And you can't defend a point if you can't get out of your spawn. Ask BBHH. Good God.
Here we go. BBHH need a very good start here. You feel like this game has kind of slid towards Team Notorious.
Need a decent start to this attacking round. Thing is, against Team Notorious, you get the clutch up or huge to win map number 1, but ever since then you are just bleeding rounds. You're bleeding maps. A nice start though. A little bit of presence over towards A. It was a momentary wipe. If that was the only one who survived, he will find a kill on Henry and will, of course, make his way through the middle of the map once the rest of his team are there and kicking. For BBHH, yeah, kind of attacking on 2 different fronts. Apple will find the entry kill, though, as he so often does, but Bance will find both. Nicely played. Trades are not there. Still a bit of Bree presence from, well, both teams, to be honest with you. Eric Boom kind of caught with his pants down a little bit. F-Dot has slowly made his way forward to the middle of the map, and Henry has taken his face off. B now should be under the control of BBHH. It has some great map control with it. Everybody alive around B.
Doing such a good job of this as well. And Mythics! What a great shot. And, well, this round might end just as quickly as the last one did. Everybody off the respawn. Second tick already in for A. Mythics going back and forth to find players, but they're all going down the middle here. But it looks like they've managed to just hold off for a second. Mythics was kind of played out. They didn't go towards him. He could have maybe jumped on that and actually finished it.
I think he's doing the right thing, just playing his life. Unfortunately, he will get double child. And they would have been saying to themselves, right, okay, push forward. He's not going to be able to capture on his own. You could have spun around if you're a Rafi or somebody like that. Still, I was about to say a really good position for BBHH. You've done a lot of the hard work, but Rafi just trying to slow this down now. Look at the 2 players who've actually found a route around. There you go. They may well just jump this yet. Choosing just to make sure of it, though, which I actually don't mind, but it does give Team Notorious a bit of an opportunity to set up again. Big win.
Yeah, not able to get the reflex into this one. I think you're right. For BBHH, you have lives, you have time. You need to do, like, a half of a tick. Eric Boom looking for play. Eric, you're going to have to go. He goes down. Can they even stop him in time? I don't think they can, and that's going to be over as all the kills go to BBHH. Tie on the control.
Really nice attacking round. A lot better than Team Notorious, to be honest. He made a lot easier work of it. Henry having a good game. 13-6 from him. Been around since Black Ops 4 days, Henry. Still doing the business here in European challenges. That was around there for BBHH. I want a piece in this control. All that Team Notorious kind of clutched up towards the end of their first attacking round win. BBHH, that was dominant.
Wow. Both teams having such a good attack. Kind of almost makes this the start of the game again, really. Who can do it again? Rafi. Just a laser. They're already going for this. Last time Rafi did so well here. They're also pushing forward, waiting for this first tower nose coming through. And look at that. Knows that the second tower is coming. Still gets both.
I mean, he's so good at playing that position. So many times we've seen it around Tin where he just causes so many problems. Rafi just trying to slow down the reinforcements. He's done just that. He will fall onto his own teammate. I don't think he would have found the kill onto Henry, but F-Dot eventually will.
They're in a good position for B here. Is there going to be a swipe from BBHH? Certainly might be as they dive through it, but B will be secured. Now, the transition last time was what killed BBHH. They allow them to get into the spawn and get the kills. This time, BBHH are further up on the map, not going to allow them to punch them back into spawn.
I mean, attacking rounds seem to just be flowing for both two teams. BBHH just got a really good start to it. Team Notorious kind of had to grind it out a little bit more. They haven't had that transition you talked about this time, though. They haven't had that benefit. So how can they pick BBHH apart now? That is their plan. Rafi and Afro, though, can find a couple of kills if Rafi stays alive here now, and the rest of the team can kind of concentrate on the spawn. He's played an absolute blinder. Did not see him on his left-hand side. His teammate will deal with him anyway. Now F-Dot is here to start farming players, and that will probably be the round.
F-Dot is going to go for a spawn kill. Doesn't get it, but there are 3 players under it. F-Dot's actually going off, and, well, he's still capturing while up on this trellis, and that is done. The 3-stack is so fast. It's often a time, like, if you get a wipe like that, you cannot even quantify just how quickly it rockets up. It makes the other team basically just have to run at you and hope for the best.
Yeah, you can't, like, check any corners or anything like that. You can't think about playing your life or anything. You've just got to send it. Makes it so difficult. Over on Bravo, Crud Muffins have tied things up as well. Won the search and destroy 6-2. For anybody that missed it, shout out to the PTU for tweeting out these whilst we are live, and I'm just keeping an eye on it. It was a 250 to 174 Skyline that went over towards Katana. It's all tied up there as well. We've still got some series to get through, yeah.
We certainly do. Everybody fighting very, very hard in this. Afro making a big kill here, trying to slow down BBHH just a little bit. Knives out the window, F-Dot. As they look to try and get a bit of control, but it's certainly not as good of a start as they had last time.
And was that a massive catalyst for their round? It probably was. Team Notorious can stagger them here. It makes things so much more difficult. That's the thing for Notorious on their defensive side. They never got the opportunity to send a player like Eric Boom to just be a pain. There's a lot of routes on Hacienda, and well, you get players like that who can put themselves in positions to cause you issue. Well, maybe you can get something going. Rafi's done well to maybe just stem the tide hit. Rafi's done even better. Finds 3. Really stepped it up in the search and destroy after a lackluster map number 1. He's just single-handedly stopped BBHH from finding a free point.
That has caused so many issues for them now. BBHH trying to get out of the spawn and into the map here. Afro got out of here. Comes back to fight again. Eventually that will be taken care of. A little bit of pressure though. BBHH getting in towards B. Well, that fight's been going on towards Rock.
Time though. All they are on B for all they are whittling this down. Time is not on their side. One good wipe from Team Notorious, and all of a sudden it's a dangerous position to be in, but all of a sudden it is only just Henry who is left up here. Not doing badly. He's doing great actually, getting Afro down to 1 shot. He's kept that pressure on. You'll find Afro as well. So Henry doing a really good job. The rest of the team now on their way, and he had the Mythics will find F-Dot. And this should be B now. All off the back of Henry. Just surviving and being a nuisance.
That B secure is what they needed. Bit of time, bit of breathing room. Henry may have got bad timing there, but it works out. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. He's going against Rafi. Does not work out at all. BBHH have to be careful. They don't have map control. They don't have the lives, and that clock is getting awfully slim.
Oh, you're being forced back further and further. Eric Boom on a force spree, as mentioned. This is kind of where he lives and breathes it. I mean, this is similar position if you've got somebody like Afro. This is nightmare fuel for BBHH to try and get up at the spawn. But a big stone will come through. Will distract Afro. They'll find the kill. They're looking to try and get rid of Eric Boom now, who's just continued to survive. I think they are trying to chase this down. As long as he's behind, yep, we'll find kills just like that. 14 versus 6. This is feeling like a defensive round and a control victory for Team Notorious. Pretty much beckons Bryce.
Of course, especially with Eric Boom taking that on the 7th streak. Rafi, like, seriously, the gunfights are outrageous.
Oh, they have battered them here on this last round. Big control from Team Notorious. It does feel unfair when they're shooting like that. 3-1 on the control. They take the lead in the series for the first time. They'll be heading over towards their hardpoint to close it out and secure a space in the winners bracket final. Wonderful performance in the end. Yeah, I think, for Team BBHH there, when you don't find that initial break to get something going, they seem to suffer big time. And that is a nice win for Team Notorious, who looked the solid outfit throughout the majority of that control and find themselves up 2-1 now, Brycey, and deservedly so, you would say.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look at that. I don't even know if he missed a bullet. Like, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. And he was doing this all game. The shots are so clean over and over again. I mean, don't get me wrong, he died right there. I mean, what a terrible replay to prove me point. But still, it was just a force to be reckoned in gunfights that he shouldn't have won. And when he did, they were unbelievably clean. Eric Boone towards the end as well played a big part. Afra, I mean, they all really did. And in that final round, basically just took them apart. BBHH had an opportunity after the capture. The transition did not go well, and then they never recovered.
You're heading over towards a protocol hardpoint. Which, to be fair, for BBHH, I don't think it's too bad of a map. That's American. I mean, it's still going to be difficult up against Team Notorious, who are such a well-drilled team. It's not as mixy as a Vault. Which is, again, a map you wouldn't expect to be able to beat Team Notorious on, but they managed to with a big clutch up towards the end, so they still have life in them. But Protocol is coming up. Team Notorious will be feeling extremely confident after those last two very convincing maps.
How does this hardpoint go? Is there life in BBHH? That's the question we are asking. We consider them the underdogs going into this series, Ton. We said, realistically, Notorious are the team to fear. They won the hardpoint. Unfortunately, since that hardpoint have not looked on the same level. And the question is that hardpoint just an anomaly, or is it a sign of things to come?
Let's see if they can turn this around on the protocol, but not after we check in on how things are going over on Bravo. This moment in time, Katana Gaming tied up Crud Muffins, and we're into the control. This looks like it was a Katana defensive round win, on the looks of things. I was just tied up after a presumed defensive round win from Crud Muffins here in round number 1. So all tied up on a Vault control. I really do like this map for Katana, though. They can find attacking rounds. We've seen them do it plenty. Well, they'll be looking to do so this time around. Cobra goes on a 7 spree to secure the defense.
It's another one of those games where we were curious just how it would end up going down, but Crud Muffins getting it back to a tie game at least. Means this one could go the difference as well.
Starting from the side of Katana. Getting a lot of bit of pressure over towards that A side. Progress coming in very, very quickly, so you're going to give yourself a lot of time here. Cobra knows the flank coming. Oh, was looking for his 8th, didn't get it. Tane is there now on the flank. Got a potential moment here for Crud Muffins to collapse. You're going to have to look in 3 million different directions if you are Katana. Kez will find 2, but the trades will work out in Katana's favor. A will be theirs, and there is a hell of a lot of time to get a hold of B.
Vortex looking for the players. He knows probably going to push through, but losing that long-range gunfight. Cobra waiting like the snake he is. I mean that in a nice way, obviously. But still. They are making some pressure here. They aren't able to get into what we know is usually the key position by having somebody hit the back lines. At the moment, this is just headbutting and bleeding lives. Vortex knows the player's going to be here as well. That player might turn around. Vortex. He's going to go down. Aspect cleans the lines. So realistically for Katana, this is all about being stable and finding the opportunity to get through.
Just need to take their time. They have so much of it still. At times barely bled at all. Vortex now on a flank. And this will be the catalyst for anything going yet. There's not much going on though for Crud Muffins. So yeah, you spin around, have a little look. Yep, big stun. That's well timed. High pack. Although the map gunfights though not going to go your way. Brezzy chasing down Denza. It's just... he plays this map really well. That's all I will say for the... I mean, moments like that from Brezzy as well is when you just need to slow down. You've got map positioning. Just want to chase Denza down because he plays the middle of the map so well on this mode in map combo in particular. Voltex's going to be caught out. Feels like Katana gaming a bit. It's 6s and 7s here, and that isn't a good thing.
Katana's still looking for that gap, though. And this is when it's like, this can just change in a heartbeat. Detain being in the back line is always going to be a problem, and if you want to find out whether or not they can find that gap, you can still watch it over on Bravo. As that one looks like it's going down towards the wire a little bit. Alpha is about to start with our map number 4.
Well, Team Notorious seem to be in the ascendancy here, Brycey. Over on Bravo looks like potentially could go in the distance. Very, very close one there. Honestly, I think Crud Muffins are putting up a bit of a better fight than I considered they might. Sonic Gaming not making things look as clean as potentially they could be. Neither are Team Notorious. I mean, map number 1 was very, very close, but BBHH did clutch up. Since then, though, they put the pressure on. They found another gear. Now we're going to see that gear here on map number 4 as well. Rafi starting it off well. Honestly, Rafi had a really, really poor map 1 by his standards. Since then, might have been the best player in the lobby.
Wow. I mean, here's the thing. What do you make of this ton as a question? Team Notorious we thought would be this good coming into this series. But with that first hardpoint, I thought maybe we were wrong here. But after it, everything since... It's just screamed Notorious kicking it into their real gear.
Yeah, I wonder if they maybe did just have a bit of a slow start, and even then it took BBHH a moment to clutch up from. You seen Battens truly roll back the years. I'm talking Blackpool land backs. Maybe that's maybe not that far back. He wasn't that good then.
That's such an obscure reference for people watching for the first, even the last few years.
The OGs will get it though, and that's who I'm here for. Big kills coming through from Eric Broom as P2 popped about 20 seconds ago. Team Notorious looking good, but moments like that do win you games, and that's what BBH have in their locker. They have a lot of talent. I mean, look at the roster, right? But ultimately, when you're going up against somebody against like Team Notorious, who have a lot of talent themselves, and of course the ability to just string together 8 kills in a row, someone like Eric Boom, 9th not quite there. It becomes difficult if you are not on your A game. If you aren't able to find those clutch moments, you will get punished, and that's exactly what's happening to BBH right now to kick things off. Eric Boom 8-2. I believe he already has his Hellstorm up and running as well. Team Notorious get some really, really good time over towards P2. P3 rotations, well, it's 50-50 right now. Vance is going to go for it and just waste time.
If not, sliding away towards the back here, and a little slip of players all flying past each other. Eric Boom, it's a very good position for Eric, but needs to stay alive to make something of it as he now gets to the point himself. Everybody's just dancing. Nobody's committing to a gunfight. Eventually some trades happen in the hill here, and it will be BBHH that get the better of it, but Afro shooting nuclear missiles out of that gun.
As is so often the case. Had a slow start. I mean, that's because Eric Boom is 11-4. There's only so many kills. BHH really taking their time here because they know if they can find a nice break, then that's going to help them over towards P4. But it just seems like all Team Notorious right now. This game, I never like to call them too early, but if BBHH don't start stepping it up big time, this one is done so quickly.
Just a dominant performance. And look at this clean rotation. What has happened from map 1 to 2, by the way?
I mean, BBHH came in very, very scrappy. They made things look very difficult for Team Notorious. Got up in their faces. Clutched up big time. We've seen a really nice rotation to P4 and a big clutch play from Band. Since then, though, Team Notorious have just... I mean, they have had so many more gears to get into.
Feels like this would be some sort of theme song kicking off, like Randy Orton's. Just a dominant game. BBHH not really putting up too much of a fight. Eventually, though, looking like they might break this with 17 seconds of scrap time to go. But again, Eric Boom Eric Boom. Eric Boom.
Jeez.
A 5 streak there for him. 16-4. And just when you think maybe, just maybe the tide is turning, Eric Boom says no. 6th streak. Stick that on your forehead. And not going to get the 7th.
17-5 over the Spaniard. Incredible work. That is a little man with a lot of Call of Duty skill. Very short, by the way. Very, very short.
Unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. He's having a great game. Just throwing shade at him. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, we don't want anybody getting ego, you know. Still, Team Notorious can have all the egos they want. They are so far ahead right now. BBHH making a bit of a fight of it, though. Right now. Left up on coast still. Just trying to get some position. I mean, look at that again. They just look leagues ahead at times, but that's much better. BBHH get themselves some time. P2 rotation going to be coming up. You're still around 100 points behind. But decent P2. You go even here. Get over towards P3. You can lock it down. A nice rotation over towards P4. You're in the lead. Simple as that.
Can they find a bit of a fight back? Bant on a 5 streak. And down he goes.
And down he does go.
I mean,
that is better. I mean, they've closed the gap, right? See, it's down around 80. They're getting some good time at P2 here. Team Notorious may be taking their foot off the gas a little bit, and that could come to hurt them now. They still have a good position to be in for P3 rotations. They found some good gunfights. They should find some time over towards P2. And still the spawn zone, not necessarily ideal for BBHH. So 20 seconds to play for here for Team Notorious with that lead. That's absolutely no problem.
Yeah, I mean, Notorious will take this all day, realistically. Afro finds one, not going to get the second, though. Trade still flying in from both sides. And BBHH knew they had to break, and, well, got a few down here. Unfortunately, the spawn for Team Notorious will benefit them greatly on this rotation. We'll just use one bullet there to end that fight. Rafi fighting from the back. Ferdinand is going to lose it here. This rotation for BBHH would have to be pretty magical for them to lock it down.
Take something. And as mentioned, they have closed that gap. A nice break here. Maybe. Just maybe you can get something going. Kills are starting to trade a little bit better now. You're not getting ran through. Bants can find a few in a row. That's a lot more like it. And you find the break? Yes, you can. Eric Boom now forced back for Team Notorious. Yeah, okay, you're a little bit closer. If you find kills, they are influential. At the same time, BBHH are making this hard. They're making them work for it in comparison to what the first rotation was like. That's much more like it. 20 seconds are going to fall your way. You're going to be the first ones over towards P4. Hold down those 20. Get a good rotation to P4. Hold this down. It's anybody's game.
Esney awaits as what was feeling like a foregone conclusion could flip here. It has evened up just a little bit. That's been called out. And they've got it. They've got this rotation as well. That is a 4-man wipe. BBHH have an opportunity to bring this back into a close game. So though finding the first kill. Here comes the pressure from all around. 2 players drop. Bants looking for 3 players. 4 players front door. Bants needs to win one of these gunfights. It's going to get 2. Teammates going to get the rest, surely. After him, Henry is hunting him down and will get it at the same time. They hold this down for more ton.
Really, really nice play coming out from Henry. Goes for the reflank over the up top. They would have got called out. 4 players out front. And he makes his move. Bants plays his part with 2 up the rip, but he'll start to fall their way again. BBHH just about holding on. And there we go. We said we went over towards P2. It's about a 100-point difference. You find a nice hold for any of these hills, and you put it into the realms of possibility. They are still 30 behind. But this is a lot more doable than the 110 they were down after the first rotation.
Well, there's 3 kills. They just cannot get F2 off that heady. Vance tries to get into the point here, but he's so weak. 1 bullet will take him out. Fortunately, reinforcements coming in to help him out for a few seconds, but is this too big of a hill to climb? Notorious will just soak more and more time on a P1. It's going to cause BBHH to basically panic. They don't want to give this away, not after this fight back.
That's the thing. You want to keep it contested as long as you can, but this is just free time for Team Notorious. Finding the important kills, there's the contestation coming through, but this is what the problem. BBHH. Yes, okay, you found the comeback, but you've allowed Team Notorious that long lead. You've allowed them to not be far off, and they are just picking you apart now. You have to rush forward. You have to find something, and that's a good couple of gunfights. You are going to slow that bleeding. Still going to be about a 50-point game by the time we head over towards P2. BBHH, we need a generational hold at P2. A great rotation towards P3, and you might win this game and force a map 5.
Oh, they already lost the player in the hill, so that's not a good start. After finding one as well, F. Dot hitting the flank. Nobody in P2 yet. I mean, Notorious can take all day for this and find the kills. Losing a couple here. F. Dot stopping the bleeding. Rafi getting another one as well. Still, nobody in the point. Notorious eventually commit to it because they can, and F. Dot gets a kill that he shouldn't have got. A pre-fire through the doorway, and this may be the final flourish of BBHH.
Oh, must have come back for nothing though, Brycey. They brought it all the way back. Now Team Notorious, 10 seconds away.
Henry's so weak there as well. He can't even afford to reach out, and they're going to have to hit this all at once. Last opportunity. Last set of gunfights. F. finds one. It's a slow challenge in the end as Mythics find only one in the trade, and Team Notorious will take that hardpoint, and 3-1 BBHH.
Into the winners bracket final they go as advertised. Sensational maps 2 and 3. First half of map number 4 as well. Just absolutely untouchable. You will often see that, though. A team will take a lead like that, and they can just play it differently in Hardpoint. They don't need full 40s. They don't need to commit to anything. They just need to chip away those 20 seconds here and there on E1s, on scrap time. That works perfectly for you when you have that amount of a lead. BBHH, the comeback was potentially on, but you needed to be perfect from there. You cannot be perfect up against a team like Team Notorious. They will find themselves in the winners bracket final again, Brycey. There's a date with Team Katana on the cards. We'll find out shortly. We'll be jumping over towards that, but Team Notorious, really good job. After, I don't want to say a shaky start. It was a very, very close map number 1. They came in maybe a little bit cold. Big clutch up from BBHH, who still have life in this tournament. They'll drop into the loser bracket, obviously. But after that, we've seen the real Team Notorious, didn't we, Bryce? I mean, maps 2 and 3 were ridiculous.
Just a really dominating show from them, and even into this hard point, BBHH fought back like lions realistically with how far they were down, but it was nothing like map 1. And I'll be honest with you, map 2, 3, and 4 is kind of how I expected this to go.
Yeah, I would agree. Look, BBHH are a good squad. I would say the names on that roster, on paper, they look a little bit better than maybe they've performed. I think they've got room to grow, is kind of what I'm saying. That sounded maybe a little bit harsh. I think they definitely have room to grow. We may well see that throughout the losers bracket next week. They're still in the tournament. They'll be happy to be in that tournament, and they will have a chance in this losers bracket. I do believe, to me, they are still fighting in around that top 4. I think they are very much there. But I think a couple of these teams are a step away from Team Notorious, and maybe a step away from Team Katana as well. We're going to go over towards Bravo and see how things are going. But that's a big win for Team Notorious. Who are they going to meet? Right now, Katana Gaming hold the lead in this series. Over towards Vault Hardpoint. Katana may well find themselves behind here, but are in control of P4.
It's a long-range gunfight from Vortex, but he does manage to nail it. He's on a 6 streak here. And
who's this man with an Ames in his hand? This isn't my mate Steve Vortex, the SMG, is it?
I was going to say, we talked about it actually yesterday, how funny it is that Vortex has had to switch to an AR on what must be one of the most SMG-dominated metas we've seen. But it doesn't matter. 6 streak here. That's brought them back into contest on this hard point. They wasn't having a good time before this point as well. There's a couple of kills going down, but really it's just bleeding Katana for bodies as we look for this transition.
I mean, you know, I always love an opportunity to talk about Vortex, but I do want to actually give him some legitimate props and not just bias, because he's been moved over towards an AR. Over the group stage, I mean, we've always kind of associated Vortex with somebody. If he's dropping a 1.0, you're going to win games because he's not necessarily that guy. Nearly a 1.2 across the group stages from Vortex, though, on an AR. I think you got to give him his credit. He's had to go into a different role, and he's adapted well into a different team. Katana Gaming look a really good outfit, and are starting to get some control over towards P1 here as well. I think, you know, that for them to find somebody like Vortex who can slot into that role, a role that he's not used to, and doing that well, it's credit to him as a player.
Well, here comes the push, as you can see. Everybody doing their job here. Funny enough, actually, Cobra struggling a little bit, which is very surprising, Tun.
Yeah. I mean, how is he 6 and 7 and Brezzy 20 and 10? How is that happened?
I think he's been stuck in the hill while they slay out around him, I'm guessing. They've just kind of stuck him there and like, don't worry, we'll get all the kills, you get none.
Well, apparently had a very good performance in the control. So maybe he has just been the hill captain this time around, Bricey. Hellstorm coming in. Yeah, you ain't stop. Right, okay, so he's 7-7. But he had a health. Right, okay.
Maybe it's
surely it's broken. How?
No, it's not. No. Had a really bad start. Really bad.
How did he... How... If he's 8-7, he's now on a 6-3.
I think that Hellstorm wasn't him. I think that's a kill feeder shoot.
Okay. He's definitely got one now.
Well, who knows? Anyway, let's move on because Katana...
That absolutely twisted my brain. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I mean, this is the thing here as well. Katana have an opportunity to move forward to this one. And you got to remember, when we joined this game as well, they were behind. So far, they've looked pretty good. As that P4, P1 was okay. P2, again, good hold. Over to P3 now. And for Crud Muffins, we haven't seen them really have a lot of highlights since we joined this game.
No, we haven't. It really has been Katana kind of controlling the game. Working away, but now P3, is there something potentially on the cards here? Not quite. Aspect will get taken down. After finding a couple himself, Cobra just now trying to survive. Good shots coming out again. He's absolutely twisted, this kid. Vortex there to pick up the pieces as well. They want to just try and keep a hold of these P4 spawns if they can, whilst trying to bleed some time over towards P3.
Oh, Vortex, close range gunfight. Hipfire actually works out for him as well. I say Crud Muffin's doing a very good job of getting all the time that they can out of this. They might actually get this transition as well. Look at that. That is a wipe for them. Katana have lost their heads. And now they have to make a very hard break because they don't even have a little bit of contest towards P4.
No, absolutely nothing. Cobra putting the skates on detain there, though. Now we'll start to put pressure over towards this other side. Cobra's going to be up close and personal. I like this positioning from Denza, though. Yeah, he knows that they're going to have to hit from some awkward angles. He will find that. The rest of his team, though, over towards the backside in a little bit of trouble. Detain can find one and the second. And a little bit of help from Kez. One player towards this backside, though, is Aspect. So he'll just try and stay alive whilst the rest of Katana on the way. And he's doing more than staying alive. That's all on Aspect, by the way. They've all walked through the front door because Aspect was still alive towards the backside.
Wow. Sometimes positioning is key. And look at this. Might get through again, Aspect.
It's too easy.
Need to lock in. Absolutely lock in for this one. 4X not going to get the second. It's only going to be 3 points of scrap, but could have been a dagger in the heart of Crud Muffins. He's going to go down here as well. Too many bodies, too many bullets, too many bombs. Still a close game, though. 40 points. Feels like more in the dying seconds.
It does. I think when Crud Muffins had that rotation in some sort of way, it feels like a bigger lead than they would have liked to see as we head into a third rotation. I mean, it's a really good job from Katana to find that break. I want to give Aspect so much props for holding it down over towards the backside. Not just staying alive, but finding 2 kills to open up that front door. And then he's going to find a little bit more over towards P1 as well. This is a lot better from Katana Gaming. Starting to stretch away because Aspect is taking over. Cobra there to pick up the pieces as well. This is some brilliant time from Katana. P2 beckons, and you are going to be 40 seconds away by the time we get there.
Still an opportunity, though. A good P2 hold brings it back to basically a tie game. This, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't had more than this. Here he goes, dropping it in. Not finding anything, just putting pressure towards the back spawn. So now they know they should all be inside. Vortex can squeeze from the back. The rest of the team from the front. Last player towards the back is Pack, but no snap there for the side of Cobra. Aspect can find one off the backside, and they will get a hold of the spawn. So not a bad position for Katana to be in, but slight miscommunication there, it seems.
They can't afford it. Crud Muffins not in the greatest of positions. This is it. When you get over that 200 point mark, it changes the way the Hardpoint hills work.
Yep.
And You can feel the pressure Crud Muffins are now under. They want them off this point. They want into P3, and unfortunately it means they are not winning gunfights. They throw themselves at it. Denzer will find one. And it will be Katana with only a sliver needed to finish this series. 16 seconds, and Crud Muffins cannot allow a break.
Vortex positioning himself well, knows that they're going to try and come for it as well. Gets the call out from his teammates. Crud Muffins on the point because, well, damn, they need to be. Aspect can find his 4th in a row. He's had a hell of a game since we jumped on board. 35 and 23. Resi slowed down. I think he was 20 and 7. But Aspect is running it up here for Katana Gaming. They're in control. This next wave of kills might just decide the game. And it's Crud Muffins to get a hold of it. Some good time potentially on the board here. If they can break 200, get a good transition. But the problem is for them, they need the time and they need the rotation.
Katana can just be problems. They can play TDM. They can wait this out. They can rotate early. They can play corners. Crud Muffins, they have all the pressure on them. Here's the thing. Without getting that scrap time on P3 as well, can't even win it here at P4. They have to be better than good. They are in, though, Ton. And that is the difference.
Yep. They've done the hard part. How can you hold it down? Vortex will get dealt with. Do they know that there's other players pushing in from this other side? Yes, they do, but they can't do anything about it. 2 kills will go their way. Cobra now into the point. Yeah, he's just going to take his time. He's just snoring shoulders. He knows his teammate's on his way. There's the call. Vortex will try and get something from the other side. Cobra will now move. And the damage, is it done? No, it isn't, because Denzer and D10 have done really, really well. Vortex can find one, gets the second for free. He's looking the other way, and he might have called game. Crud Muffins can't get in. Katana will secure a spot in the winners bracket final. They'll be playing Team Notorious next week. The Titanic matchup that we kind of promised.
The way we thought it would go, it has come to pass. Katana and Notorious, 2 teams flawless in the groups, 5-0 apiece. And now the winners' final beckons between these 2 Titans, making them both look regular size. But of course, we are looking forward to the game anyway.
Can't wait for that one. It's going to be a hell of a week next week, because those 2 teams, they do look above and beyond, don't they, in Europe at this moment in time. They look like they don't really have that challenge of a third. That's going to be a really interesting battle, though, as well. We will see how things play out. You know, we have had surprises before, but right now it looks like a 2-horse race for the title next week. And we will get to see that match. We will get to see that race for that winners bracket final, of course, to see who will make the grand final. Who will drop down? No idea. That's such a hard one to call, Bryce, but hey, it's been a day. We've had some series, haven't we?
It certainly has. I mean, that's kind of what we expected. We know in playoffs, the best teams go forward. They stay in the game. The games get better for that reason, right? It is very much high-level Call of Duty that takes place the deeper in you get. And, well, as we can see here, it's all measuring up. We will find Katana going in to play against Notorious in the winners' final. These teams that drop down, BBHH against Notorious and Crud Muffins against P7. It is going to be a showdown between all of them. Hun, I really don't know how it ends.
I have no idea. Honestly, I think dropping down there, BBHH and Crud Muffins will be the favorites in their game, but I would say especially for Crud Muffins, I mean, both of them actually. Crud Muffins are going up against P7, so that's a tough one. BBHH and Notorious going up against each other. That was the very first game that both these 2 teams played over this elite stage. They will be going up against each other to see who continues in the losers bracket. In the loser bracket round 3, I mean, that's another cracking game that'll be coming up. That winners final, of course, is now decided. There you go. Katana will get themselves in. Team Notorious will take them on. That is the marquee game for next week. Wow. Can't wait for that one. That'll be a banger. Every single game looks insane.
It really does. And of course, that means all these players get a chance to kind of go back to VOD, scrim what they need to, and get ready to continue. We say goodbye to a couple of teams today, but the Call of Duty action is not over, of course. North America will be winging their way to your screens in just a few minutes, actually. So be prepared for 3 more action-packed rounds of Call of Duty as they go into their own playoffs. But thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a full day of Call of Duty Challengers. Moving into North America, we're in the playoffs. And if you joined us yesterday, we had tiebreaker situations. We watched the KC Pioneers put on a bit of a show, to put it plainly. But they don't make it out of the tiebreaker situation due to the fact that they did lose 0-3 to 6F Carolina. So their overall head-to-head map count had them as the lowest of the three teams at 2-3. Same situation on the other side of Group A, where Lord Gaming fell off after they had, fortunately, lost to the Royal Spartans. So our top four teams, Jay, from both groups have made it into today's action.
One, I was muted in VMix. I'm so sorry about that.
Gosh,
Old Brooklyn, like I was saying, 5-0, flawless throughout the opening stages. They were our stage one victorious winners. They just dominated. Then they continuing on even with two different players. On the opposite side for Group B, Team War, honestly, the team that I wasn't really expecting to be the #1 seed, but they took care of Oma yesterday in a clean 3-0. So
yeah, they did.
Some bets on that squad. They came out to play so far this elite stage.
Yeah, they've looked really solid to this point. Now it just comes down to, can they get it done here in the playoff bracket? And here is that playoff bracket. Amit Brooklyn will be taking on YFP to start. Amit will also be taking on the Royal Spartans. Not sure what CTE stands for. Team War will be taking on Distro Gaming. Cabal will be playing 6F Carolina. I think a lot of our focus go to those top two matchups where, depending on the results, Amit could play Amit by the end of the day.
Yeah, that one should be a fun one. Obviously, Omid Brooklyn and YFP, they have so much history with each other, especially in the last stage. I'm pretty sure they were in the same group, played multiple times, got to the playoffs, played each other again, and it was YFP edging them out, at least early on, in the S&Ds, but then Omid Brooklyn started to make the adjustments, and they walked away victorious in the final matchup. Omid versus Royal Spartans, though. Like, yesterday, the Spartans looked like a completely different team versus Lore.
Yeah, they really
Like, we
did.
weren't expecting that. Like, We had players like ProLoot shining. Spart had his moments. They were clutching up in Search and Destroy, even with rounds where they felt like they were down and out. They were down like, what, 4 straight rounds in the S&D? They came back and won at 6-4. They made the adjustments, so that should be a stellar matchup. And then Team War versus Distro. Team War probably are going to be able to edge them out there. And then 6F Carolina, those guys tweeted me. They said, why you don't got no faith in us, man? We got some vets. We got some guys who know how to play. They're going to make this Cabal game and to start that one off. So it should be a great day of matches, Alan. We should have some bangers.
Should be. I'm excited for it. Hope you're excited for it there out there too, friends. And there is a look at our schedule. Of course, winners round 1 will be what we start with here on the main stream. We will be focusing on a bit playing up against the Royal Spartans. Then, of course, we'll jump down to lower round 1 and finish with winners round 2 this evening. Should be a really fun one. And on the other side of things, it will be Amit Brooklyn playing YFP. So, again, I would say marquee matchups here for both of our 2 streams to get us going here to start off our day today. Should be a lot of fun. And again, we'll just kind of pick and choose our lower round 1 matchups as obviously they start to come. And then, of course, same situation when we eventually get up into winners round 2. There's only been 2 games going on once, so you're going to have both streams going at the same time. Let's talk about our rosters, though. For Amit, Sans Brooklyn, it's Brack, Illy, Johnny, and Standy. This team, I would say, like when they first were put together, we had a lot of high expectations. They may not have necessarily matched those expectations to start, but they have really turned up lately, though. And I think that's the good news here for Amit fans is, hey, you're starting to really cook a little bit with this roster.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. You go 4-1 through the elite stage matches. Obviously, you get caught slipping in your final one versus Team War. But before that, they were 3-0-ing, 3-1-ing every roster that they played against. Brack has been playing outstanding. Shout out to Breaking Point for pulling up a couple stats here for the Challengers, guys. He has like a 1.14 in Hardpoint, a 1.2 in S&D, a 1.2 in Control. He's been outstanding. And then you add players like Johnny and Standy to the mix where they're phenomenal search and destroy players. They understand what it's like to play with different pacing, how to be those playmakers, and you also have the leadership in Illy, a world champion. So this is a well-collaborated roster here. I just want to see if they can do it in the playoffs.
Yep, indeed, that will be the case. Again, we've got a lot of high-octane rosters, including the one on the other side, Darkside, Gunzy, Prolut, and Spart. Remember, they started their group stage very poorly. Eventually, were able to kind of get things going, wake up just a touch, and it got them just barely into the playoffs. It was the exact same situation that we talked about from last season, where things are just not going well. It's very peculiar. It's very odd. You don't know what to say. And then all of a sudden, they turn up, and they start playing miraculously well. So that seems to have kind of been the case once again here for these guys as they find their way, just again, by way of tiebreaker, making it into this playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's crazy that you say that by way of tiebreaker, because when you look at that Royal Spartan squad, you're expecting them without question to go top 4, uncontested, not really get put into tiebreaker situations, but at least they did make it into the playoffs. And the way that they played yesterday, you got to be feeling good going into today. We were outclassing Lore Gaming in the fundamental aspect of the game, out-rotating them, breaking when we need to, setting up proper pinches, and then in the search and destroy to rally the way that they did. When the game was starting to get out of hand, to change those mid-round adjustments, start to slow down the game, let the pressure come to them. You have the veteranship. You have the guys who have been there and done it before. They just had to put it together at the right time, and there's no better time than playoffs.
Yeah, that's very true, because there's not much time to fiddle with it. So see if they can find a way to kind of keep up some of that magic that they often find here at the near-ending parts of the stages. Here's our set, though. Skyline, triple thing of Vault, and then Skyline again. So just the 2 maps for us to enjoy here in this first best of 5, but I don't figure there's going to be much boredom in this matchup because both these 2 teams, as we kind of keep on talking about, have been very good.
Yeah, there's definitely not going to be any boredom because you got to bang out Hardpoint to start it off. Then you got to bang out Search and Destroy, Vault, where it tends to get mixy all the time, and for the Control, then followed by the Vault and the Skyline. This is just going to be a battle of the SMGs. Realistically, they're going to be able to set the tones. ARs just need to make sure we're blocking these spawns, setting our teammates up for success. But realistically, starting off a series on an opening map like Skyline is such a tone setter. You get the blood flowing, you start to get your movement down packed, guns start to get a little bit more warmed up, you start to sink yourself into the game. And with a map like this to start off a series, this is one of those maps that you build momentum on very quickly.
Oh, without question you do. So we'll see what kind of efforts we have for both of these 2 squads jumping on into the mix. Winners round 1 matchup between these 2 squads. And to kick things off, will be Pro Loot for our first blood. Dark working on the rotation. He had a really good finish to yesterday and already starting off hot here.
Oh, yeah, this is a guy who I wanted to put a lot of focus on today for the Spartans because he was a deciding factor to a lot of their map wins yesterday. He just sets the aggressive pace with that SMG, always making impactful plays around the map. Really made a name for himself so far in this season. As the Royal Spartans start off on the bad side, 4v1. Soaking up a lot of this time. They have all their bases covered. Even their rotation is good in the entire kill feed. Lighting up red. Omen Brooklyn. Yeah, we got to wake up.
Yeah, this has been a really hot start for the Spartans. Like we keep talking about, my friend. They just come out a little different when it comes to playoffs. And, well, you're seeing it really come to fruition here to start. A perfect P1. Now pressure on rotation. Johnny's the only one in the way, and he's quickly dealt with by Spart. There will be a follow-up here through patio side. Pro will be able to deal with one. Doesn't initially read the second, but good pickup from Dark. Good damage will be an easy trade, and this has been perfect again, still, for the side of the Spartans.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Fortunately, though, now Johnny has walked his way right through the front door, finds the breakthrough zip, and that's 3 down in favor of Omen. Spawns and now flip. Royal Spartans forced to break their way back on in. You do have one player in Sparty, though. He's already worked his way around White Plat, but he's going to get sniffed out by Illy. The rest of the pressure is going to go through the front side. Omid have the numbers. They should be able to win these trade fights. But the Spartans now, by just ending that kill feed, they have Sparty spawning right into the back, so they have the numbers.
Unbelievable start. I mean, yeah, they need to wake up here. I mean, they're not getting heavily outslayed. They're just losing key gunfights as they try to rotate around the map. They're going to get the scrap time of about 14 seconds. Illy working on New, but he finds himself overwhelmed, leaving Brack by himself. That's a good 1v1 win through the middle of the map. Follow-up not quite there, though. Spartan able to get the shutdown, plus one more through middle. We'll have the Spartans with numbers on rotation to New.
Yeah, and this is not good. Like, Omid Brook. I mean, not Omid Brooklyn. There's 2 Omid teams. I'm sorry, guys. Omid, they are trying to at least stabilize the map, but every single time they do, there's one player from the Spartans who's already worked his way out off rotation, and he's making kills count. So they're forced to break into every single one of these hills. They're just not making it easy because the Spartans are trading so effective right now. Spart tries to dance. He unfortunately falls. Spawns flip. Spartans in control of P3, and they can currently do no wrong in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about this a little bit when they were playing Lore yesterday, where it was just like one of those openers where they were just playing such a good macro game, and that's continuing to be the case here. Just winning on key gunfights on rotation, but more importantly, just straight up dominating around the actual hard points themselves. So, yeah, really polished start here for Amit. Again, a little bit of scrap time, for Spartans, a little bit of scrap time for Amit, but they're outside the rotation looking in again as we head to our next Money Hill at P4.
Yeah, they have the rotation towards New. They already win the initial gunfights to start off the rotation. So they're going to be uncontested here at P4. 2v4 on the cards here for Illy and Brack. Both, unfortunately, do not find any success in the kill department. And that's a 3-for-1 trade, make it 4-for-1 trade. And the Spartans just continue to hold down this map control, not allowing Omid to get a clean attempt at a break.
Yeah, this has just been almost too easy in certain regards. I mean, I hate to make it sound like it's just a runaway, but let's be honest, the score is showing us a little bit of that. Good break here, though, for Amit, at least for now. Spawns will be blocked. Spart on the interior is good for 2, and that shuts me up and says, yep, this has been perfect for the side of Amit. Or pretty for, again, Spartan side of the Spartans. Oh, it's going to be a long day with 2 Amit teams in the mix.
Yes,
but
I'm telling you.
It's just been one of those things, man, where, again, like just kind of going off of what we saw from yesterday, they are doing everything perfect.
Just the micromanaging of the game, man. The team fires, the crossfires. Everything right now for the Spartans is just clicking. Omid again lose a rotation. This is 5 rotations lost in a row. Just not going to win a hard point if you're playing from the back foot consistently. Dark Side already pushed out towards top plat. You got teammates blocking the back spawns. That's already another clean 4 dead. And Dark Side is just going to continue to get spawners.
Unreal. I mean, this is beatdown. 90-point game. Good string of kills here for Amit. We'll have them looking at the hot tub pretty favorably here for the last 30 seconds or so. Good read from Brack as well, but he's gone. Spartan's having himself a big opening map here for the Spartans. Rotation trying to be fought for Sandy, but knows he has to be very cautious on this. His teammates are still over towards bedroom, and they will wipe the floor. Should be moving across the map here, and Johnny might be a little bit not quite Johnny on the spot, and that will allow him to be traded out. And once again, slow motion from the mid team leads the Spartans looking to control P2, and they get 3 down.
Oh my god, and there was only 2 players there from the start. 2 players already spawned all the way across the map, so they had to try to hold it down, find a couple of kills, allow the teammates to get back into the play, but they said, we don't need you. We got this. They've been able to hold down the spawns here for P2. Another rotation won by the Spartans. And Omid just continuously trying to climb their way back into the game. Finally, they have some ground to stand on. 3 go down. Last play you got to take care of is Darkside, who's still trying to contest towards the backside. You control the spawns now. We need this 40 seconds.
Yeah, we need it. We need it badly at that. See if they can make something happen here. At the moment, though, again, it's just good control from the Spartans. They're actually going to get 1 member to spawn in. So 161 to 99 the count. 18 seconds of scrap time. Going to be fought for by the Royal Spartans. A shutdown from Brack. The last word still owned by Sparty. He's having himself a great map. 21 to 16. Not often the player that we see pop off for his squad, but he is provided here today so far.
Yeah, for people who don't probably watch Call of Duty on a regular day basis, I know the scoreline only says a 70-point difference, but right now the Spartans are outclassing them in every aspect of this game. This has not been close at all. Even though the score seems to be like, all right, just 1 hold gets them back into this one. But no, the Spartans just can do no wrong. Another rotation won. You originally were here if you were Omid, but you lose every single gunfight off the rotation. That's already 3 dead. Last player here is going to fall, and Spartans just better right now. They're just simply better than it.
That is the only way to say it. They are legitimately just being, but they're just playing better. Wow. So looking like a runaway map number 1 here. Every rotation feels like it just continues to go the way of the Spartans. Standy now all of a sudden starts to show himself as being a little bit exposed on the scoreboard, 10 and 22. But more importantly, I mean, again, look at the hardpoint time. No one's over really 40 seconds worth of time for Ermit. Most of the team not even over 30 seconds. So this goes to show that the Spartans are dominating hardpoint to hardpoint.
Okay, now off the rotation, they already find 2 kills. Thankfully, Johnny and Brack are able to respond with 2, but that new hill yet to pop. So that means that they're not going to have their full setup that they want off the rotation towards B4. They technically do win it. But a lot of kills going down around the middle of the map. Allows Spartans to already be in their face to try to prime this break.
Wow. It's just been so clean. Brack has stepped up when he needs to most. But he needs some help. He needs it badly because here come the Spartans again. Good spawn control right into the hard point. I mean, it's textbook, Jay. That's about all I could say. It is absolutely textbook right now from the side of the Spartans.
That's exactly what they're doing, man. They're just outclassing them. Simple as that. They need to find breaks. They're sending the pressure on the right angles. They know that we find kills towards the backside. We secure the back spawns. We can reinforce with our numbers every single time. They can no longer win here at this P4. Brack opens up with the double to still try to contest this. But only needed 13 seconds with the way that the Spartans been playing.
Yeah,
this one's just a little bit more until we're done.
Yeah, feels that way without question. Wow, what a statement. And it's just another, again, it's odd because we don't often see this be the case where like a first season storyline is immediately found again in the second season. Like this Spartans team was, I won't say down and out, but they were pretty darn close. I mean, they had to win their final matchup of a group stage if they wanted to find a way to get into playoffs. They do so, and wouldn't you know it, they do so in a way that allows them to continue the momentum into the next day. So it's been really, really good from the Spartans. Still not over yet, though. As Amit able to find a lot of time here on P1. Follow up from Brack on 6 in a row. He's earned a Hellstorm, so maybe an opportunity here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's hard starting to change their gameplay a little bit. It was pace setting, at least early on into this hardpoint. When you find yourself by such a big lead, you start to develop on some of these long routes. So they're giving opportunities for Omen to get themselves back into the game. Only a 60-point difference, but you don't have the rotations over towards new. Spartans should be able to close it out at P2.
Should be able to, unless Johnny can find some sort of an opener. No, not going to happen up top. That will be the last second stick and tallied. But wow, what a statement opener from the Spartans again, bro. Like, it's just, I mean, these should be 2 teams that should be very evenly matched. Yeah. And that first map was, I won't say anything but it was closer to that than it was a close map.
Yeah, they got outslayed by a lot there. Obviously, the gunfights for your side, if you're Omen, are a lot more difficult than they are for the Spartans. You're losing every single rotation. You're forced to try to break into these positions where you know they're holding down the power spots, and then when you're cutting your losses and thinking about that new hard point, like we saw in the beginning of the game when they lost the 20 seconds at the ending of P2, cut their losses, went to P3, but then Spartan just opens up with a double. Like, those are things that can't happen. You have to make sure that you're winning your gunfights off the rotation, or you're consistently just playing from the back foot, and that was the story there for Omid there on map 1.
Clean stuff. Heck of an opener for the Spartans, and a lot of it coming from Sparty himself. Again, every time we watch this team, it's somebody different who shows their potential. And being able to show your potential when all 4 members are playing well, I think even goes a step beyond just being able to find the kills that you know, again, the stat line, I guess I should say. So, really good stuff from the Spartans. Amid slow out the gates. It didn't feel that bad, I think, based on the scoreboard until we got to our second rotation where you really saw Standy was having a hard time working with any space. But let's be fair. If your teammates aren't winning rotation anywhere, guess what? You're going to have a really tough time if you're an SMG player.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what it was, man. Like, you're just losing rotation. You're forced to try to break into these hills that are basically unbreakable. And then if your ARs aren't finding those opening kills or your SMGs aren't finding those opening kills, every single gunfight after that is just more and more difficult. You can only see that right there for Standy's stat line, 13 and 29. Obviously not the best. 2,200 damage, 9 non-traded kills. 2 objective kills, so he barely was around the hard point. Like, that's just because he's so damn far away from it. So if you're Omid, just completely shake that one off. You got outclassed in every aspect of the opening Skyline, but when I look at this roster, I always expect them to be able to bounce back and search and destroy with the caliber of players that they have.
Need to now, especially considering that we still have 3 vaults coming up next. Often expected to see a head bash on the search and destroy, although I will say teams have found different ways to kind of open up around the map, so you're not getting as much of that head bashingness that we kind of often assume you're going to see, at least in the challenger space. Some of it has been a little bit more calculated in nature, so something to look forward to there, I think. But all things told, this feels like a map that you come into now after that beatdown. You're sitting here saying, Amit, you better show us at least something, if not a must-win map coming up.
Oh, yeah. They have to figure it out in that search and destroy. But over at the Bravo stream, their brethren squad in Omid Brooklyn are having a little bit of a better performance here in map number 1, currently up by almost 100. They find themselves late off the rotation towards P4. Trophy systems are down for YFP. But basically one break right here from Omid Brooklyn solidifies this game.
Yeah, sure does. Frey's already working on the side door, shut down by Cruz. Shots from Fellows are really good. That allows Taps now to make his way in. Good teamwork, good pinch. Dak for 2, looking for all 3. He will find it and maybe save the map, but Craze quick off his respawns right back into the hard point. Plus, he gets a really solid read, not just on the 1, not just on the 2, but he's going to take down all 4 members. 3 in a row, and now these last 20 seconds become very punishing for YFP if they can't get back in.
Yeah, that's well played right there out of Crazy. He knows it's a one-man show in there, times it to perfection. Find himself on 5 in a row. He still doesn't plan on slowing down, but Wiz with the turn and burn. Catches his former teammate of last season slipping there. Still almost an 100-point difference. YFP able to fight for the final 10. You can just tell, like, looking at the stat lines from Omid Brooklyn, their ARs are dominating their lane. Yep. They're allowing their SMGs to just sit on hard points, push out whatever they want. They're finding so much success dominating the buildings.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scoreboard you look at and say they're being outslayed everywhere. I mean, the only person who's positive right now is Wiz, and he's just +1. Everyone else is getting beat up pretty badly. So, definitely feels like, again, another kind of skill gap discrepancy here in map number 1 for Amit Brooklyn's sake this time. Praise? No, not this time. Dak able to win a key 1v1 to keep the pinch safe, and now eyes are forward for YFP.
Yeah, YFP just trying to get themselves back into this game. This 25 seconds definitely helps. You currently have them trapped toward the backside of Grandma's. Omid Brooklyn not thinking about that rotation yet. They already sent a couple players through the underground. They want to set up these pitches off towards the new hard point. Mama gains info onto at least one player over towards Tower, but all this time goes in favor of YFP. They are going to be laid off the rotation, but you can see the kill feed is currently lighting up white.
Well, you want to see the conclusion of that map, which looks like it might be coming sooner rather than later, you could go over to the Bravo stream to see if Amit Brooklyn can close things out. But for us, we're into the search and destroy, so we'll jump there and see what Amit has to offer for what needs to be kind of a bounce back map here for them. So, see what we get. Opening push for Standy has been red, but he's still good for one. Nice shots onto a second. Maybe more to come, but overstays his welcome. Doesn't matter too much, though. The numbers are good, and that'll be enough for Mid Brooklyn to get on the board.
Yeah, beautiful play call right there for a moment. Take mid-map. As you can see on the side of the Spartans, they were setting up for team nades galore from that water side. Nothing connects, and Standy catches them with their pants down, being aggressive through mid-line. Is able to line up, too, though. It's great plays, great finesse. Put your team in the heavy man advantage, and then you send in the numbers to trade out the rest. Great opening round there for a moment.
Okay. Just a straight run down mid. Definitely sets the tempo, sets the tone without question. Gunzy with the bomb. Often this Royal Spartans team, we saw them play this map earlier in the group stage. Lots of focus to make sure they don't get ran through mid. This time, though, Gunzy just kind of committing to play for the plant on towards A, and Amit are actually really far back looking to play retake.
Yeah, that's what they're banking on is this retake. Can Johnny get any info sitting from top, Cat? No, he's just trying to hit this jump up now for at least 45 seconds. Finally, he's not going to commit anymore. They're going to drop their way in towards bottom far. Dark side finds the first blood. Gunzy knows it's still pressure, though.
Ooh, okay. Small moment there where you started to see things start to develop, but it's just down to Illy, and he's got absolutely nowhere to go. So much better this time around in terms of the Royal Spartans dealing with what is a reserve setup for Amit. Not allowing the retake to come through is easy peasy for them.
Yeah. They just took advantage of what was given to them. They said, okay, no nades over the top, no one in towards A, let's just plant it. They're looking like they're going to play for the retake. But Johnny investing a lot of time to try to hit that jump up to top, Cat. Once he doesn't get it, he has to commit through bottom vault. That allows the playmakers on the side of the Spartans to start to hit those routes. Prolu whips out an SMG as well. Him and Darkside combined for 3 to tie the game. Omit now back on the attack. Just going to go to the default over towards A.
Will be free for now. Johnny reads some pressure over through mid, but feeling safe enough to get the bomb planted at A are Amit. And, ooh, this is all about retake on the backside of Illy's position through P2. Gunzy's been seen, needs help. Illy just dropped down a ammo pack? Hello? Okay. Maybe thought he had a trophy. Not the case. He still deals with one. The retake from the front also not really finding much success as Illy has just been undefeatable on the backside of the play, and that's enough now for the full win to come through.
Yeah, they wasted a lot of time trying to isolate onto Illy, but he was in a perfect spot to watch multiple angles. Was ready for the pinch play. Finds a double there, and that basically secures the round. Because Sparty now left in a 1v2. He knows that Illy's still alive in the back. Standy's still around playing sight. But I stand no chance if Illy's going to eventually wrap his way back over towards pool. The deciding factor on that round is Mr. Pope. As Omit go up 2-1.
Yeah, and again, it's just Gunzy gets the read, just can't get the help.
Yeah.
So good response for Amit on the other side for Illy to say, I need help, and he gets a little bit of assistance on that close cross through mid. Stun over the top. Prolo, that actually lands. And he will know that there's going to be likely some sort of a contest here over towards Palms. First blood already tallied, followed up by Dark as he's going to get a nade kill. Now Prolo is trying to run it down, finds kill number 3. Standy is stuck with nowhere to go. These have been furious rounds, really kind of in 2 different directions. We've had the quick offensive rounds. We've also had the very passive ones that have largely been successful.
And this round was Darkside finding 3. Tone set it with that SMG for the first blood. The nade connecting over the top for the second. I thought Prolute got some bad timing on the left, but bad timing on one gets you good timing on another. Finds that kill before falling. And sets up Darkside for the trade. All out attack so far here on the vault. Search and destroy. As Omit give it another shot.
No nades over the top this time for the Spartans.
Uh-oh.
A trophy system inside the site will stop any retake nades, at least initially, as it's another quick plant. Wait, did that bomb just get... He planted it backside of the site, but it looks like it's in front now?
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens on a map like Vault. You plant the bomb in a certain corner and it automatically switches onto you, and that leads to now the numbers being in favor of the Spartans, but Standy makes up for it. 1v2, 1v1, you know Illy's outside.
Yeah, Spar now coming back into the interior, but no, does not get the prediction that he needed. Does that always happen? Am I absolutely blasted for that? Wow, I've never noticed that. That's embarrassing.
So he playing on the inside. It stretches out to the crack at the pole. Doesn't, make sense all the time. And I'm pretty sure you can still pull the bomb on the initial side that you planted it as well.
All right.
Doesn't matter though. Omit secure another attacking round. That time off the back of what Standy was able to get done. The nade connects with Prolo for the first blood. It's just 3 players inside of that bomb site for Omid. Gave them the advantage. Especially when Standy pops a double. Royal Spartans now looking for the response on the attack. We're keeping on attack still. All out aggression through mid-map though.
Oh, and it's going to be quick action here for Spart, fighting a couple. Illy trades things back, though, to the 1v1. Spart pops the doors. Going to confirm some information as Illy had taken shots, and that's enough for Spart to back all the way up. But Illy's making a very similar route happen. Timing is just a bit amiss for both players. This will reset the 1v1 nearly completely.
Yeah, Illy's going to play 50-50. Playing in towards the A site. Spart can get this bomb down at B for free. Just got to put yourself in an angle so you can watch over it and just allow that game clock to continue to tick on down.
Well, shots are out. Spart. Ooh, wallbang. Tags onto him, but he gets away. Illy's thinking he's going to reach Held. It's not the case, and Spart shooting straight right now. Absolutely polished on those gunshots. Leads us into a really solid situation for the Spartans.
Yeah, big one-on-one win right there from Sparty. Going up against a guy who loves to play a lot of 1v1s. Doesn't usually make the wrong decision at times. But chooses the 50-50 incorrectly. You get the bomb down, you get the info, and get out with your life. You see that Illy was playing for the reposition through top art, but Spart had it planted. We can spot it from multiple different angles. Able to tie the game up again. All out offenses again. Can someone secure defense here?
We'll see. Almost feels unlikely at this point with how these guys are playing. But we'll find out as Pope will find first blood towards B. Bomb being planted on the A side of the site. The Spartans had to pause for a moment, knowing that there was a gunshot, or a gunfight rather, over towards B. But now it's down to, can they find some sort of a quick retake? Standy nade cooked. A little bit of damage, but not able to find a kill with it. Illy also from backside vault. Can't really connect. But Brack has a really good look over the top of this bomb. 1v3. It's all down to, can he play the clock correctly? Here comes the swarm. Initial shots are good. Follow-up, though, through the middle of the map. Decent. Is there going to be some sort of a secondary follow-up?
Oh, my God.
Wait, where's the follow-up? There it is. Finally, Gunsy able to get back over on the ladder. That's enough for the kill to come through.
And that's the Spartans securing the first defense of the round right there. They find that first play with the aggressive play from Omid through top cat. The nade is able to connect, but you see how the Spartans were able to realize the information that they had and then use it. They know that, okay, Illy usually camps towards the backside of their base. He watches their flanks, but he's already in our spawn. He just took down our teammates, so they most likely are going to be tight in towards this site. We have the numbers advantage just to bombard our way in, and once they kill Standy, they get info on Ilya as well, isolate onto that gunfight, and then the 1v3, even though Brack made it a 1v1, they did not have any panic. There was a lot of time still to work with, so Spartans take the lead in the S&D. Back to the offensive side they go, and Prolu gains a lot of info early on.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dark Side first blood. Key round here is Spart's going to find a follow-up. And if you thought after all offenses was denied by the Spartans, maybe we switched to all defense. Not the case, at least not initially. Brack's got himself a 1v4, finds the first kill, but now he's got to get the defuse as well.
Yep. He's got to work into one of the more difficult sites to do. You do have a frag to work with. And both guns as well. Only 15 seconds have been drawn away. You're able to shoot out the trophy system. You know that at least one player is keeping you at bay, but the longer you wait, the more chance you don't have at taking this round.
Yeah. At least so is the way it feels, and the Spartans will put themselves onto map point. We could quickly be in a 2-0 series count. In a matchup that, I won't lie, Jay, I thought we were about to have a banger here.
Yeah.
And so far, it has been, well, just about anything but. So, definitely interesting prospects starting to build up here.
Spartans now at game point. Only team to successfully secure a defensive round, even though it did get scrappy towards the end. I have the opportunity to take two here to close out the S&D. Omit have been going with the Let's just get the bomb in towards A, have everybody watch different flank angles, and hopefully we clutch up on our one-on-one gunfights, and they're going to go right back to it.
Hopefully is the right word, Jay. Hopefully is the right word. See what we get. Billy on the cross. Decent shots. Backs down one. But look at how far forward Dark has gotten. Oh, he's been seen, though. He's going to try to reset this. Gets himself onto a bit of a heady. Stun coming through, but Brack deals with the follow-up. Also denied. Isolation should be good, though, to eventually get the trade, but it comes to the cost of what will be a B plant here.
Oh, and this should be a free round. Like, at this point, it should be a free round. But Sparty, with the perfect rotation at the right time, catches the timing on the standy. 1v2 now for Johnny.
Unbelievable. And Johnny's going to see maybe can he catch someone on the run by. Good opening shots. No immediate follow-up here. 35 seconds to fight. But with no bomb, and Spart knowing the bomb is down, he's just going to back up and play the angle safely. Major advantage to Spart.
Yeah, he's the AR. He's just going to call the cross. Okay, he spots him. Just don't allow that bomb plant to go down. He has a stunner nade to work with as well.
Yep, there's the opening shot. Here's the nade behind this. Does it land correctly? It does! Oh! So many things that go boom around that bomb site, including the bomb itself. The Spartans. 6-3 in the search after what was all offense. They come back with 3 rounds in a row, and all of a sudden this series has gotten out of hand.
Oh, yeah, this series has gotten way out of hand. You would expect that squad in Omit to make the bounce back, to make the mid-round adjustments in Search and Destroy. They started off great with that mid-map play, catch them off guard, trying to invest all of these over towards Pool, but then everything after that, it was just like copy and paste. Eventually, the Spartans are able to understand what you're doing because you're doing the same thing every single time. The only one who made a couple switch-ups was Illy, changing his position from the backside of tank. Okay, one round he's going to play over towards gold. Another round he's going to flank all the way through the spawn. But it's just everybody else basically had the same exact strategy, and the Spartans were able to counter it once they started to get a read on it. Great plays in the SD to go up 2-0 in the series.
Wow. A quick 2-0, and more importantly, a convincing 2-0 up are the Spartans. Again, we're in the midst of what will be 3 total vaults in a row. So the control to come, the hard point possibly to follow. But Amit are looking a little lost. And I just don't know what it is about the Spartans team, man. They turn up when they need to most, and you got to give props to them for being able to do that. But man, I was just like, it's so weird to see them doing this now. It's like, where was this before?
It's just like the way that I look at their roster now is like they have SMG players who are not afraid to make plays, and they have the stabilization, the fundamental players as the ARs to make sure they have that leadership role as well. So they have a good fundamental aspect of how they want to play the game when they need to switch up their pacing. And it's worked out in the respawns. It's definitely working out in S&Ds. They're calculating their aggressive pushes. And even when it's starting to get mixy around that mid-map area, it's still very coordinated of how they're setting up the crossfires. They're always walking away on top in those trade fights. That's just not something that you do on a normal basis. No, these are things that are coordinated from a team. So I'm happy that the Spartans went through a couple of lumps and bruises throughout the elite stage matches, because right now they're in final form.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow. So, like we said, Vault, followed by possibly Skyline. We'll see if we get that far, friends, because right now it's been very convincing. Other updates across the other matchups. Amit Brooklyn, we saw, did take map number 1 versus YFP. That was a Protocol Hardpoint. Team War have defeated Distro Gaming in their first map, and Cabal have also taken down 6F Carolina in their first matchup. So, again, we've got a lot of action still to come here for this particular day of games. But for the time being, it has been kind of our favored seeds coming away the better for it, at least for now. So we'll see if that continues to be the case as we move over to the Bravo stream once again and figure out how exactly things are going here with our 2 squads that have continually shown us that predictions mean nothing because Amit Brooklyn's up big again.
Yep, and YFP, you would expect to be able to bounce back in Search and Destroy, but on a map like Red Card, where those playmaking abilities basically get exposed in the first 5 to 10 seconds, haven't really found themselves in opportunity positions, but already into this round, all-out head bash over towards the B site. YFP have every single player set up on that side of the map. They secure the defensive round with ease. Hopefully that round starts to build some momentum to fight back in.
Yeah, you hope so, because wow. Well, YFP able to get on the board. Still a lot of question marks, though, about how do they actually fare as they keep moving forward, especially considering the fact of the matter of being that, well, it's been very one-sided. Again, it's hard to tell who's doing well because the scoreboard's still broken a year and a half later. We're used to it, friends.
Caps was setting the tone.
Yeah, that's true.
Cap was at like 8-3, and he's been like a guy for Omid Brooklyn who has been outstanding throughout this stage. He brings it in the respawns and S&D. He's not afraid to make plays, and he continues to just beat down the competition down here in challenges without question. The call up back to the big leagues is waiting for him here pretty soon.
Sure feels that way. Never want to say anything for certain, but that would be very likely, especially with certain teams having issues filling gaps in the SMG role. Nice little follow-up here, though, for YFP. They're going to find 3 straight eliminations, 1 from just about everybody. So on for potential teammates, and Wiz will secure the final kill. So, yeah, nice stuff here once again. Kind of just showing that, well, you can still get together here if you're YFP and still make a map of it out of this.
Yeah, that was a great team push over towards the A site. No one tried to do anything freaky, set up a long pinch or anything like that. They were just backing down Omid Brooklyn with their attack usage. Eventually worked that bomb plant, and then you strike as soon as Craze tries to make up for it. Once the bomb goes down, and you just set up the crossfires to secure the rest of those kills to secure the round. Now down 3-4. Swing round here. Them going back on the defensive side with 3 stacks over towards B again.
Oh, off angle there for Wiz. I don't know if he meant to be in that position. And uh-oh, the trades are not good here. The Mid Brooklyn will have the numbers. Dak already has been seen over towards the B side of the map. So, yeah, they're going to see Cruz as well. And, wow, if you could have won that gunfight, that would have been massive for YFP. But now it's just down to the decision of the Mid Brooklyn. Where do we want to take this 3v1? Because you know you've got both defenders isolated.
Yeah, I don't really like the decision to take it over towards A. But I love the isolation play. Once Felony gets the info onto the player at stage. So you can bombard your way at the 3v1 child in towards the B site, but he just makes you stuck around that mid-map area. Thankfully, Craze with the shoulder finds the info onto Cruz and the gunny. Dak left in a 1v3 now.
Shots, oh, nearly able to isolate, but yeah, now there's just too many members to deal with, so quick bounce back for Mid Brooklyn after YFP started to throw their weight around the rink just a touch, and we got ourselves on a map point.
But playing patient this time around when you're approaching that B site. Walk away on top in the trade fights, 3v2. And even though they were late on their mid-round adjustments there, still worked out. YFP got a little bit too aggressive with Cruz trying to make up for the kill difference. As now they are down by 2. Omid Brooklyn on the defense. Probably don't want to allow them to take as much space as they did last go around at hedge. So let's try to send a little pressure there.
Yeah. Well, you can tune in to see how that round goes on the Bravo stream. Again, youtube.com/COD Challengers. Open up multiple tabs. Be a fan of Call of Duty. If you're watching Challengers, you probably are. And we're going to go back over to our primary focus. Amit needing to find some sort of a bounce back here and just signs of life in this series. As we have the vault control on the way, and Amit will be starting off the opening offense for them.
Oh, but those nades connecting has both players from Omid very, very weak. This should allow the Spartans to start up the trade fights. At least they get the first, but Standy a little time to recover, finds a response, but still not good enough for the pressure on the side of the Spartans. All 4 dead. Dark side starting to get aggressive, and this is what he loves to do. Just set the tone with the SMG, just be annoying.
Absolutely the case. And that annoyance, well, has started to be really well established. As the kills are clean for the Spartans. Clock down to under 60 seconds. Nice little resurgence here, though, for a bit off spawn. Pro only able to deal with 1. That should lead to someone getting out of there. Gunsy in a corner able to deal with it, but Brack, with a little bit of assistance from Standy, should be able to get 1 tick of progress done here. Nate's on the way in, though, and a little bit of a mix-up as Illy will drop, leaves Standy to try to deal with this from the high ground, and he does well to catch 2.
Yeah, big 2 right there out of Standy. Allows that first second to be guaranteed, but the Spartans, with their tags, not looking to get this one up for free. They do catch a timing, though, to work their way through the middle of the map, but Illy at least shuts down the first. Brack effective on the trade. That's 3 for 1. Second segment locked, and time should now be extended if you're all.
Definitely feels that way, but again, things could still change. especially considering how things are starting to move here as, well, there's the extra 60. And maybe there's a chance for Prolute to jump on in, but he's a little bit too far outside the fight. But a couple of kills do come through to give the Spartans a life advantage. Not immediate spawn pressure on for yet, but Prolute is working on it, and Darkside is also taking away mid-map. So Brack has to make a play here, and he may just get caught, and yeah, that's indeed the case.
Yeah, it's tough there for Brack. He thought he caught the time and it slipped by the player in top art. Once he gets shut down, that's basically what his teammates were relying on there, so they can get aggressive up through the B street. Now they have to work this overextension. None of the kills go their way. You already have info onto the third player. It's already 3 dead. Now Darkside back in his happy place.
Yep, that's exactly right. Well, this is the end of this round. 13 playing 3. 3 ticks of progress for a mid, but it just, again, they have no ground to work with, ever, Jay. Like, outside of the couple of search and destroy rounds that they were able to take quickly, this has been an absolute beatdown series so far.
Yeah, it hasn't been close, my friend. Just right now, it looks like Omen are like a shell of themselves.
Yeah,
They're
for
not
real.
ready,
It's the way of putting it. Yeah.
like pushing out. They're holding pre-aims, allowing gunfights to come to them. But it's just the way that the Spartans are playing. They're dictating how this series is going, not only this game, but the entire thing. Just like when we need to switch up the pacing, Darkside was already in your base. Okay, Prolute can do the same thing. We have Sparty who can hold down the long-distance gunfights because he's not finishing shots, but
Yep.
they're just consistently in their face and not allowing Omen any opportunity to even set up a potential play. So only securing 3 seconds there was Omen. Obviously, you lose the attacking round. But if they don't start to get a little bit more aggressive with their kills, they're going to lose this series.
Yes, and they're going to lose it quickly.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more with that. Well, see if things start to move or change at all as we get into this next round. Already on the A zone go the Spartans. Rack for first blood. Team Nate unfortunately takes Gunzy out of the picture for the Spartans, so this forces some sort of a follow-up, and there is none to be found. Okay, better here for a minute.
You already have Ellie pushed out towards gold as well, so you're forcing the Spartans to work this overextension. Brack, it's on you to at least get the info or find a couple. Only able to take down 1. Now the Spartans trying to reinforce their way back into the A site from top cap, but Johnny with the double shuts down that play. And time continues to dwindle down.
Only 3 kills for the Spartans so far. Taking their time. And that's why. 2 will drop. Now immediate pressure on towards the A zone. Hope will also fall. Brack
All dead.
simultaneously drops. So that's going to be all 4 dead. Stack of the point is on the way. First tick done. Second quickly going to be here in a minute. May have to chalk this.
But Sparty does scam a little bit there. Allows them a free beat. Now you're forcing a couple players to hop off the point. That gives Omen an opportunity to still contest this, but you need to win the trade fights. You find the initial 2, but you can't take care of Prolute and Gunzy. Time is going to be extended. And Rory Spartans are up by 1 life.
Yeah, this has been the most impressive, I think, macro gameplay we've seen out of a Challenger team in some time. Like, they're making all the right reads, all the right decisions. It helps that everyone's shooting real straight today, too. Yeah, including that moment right there from Dark. So he will put some pressure onto the mid spawn. 17 plays 17, minute 15 on the clock, so not undoable here for the side of a mid, especially with some good forward pressure already starting to amount towards the spawn.
Yeah, now you're just banking on the players who are trapping towards Dark. So at least stall up more of that time. To simply play their life. Darkside is still roaming at the top side of Palace. You have Sparty trying to isolate the gunfight onto Johnny, but the repositioning might be too strong enough. But the double chow should be able to take care of him. He's able to get one before falling, but that's already job well done from Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
Great play from him.
Yeah, this has been very, very good, to put it plainly. 14 plays 10, 40 seconds on the clock. Pinch will open up some space, especially with Gunzy now looking on the cross. Nice shots. Yeah, 3 down. It allows Darkside to possibly get onto the zone here. I mean, we lose 1 with the disconnect, but this is still a winnable round. If they pull off this 3v4, all hell breaks loose in the mid camp, you think?
Yeah, that'll be very, very demoralizing. He has to start by at least taking this player off of the B point because he's about to at least earn 1 second by himself. But Now in a 3v4 with only 20 seconds left. That is basically going to do it for the round here. Omid Brooklyn, you give this one away. Just retire.
8v6.
Hey, Prolut's back.
Wins one over towards the zone, and all of a sudden, Prolut's back in the mix.
Oh, man!
What? Holy smokes! What's happened? Someone gets rejoined in. Prolut, fresh. 0-0. Looking for his first kill. And he finds
man,
it. And
hold on.
finding kills. It stops at 0.0. Illy's
No
gonna
way.
drop. Absolutely no way. 3v2. Is there a trophy to keep them safe? Not necessarily. May not make a difference, though. Wait, they got off the zone. They got off the zone.
What? Oh, what?
What the hell?
In a 3v1, why are we getting off the zone?
Oh, no, dude. No way.
I was getting ready to praise Prolu. He flew in like Superman. Dun, 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 was already on 3 in a row. But in a 3v1, we miscalculated. With 0.0 seconds left on the game clock, we accidentally jump off the point. And you save Omid from a very, very blendery round there. But the game is tied. Welcome back, Prolu.
Oh, the dun-dun-dun-dun is crazy. Oh, my God, what just happened? Still an advantage to Spartans. They should be 2 up, though. Good break off here for a minute. We'll get them one tick on the A zone, if only just barely. Dark side trying to force the gunfight, and will be dealt with as Brack finds a couple. Gunzy, though, at 16 and 12. We'll keep the clock ticking for a moment. Not what you want to see if you're a bit, but they do find the kills they need.
Yeah, it's big kills from a bit. Second segment about to be locked. You already have Illy pushing out towards Palace. Can potentially line up a couple more for free. Great shots up to the first. That guy's absolutely one shot. Time is going to be extended. Illy is going to get pushed on out. And this is where the Royal Spartans start to catch you off guard because they play for the exit kills. 3 for no trade. Standy, last guy up. He falls, and now they're in your spot.
Yep. Excuse me. 22 plays 20. Prolut still floating around the middle of the map and looking for a kill. None are around, though. At least not every inside vault stairs. Prolut eventually finds him. That's 3 dead. So now you can really put the pressure forward, especially if Prolut can find this elimination. Wow, nice slip and slide out. Nothing will want that gunfight. Darkseid's in a position to possibly follow. He gets stunned and dealt with. That's 3 down, and now Mitt can get on to B.
Yeah, they can get on the B. Gunzy, you got to at least find one before falling or keep them at bay. Do not allow them to push over towards your arch. Great snap onto the first player. 2v2 on the split. First segment is going to be locked, and Illy's just finessing right now. We got to get him off.
Yep. Easier said than done, though, Jay. Easier said than done, though. Illy for 4 in a row. Look at progress being worked on. A couple of tags coming through. Nade will finish off one. But Johnny's still alive. Second tick of progress will be locked individually by him. 1v1 on the corner. And
go.
You gotta contest it. Finally they jump on, but Johnny finds another kill, and now Illy's on your cross.
Oh man, if this is gonna be an Omid round. Like, that's just way too clean. A lot of finesse there from Omid. You start off the round, but a lot of the kills going your way, but in that final play there over towards B, just Illy dancing with depth around the tree. Lines up the first, puts in shots to keep Prolut at bay, but then the slide, slippery slide. Find these guys still contesting on the backside. Illy just made the play to secure the round.
Well, see what we get now as things continue to move, I would say, in the right direction, but it's hard to say that with any certainty based on how things have gone to this point already. Let's find out. Here we go. Can the Spartans finish off the offense that they probably should have had? I think that's the question. For the time being, things are looking a little dire. Can't lie.
Yeah, not the start that you wanted here. You're thinking, all right, we should be up 2-0, but Omid, off of that blend around, build some momentum off of it, and now they're running away with it. You already have Illy pushed up towards your spawn, lines up another freebie onto Gunzy, forcing all of the Spartans to work that overextension through poolside. They haven't even got close towards this 8-point yet.
No, they have not. Well, 26 plays 20. A couple of the kills come through. The unfortunate team still slows this down a touch, but Prolin on the pinch. For now 3 in a row, and good shots towards another, but too many members to deal with. And Amit are going to clear the floor. Now you're down to 30 seconds, a 9 life deficit. Rack in a little bit of trouble, trying to find his own trade. Not going to be allowed to. I think Johnny's been seen by Spart here, and yeah, it's an easy follow-up. So, again, good kills coming through, but the Spartans, they desperately need some OBJ pressure.
Yeah, they need to get on that 8-point. At least have one player on it now, and Sparty eliminates the 2 players that are trying to set up those pinches. So now all your focus is on the front side. First segment locked. Second segment might also be guaranteed. Brack has to get something done on this pinch. Might be able to slip by enemy lines, but no, Prolude turns around at the right time. Time extended, and now the Spartans keeping their foot on the gas, trying to hit the transition. At least have a little bit of map control over towards B.
Clock will stay paused. Spart's in a good spot on this cross. Backs up, wants the gunfight. Good damage, has more in front of him. And is just hoping and praying this last bullet connects, and he's able to find the kill onto Illy. First tick locked over at B. Spart on 5 in a row, shut down before he can get to top art. Like a tick of progress being worked on. Pro trying to stay alive and has shaken off the status effect of a stun, and now he's looking for kill number 3 in a row, but can't get the pistol up in time, and the cut is completely crossed off the list as we go 8v10.
Yeah, that's one of those timings right there that Spotty just really couldn't take. Because you were finding the kills off the plays at the respawn, but, you know, obviously people are going to spawn back up. You would have found himself finding that kill towards top part. That's a GG on the round, but once he falls, you allow Omen an opportunity to break their way back on in. They're currently up by 2 live, standing his information onto 2. With only 40 seconds left, you are banking now on this route from Gunzy.
Yeah, you absolutely have to have it. And he has gotten around for free. Rack should be absolutely toast.
Oh my god!
Not like that. May have been a late call up from Standy, but regardless of the gunfight, that definitely should have gone the way of the Spartans. And oof. This will be really interesting to see if there's any sort of an appeal onto that second round from the Spartans, because they get a very vivid disconnect. And I think if you get that last player, you probably win the round. But regardless, Amit find the win here. It's about as tight as it gets. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm not arguing that round if I'm Omit, or even if I'm the Spartans, because we're in a 3v1. Even with the late game, late round Superman heroics there from Prolo to come back into the map, we still should have walked away with the round. We just accidentally hopped off the point. So I think that result of that map is going to stand. Omit just take advantage of the blunders on the side of Royal Spartans. Obviously, when someone lags out of a game, Alan, you know, from experience, it low-key kills the entire vibe.
Oh, without
question. But then the
question.
fact that he spawned back in and almost had an opportunity to take in the round and then fumbled it, that's even more of a vibe killer. So Omit might have an opportunity for them to get back into this series based off of that control there.
Crazy scenes, man. Absolutely crazy scenes. One of those situations you just kind of have to deal with it. You just have to deal with it. That's all it is. You just have to deal with it.
Yep.
Well, crazy scenes. That much we know for sure. Crazy scenes coming through. Spartans in a spot to where they very well may have been able to go up 2-0. Not the case. And now you're in a position to try to get this thing done if you are looking at it from a position of you know, of a mid, you know, use it as an opportunity to like funnel and fuel yourself back into this game. You know, they've got a lot working for them right now, but it does feel, I think, a little bit bad for the Spartans. It's just plainly.
Yeah, it definitely does feel bad, because that would have been very cool if Prolo could come back in. The late game heroics, he was 3-0 off the return, and they almost walked away with that insane offensive round. Omen Brooklyn now have an opportunity to try to force this game 5. I also think, like, the next map that we have coming up on Vault, it's more of a better playground for Omen, because the way that they all play is very slow and steady. So in a map like Vault, where you're not allowing, you don't have to turn around and watch these pinches. You don't have to watch underground routes like they did on Skyline. Everything's basically going to be right in front of you. So this might be one of those maps that treat them very nicely to try to force game 5.
It may. Hard to say, but it might. See what we get. Because at the moment, it has been a drama-filled affair, to put it plainly. So we'll see if anything will change as we look forward to this series. Vault Hardpoint, like you mentioned, coming up next. Skyline Search and Destroy still also waiting for us just in case we need it. Which, based again, how these two teams have played, we very well may. So that's what's on the list here for us as we continue forward with this series. Update on the bracket. YFP were able to take that Search and Destroy. Back. So 1-1. Destroy Gaming also able to find a Search and Destroy win versus Team War. Cabal Gaming, though, taking care of business over on what I think is the community stream for that 6F matchup.
Okay, so they're handling easy work over there versus 6F. Home at Brooklyn, though, fumbling in the Search and Destroy, and now all of a sudden they're down 0-2 in the control. This is not what you were expecting out of a team who were victorious all of throughout stage 1, but Wiz is making plays like this. 19-8 start. Finesse, finesse, finesse. Come back with the AR. Give me that one craze. 20-8. 4 in a row. Second segment about to be locked at A.
Looking good. Third tick now on the way. That will work out. And now all of a sudden you start to look very quickly over towards B Street where you have a couple members nearby. YFP working on map 3 and looking good for it at the moment as they just need to deal with Rex over through the backside of Gold. I think they know he had pushed up. I don't think they realize he's pushed this far deep, though.
Yeah, Dylan Rex is like the safety net now for Omid. They have no idea that he's behind enemy lines. Finally, he's going to open up with the kill, so instantly going to turn around if you are Wiz. Trying to isolate onto that gunfight to make their approach from the front side of P a lot easier. You take care of Dylan Rex, even though captured on the opposing end finds the kill. 22 in lives remaining, and now you can apply pressure to the front.
Woo! Shots, Mamba. Ooh, a little snap back over to the top side of Ari. Instead, deals with a bitch. Yep, absolutely. And now you got 2 members on the B zone. Should be good for the stack up here for the first take. More possible to come as the damage is still being dealt here by YFP on the zone. Admit Brooklyn completely stalled out. Mamba, nice shot right over the top of the hood of the car. Follow-up looking decent as well, but no. The nade over the top deals attack on the zone, and Rex finds 2. So third tick will be paused, but still 17 plays 17, and Admit Brooklyn are not going to get a read that Cruz is pushed around the back.
Oh, yeah, Cruz is about to be the deciding factor of this round here. Everybody else from Omen Brooklyn have pushed out towards the opposing end. Effective trades there from Dak onto Grays. This is where Cruz come alive. That's already 3 dead. You're spawning them so damn far away from this B point. Let's just hop it. I got your cross.
Well, ooh, nice shots from Rex. He pushes off one, but it just does not make a difference. Okay.
Damn, son.
I'll say. It's just one of those days,
Brooklyn.
Jay. One of those days. I just have a feeling. It's just like, I feel like we should be cruising with a couple of these teams, but just not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Omen Brooklyn, obviously the blunder in that search and destroy. You're up 5-2. You need to be able to close that one out. But then the momentum starts to swing when they rally 4 rounds in a row. They take it into the control and chain it to a clean 3-0 in that aspect. That was dominant right there from YFP. Omen Brooklyn couldn't get anything going. And now they're in the same situation as their brothers on the other side on the Alpha and Omen down 1-2.
Well, back over to the Hardpoint we go now for our main broadcast. And a mixing start out. Whoa, okay, Illy able to line up 2. That will get a bit the full wipe. And a read for Standy off spawn. Doesn't necessarily predict that Dark Side is playing a little bit deeper towards Palms, but the opening time is good. Plus, of course, the P2 side of the map is all going the way of the mid.
Yeah, they still have the spawns being hard blocked for P2, so they can continue to be aggressive over towards the mid side. They're trading so well right now. And Standy off the respawn already finds himself on 3 in a row. The nade should be able to at least have 1 player weak, but who needs players weak when you got teammates who are shooting and not missing shots? Another clean 4 dead, but no one hard blocks the spawn, so Rory Spartans have an opportunity to make this P2 scrappy, but 1 player does fall. Now it's all on Gunzy.
Yep, and he's just going to have to find a read somewhere over the backside of P2. But the problem is Standy's cleared space from the front. He's on 6 in a row before dropping. Actually, I don't think Amit realized how quickly the spawns were going to move. Practice going to be surprised here. Yeah, he was trying to deal with the players from the front, not realizing how fast the Spartans had moved around the back. So they moved the spawns in with that, get into the hardpoint. Spark trying to find a read on Johnny. Trade is through. Cool also cleared. Here comes the break attempt.
right through the front door, and they're able to find every single kill. At least to an early break attempt, but not successful in the hold aspect once they get in. Sparty's able to line up a double. Darkside still in the hard point contesting, wins another big one-on-one. Now all of Omid spawning out towards the front side. Final 15 is definitely going to go in favor of the Spartans, but if you're Omid, you still want to contest this because you haven't trapped them towards the back.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're going to get the final couple of seconds in a bit, are also going to get a really solid read here on the rotation through the middle of the map. Brack able to find 2 in a row. Now an SMG to work with. He'll be stunned. Not really affected by it, though. And now it's just down to clearing out the hard point. Good prediction from Brack. That's 3 in a row for him. Hit from the middle of the map, though, on the way. Dark able to take down 1. Follow-up is also good, at least initially, as Johnny's a little bit crossed up, but still gets the space to move forward, and that will clear out things through B Street.
That's beautifully played right there from Johnny. You know, that one gunfight through the middle of the map is a big one, but let me catch these players with their pants down, trying to get back into this B3. But leaving him alive now allows Gunzy to potentially game break them. Fortunately, only able to take down 1. Spawn still in control of Omid for that P4 side. But you don't want to be dying late off the rotation here, because that's what the Spartans were able to capitalize on that in map number 1, and they might have found another great opportunity here to do it again.
Yeah, it seems that way. Gunzy, surprise from behind.
Play.
And yeah, this is a clean kill feed. Only one to deal with would be Prolude, and he's been stunned. Just trying to do what he can to toss nades. He sees the shadow through the back door. Jumping up and over, though, is Brack. He's on the way. He's trying to get there. Hardpoint still owned by Amit, but the break attempt is starting to make its way forward. But no one survives. It's just down to Prolude, and he does not predict the correct corner.
Yeah, he knows eventually I have to get into the play, but the big kill before the even P4 starts is the fact that Brack was one shot towards top arc, catches the timing on the slide down through the steps, while his teammates are able to sync 2 kills together. That makes it easier off this rotation from Omid Brooklyn, when it looked like they were going to fumble and collapse here. Just one set of kills were the deciding factor to them walking away with a majority of this time. Only 20 seconds still remaining here at P4. Spartans are going to fight tooth and nail to try to get all of it. But Omid Brooklyn in this moment have been able to stabilize what would have been a very crucial moment in their game.
Yeah, good first rotation from Amit here. Exactly what we needed to see after what we had in map number 1, where they just weren't able to do anything on Skyline, to win a rotation. That told, though, the Spartans fighting for every final second. They actually get a pretty good amount of scrap time there as well. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. 17-point advantage for Amit, but a 3-for-1 exchange. Make it all now 4 dead. Leads to more time for Amit here in the middle of the map.
Spawn soaking. We don't have those spawns for that new hard point. We can try to create a couple layers to make it more difficult, but the first 2 kills go in favor of the Spartans. Now you're just going to bombard your way right back in through bottom mid, but the players from Omen already coming off the respawn are able to reinforce and still hold down this P1 HP. Only 20 seconds to go. You give this one last attempt. Don't want to start to spawn out for the Spartans.
Yep. They can manifest here. Nice shots coming through the middle of the map. Dark able to make this rotation pretty much a guarantee for the Spartans.
Big 2.
Yep. Keeps the possibility of a pinch open. It'll leave working right past Gunzy, who's more worried about the middle of the map. And that will move spawns around for at least a moment. Follow-up, though, from Darkside. Not fully there. Gunzy good for the trade, but still more pressure starting to amount for a minute. One player spawns up, though, and Brack just would never expect that. He's going to look at that tape back and say, are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's thinking that as soon as I find that one-on-one, no one has spawned up yet. I should be in a position to block those back spawns, but pretty sure at the same time his teammates are blocking the front spawn. But there was only one more spot for him to spawn into. Fortunately, that allows the Spartans to still hold down this P2. 25 seconds still to fight for. You're isolating onto Illy. Now you got info onto Johnny. 2 kills going in favor of Darkside. And Spartans are going to be able to take a slight lead. Omen Brooklyn have to cut the losses and start to rotate because now they're spawning out.
What a bounce back from the Spartans. All it takes is one good hard point, right? Especially on Vault. We say that all the time. Darkside found 3 in a row. Making a mess of the middle of the map. And with that elimination, we'll alert him that he needs to keep his eyes open. For the new. Trying to look for a pixel on the player in the hard point. Not going to work out, though, in a bit. Clean kill feed. We'll take the lead right back.
Yeah, this is perfect from them. They know that they don't have the spawns for Art, so soak up a lot of this P3 time. You force the investment of the Hellstorm from the Spartans to simply just get them off of it. But now Brack making Brack-like plays. The route good enough for his teammate to spawn over towards Art. Trigger discipline. He sets him up to potentially find this kill onto Spark. But you need this kill on a Spark because you got the spawns now. Now you got to win that rotation over towards New, which you already have.
And Brack will drop, though. Bottom side Art. Forces Illy to keep his focus over towards Palms. And a spawn out will happen due to the fact that the P3 is still alive. And uh-oh, not what you want to see. Illy's just trying to keep his life top Art. And for the Spartans, they don't really care about that position. They just want to get into the hard point. Johnny looking down low. How much does he want to actually challenge this, though? Finds a player in the corner, but shut down as there's at least enough opportunity for the Spartans to keep their focus forward. Hardpoint still owned by the Spartans, but Amit will have the numbers for this 4v2 break attempt.
Yep, but they need to make it count because Illy still knows that there's going to be pressure over towards Art. You got players like Sparty winning 2 kills with the pistol in towards a hard point. Everything is instantly going to get shut down because when you allow him to make a play like that, they already secured the back spawns. They're obviously winning the trade fights, and now you're spawning all the way across the map if you are Omit. You cannot afford to give up this time. You have to try to contest this, but the Spartans might not even give them a chance to do so.
No, I mean, it's just two straight money hills that they just dominate on. And now the game's over. It's just, we were at 130 to 130 about 60 seconds ago. Oh, mercy me. How quickly this map can flip like this. 5 in a row for Gunzi on top of that. And Spart's just continuing to beam players. I mean, he is centered up. He is definitely on that good right now. Hellstorm dropped into P1. 3 straight eliminations come through thanks to the UAV nature of the Hellstorm. And, oh boy, the life is, I would say, out of the lungs here for a minute.
Oh, yeah. This became a very disgusting game of Hardpoint. Without that P4, they walked away victorious, but it looked like they were going to lose it. They would be getting 100-point club right now with the way that the Spartans have been able to outclass them in HP. They can still close them out here at P1 if they hold down every single second. Rack knows that. Rack trying to play a Prayson through top cat. At least finds the first kill. Finds a double, and now they can no longer win here, but tall ladder to climb for Omit to get themselves back into this game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Gonna have to do exactly what Amit just did to you. Win this P2. Make P3 mixy. Maybe chip away at the lead even a little bit more there, and then win the rotation to 4. Oh, a little bit of a miscue here, as Spart and Proloot can't get things together, and a nice zoning through the middle of the map finds an extra elimination. Rack spawns up behind P2, so he knows for a fact the Spartans are spawning behind the oil tanker. Illy trying to get here to help set up a pinch. That's not going to work. Good patience for the Spartans, and now they get a 4v2, and it's just down to 1 inside the hard point. It's all on to Standy, and that will likely be it.
Yep, they knew that the spawns flipped, but Gunzi with the perfect heads-up play to play it patient on the repinch. Allows them to have this extra layer through the front side. Only need 9 seconds to close out this series. Last attempt here for Omit.
Yep. What can you find, if anything?
GG.
And the answer is nothing. Wow. What a series from the Spartans. I know it's going to read as a 3-1 by the end of it, but let's be candid. Like, Pro doesn't lag out of map 3. They're 2-0 up. They probably win that map as well. Yeah, just hard to say that with any level of certainty beyond, obviously, what we were kind of seeing the trends of it being. But both hard points were just dominant from the side of the Spartans. I mean, a couple of miscues, maybe, if you want to call it that, in the first rotation here. But largely speaking, they're playing some real solid hard point.
Oh, yeah. That's the biggest thing of this entire series, is the way that they were outclassing them in the hard point. You're winning a majority of your rotations. You're dominating the money hills. They were down by 60 points before they got to that P2. And they were able to hold it for a full 60. Tie game going into P3. The final moments of that P3, you're able to chain a couple kills your way, spawn them all the way across the map, hold down the P4 for a full 60. And at that point in the game, if you're allowing that kind of play to happen, if you're Omit, you're already going to lose because you were banking so hard for that rotation over towards R because it worked out for you at least the first go around with a couple kills going your way. And every other aspect of this game, all the hard points, all the rotations, all the pinches, all the breaks, Spartans just did it a whole lot better than Omit in this series, and they walk away victorious in this one.
Very clean. Just, I mean, again, it's just something wakes these guys up when they start down 0-2 in a group stage. I don't know what it is that causes them to do it, but they've done it a lot this year so far, and it happens here once again. So another moment where you look at the Spartans team and say, don't sleep on them. Not at all, because they have been very good. And they continue to show us that all it takes is one small moment of wake up and they're right there ready to battle.
Yeah, and the good thing is that it happened yesterday. Like, it's as simple as that. For yesterday on the opposite side for Omid, they get 3-0 by Team War. So they end their qualifying matches with a bad taste in their mouth. They're thinking we were the top dog, but fortunately we got battle tested today and they ran through us. Just they were not able to shake off that loss yesterday. They come into today just simply a little bit flat. Don't do anything in the hard points. The S&D was really the letdown for me because they were just doing the same exact strategy on a majority of their attacks, expecting a different result.
Yeah.
Just never going to work at this level of play, as they unfortunately get knocked down to Lures bracket side. The Spartans, they move on for a dance versus either YFP or Omid Brooklyn, depending on how one ends.
Really good stuff. Just have to keep saying it. I mean, it really is good Call of Duty being played right now by the Royal Spartans. YFP up 2-1 as we watch them run the control down. 6F Carolina did win their map 3 control. So they're still alive, but would have to pull off the reverse sweep, and we will jump on board with the Mid Brooklyn and YFP, who are in the middle of map number 4 right now.
Up and currently in this situation, Omid Brooklyn are trapped in towards the backside. 3 for 2 trade still keeps them trapped in. Controlling over towards stage. Last one you got to take care of is Divil and Rex, and only 5 seconds to go. No one thinking about that rotation. They're banking their way to fight through that front side. YFP has some really good uncontested time already at P3.
122 to 103. First 15 to 20 seconds are going to be free here. Mamba. I'll say timing of this. If he can read this pinch timing, he may put himself on a Hellstorm. Not the case, though. Dak looking to count some footsteps. And will likely find Capsule here, but off pops up at the exact wrong time, and that could lead to a break here for Mid Brooklyn. 2 straight eliminations coming through. Mamba holding the front door from inside the hard point. He takes down 2. He's done his job. Wiz rewrapping the staircase. Eluded and danced with as Rex puts himself onto a double. Dak looking to follow behind this. And will deal with the trophy system as the rest of his teammates off spawn will find the kills they need.
Yeah, this is not good if you're Omid. Like, you got to get out. You don't want to be trapped towards the backside of P3, so gonna have players like Craze already developing on those long routes to try to get his way across the map. For YFP right now, simply outclassing them in the fundamental aspects of the game. Omid Brooklyn need this break to come in here at P4. They're banking on this pinch to work.
Have to have it. Good first blood. Wiz trying to stay safe up top. Solid read here. And, well, he does get dealt with. Now it's just down to, do they get Capsule in? No. Cruz, good pickup on the pitch. And YFP, good for the first 20 seconds. Nades coming across the middle of the map are also going to land, making this rotation extremely difficult. Rex trying to deal with Cruz. Enough damage to allow Fellow for a quick follow-up, but still from the front. Mid Brooklyn having a real tough time getting in as Wiz is here to support.
Wow. Yeah, just had the crosses being watched, man. Stuns and nades are slowing them down, and then when they're thinking, all right, we're getting pretty close, we can hop into the hard point, the players off the respawn are just making it even more difficult for them. Wiz is following up off the great performance that he had in that control. Allows them to get a full 60 hold there over towards stage. And now this is YFP's game to lose. They just did everything they needed to do to close out this series.
100% they did. After the map 1 was looking pretty convincing for Mid Brooklyn, YFP battle through the search, dominate the control, and now they're up major as we head over towards the bleachers on the red card map number 4. Oh, nice shots from Rex. 5 in a row. He's having himself a hell of a map. 34-19. But the rest of the team, well, it's actually just him and Capsule. They're essentially playing like a 2v4 right now.
Yeah, well, both of them barely have any hill time in the hard.
That's true.
Maybe we could be making a couple better plays around that objective instead of almost being positive 15 and down by 70. Still a lot of time here, though. At this P5, that Omid Brooklyn definitely need. To be down by 40 if you can secure the rest of it. Craze lines up a double, but no players from YFP not allowing them to walk away with all this time. Are ready to contest it. Fellow with the final 2, though. Allows Omid Brooklyn to walk away with that remaining time. Down by 50 as we go into the third set of HPs.
Okay. All it takes is one good hill. 60 seconds on the game clock, though. Feels like we could be inching closer and closer towards the game deciding this one for us. YFP, good eliminations. Jumping to the hard point. Wiz, good support from Dak. Clear out at least one member in towards Ticket. Mamba looking to try to re-win back the hedges and will be surprised from behind, leaving Dak now to have to pick up from where he left off. Good shots on directs. Is there more to come? Sees a player on the staircase, but can't quite win it. Hardpoint clock keeps on ticking, down to 48 seconds.
Yeah, we can't afford this clock to be white, especially if you're Ole Miss Brooklyn. You got to fight for every single chance you can to play in towards the HP. But now spawns do flip. YFP in the driver's seat. You can keep them off of it. You can trap them in towards the back, and that's looking like the game plan. Someone eventually hops on in, but they have all the back control to trap them again towards the backside of P2.
2:11, 149. 34 seconds of game clock. Mid Brooklyn have to keep the gas pedal down here around P2, but they're not winning the gunfights as this pinch is really finding a lot of success for YFP. Again, individual kills are not going to be enough here for Mid Brooklyn, especially with Mamba over the top from Sidewalk clearing out the point. And YFP will just jump back onto the hard point, just keep the pressure on. Following up is Mamba. SMG to play with, but can't get it up in time. Crew's good for 2, but Fellow, the last word. Well, at least for a moment, gives the Mid Brooklyn a chance to continue to fight this from the middle of the map.
Yeah, but we can't really afford to get him off the hard point, play the contest. We got to hop on in. Only 18 seconds remaining on the game clock. IFP started just funnling their way through the hard point to try to allow that game clock to keep on ticking down. But you can already see a route from Wiz, thinking a step ahead. Still a 60, making 50-point difference in Ole Miss Brooklyn. Walking away with this final 10. Wiz is trying to close out the game at new.
And every second that ticks away off the game clock is a punishing one. Wiz is by himself, though. Hardpoint opens up. Dak will spawn close by. Good first blood. 10 seconds of the game clock. Mid Brooklyn have to stay alive inside the hardpoint. It has to be perfect. They need 50 points, which means this entire hardpoint plus a rotation, and they have to do so without giving away 9.6 seconds of game clock.
Oh, Mama with a big opening kill. Now you're forced to change your
that's
setup.
it.
You're allowing people to reposition, and you're walking right into the pre-aims of the side of YFP. 7 seconds remaining. They're just going to play keep away. Ole Miss Brooklyn, you got to get in, but you might not have a chance.
Yeah, and even then, you still have to rotate over. 0.0 on the clock. All it takes is someone to step in and contest. That's exactly what happens. YFP.
Damn.
3 straight maps. Felt like all of them were relatively convincing as well. Gets them into a spot in the winter semifinal matchups.
That's a big W, man. I was expecting
Huge
both
W.
Ole Miss squads to come in here and take care of their opponents. You know, they were some of the top seeds that we had. Obviously, Ole Miss Brooklyn on their side in Group A. Ole Miss, they fall short and talk to, what, number 2 seed in Group E? But
Yep.
they were some of the top dogs that we had. And unfortunately for them, both of their series, they get ran over. Like, it's a comeback in the search and destroy. You're losing the controls. You're obviously losing the hard points the way that you do if you were the other Ole Miss squad. But both teams are letting Ole Miss Raf down. I know he was expecting a good day at COD. That's not what he was in lane. That's not what he was picturing there.
No, probably not. And so what very well may have been both the mid teams in the winter semifinals, now they find themselves playing each other in losers round 1.
Damn, son.
Only bit of good news is one of them will survive. Destroy Gaming have lost to War, and Cabal's still up 2-1 onto 6F Carolina. They're, I'm sure, in the midst of their map number 4 hardpoint. So we will jump down to the lower bracket. I imagine we will probably watch a mid play a mid, just because why would you not? But Distro will get the loser of 6F Carolina and Cabal, and then, of course, to finish off our schedule, we'll be jumping back into the winter semifinals, the winners round 2 matchups. YFP going to be taking on the Royal Spartans, and Team War, at the moment, looks like they will be playing Cabal Gaming. Pretty easy bracket for Team War, I won't lie. They've avoided a lot of the heavy hitters, it feels like, coming out of groups.
Oh, yeah, so that was a big matchup yesterday versus Ole Miss, man. Securing that number 1 seed allows them their opportunity to obviously go through Distro. The likes of Cabal or 6F, whoever plays them in round number 2. That's such a big W. That gives them now a great position to potentially move all the way to the grand finals, man. Ole Miss, you better wake up because only one of y'all are going to continue forward.
And it's going to be a long run for either of those two teams, no matter who makes it out. So that's what we have coming up next. We're going to step away for a break. Everything's set up for our losers round 1 matchup right after that. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go for lower round 1 action. Amit taking on Amit. This isn't going to be confusing at all. Not to be confused with EU when they do Team Notorious versus Notorious Gaming. Very odd. But we're just going to go with Brooklyn and Amit. I think it's probably the best way to go about it. Or Brooklyn and not Brooklyn. I almost kind of wish that Rafty would just say, like, have an Amit Brooklyn, like, and have an Amit, like, Manhattan
Bronx?
or something. Or Bronx, yeah. Amit Queens. No, that's that. I don't think anyone would want to be called the Amit Queens.
Regardless, though,
yeah.
they're both in this situation in elimination round 1 where they probably weren't expected to be in. We were looking at their matchups thinking, okay, they should probably meet each other in winners round 2. But elimination round 1, that means someone is going home right after this matchup, man. Obviously, in the first series for Omid Brooklyn, it falls short versus YFP in the 3-1 flashing. It all starts with the comeback in that S&D. We're up about 3 to 4 rounds. You allow them to chain those together, slam you in the control, and then proceed to slam you in the hardpoint as well. And on the opposite side for Omid, man, like, they just didn't bring it in hardpoint, at least in that first series. But now guns are a little bit more warmed up. Players start to understand, all right, soak in, make those quick adjustments, because I'm pretty sure that some of the same maps that we saw in the original Omid, not Omid Brooklyn series, they're putting in the same one versus their brethrens on the other side. So this should be a very mixy one.
Should be. Hopefully will be. It's, again, going to be, I think, a little confusing. But that's just part of the process. We'll figure it out.
All right.
So, yeah, we'll figure it out. Other side of things, Cabal, 3-2 over 6F Carolina will be taking on Team War. So we'll have that later on this evening. Whereas 6F, off of their Map 5 loss, will have to go straight to the veto process to take on Distro Gaming. So that'll be likely our Bravo focus as we continue forward for the evening. Really, that's about it. I mean, I would say, for YFP, big bounce back for Submit Brooklyn. We'll see if they can turn up. We'll reintroduce the roster here in a moment, but this is just your regular Amit team. Brack, Illy, Johnny, and Standy. They really did not hang versus the Royal Spartans, so some bounce back needed here at a major way.
Yeah, they definitely need to bounce back, especially in the hard points. We know what they're capable of in Search and Destroy. They just need to make those mid-round adjustments a lot quicker. Obviously, they were victorious in the control, even with Prolu lagging out, coming back in like Superman. Still didn't change anything there. But their hardpoint focus needs to be the biggest thing here, because they're going against Omid Brooklyn squad on the other side, who has tremendous pacing with their aggressive SMGs, which caused the original Omid Brooklyn squad a lot of problems in their previous series.
Yeah. Well, here is that Amit Brooklyn team. Craze, Capsule, Fellow, and Rex. Should be a good battle here, just off of the names on paper. This Amit Brooklyn team started off real hot, but then faltering versus YFP, also needing a bit of a bounce back. And if I'm not mistaken, like, kind of thinking about both these two teams together, outside of the namesake being very similar, I want to say they kind of prefer the same maps as well. Just kind of like off of play style. So we should get a pretty balanced map set here between both these two teams. And yep, Skylines, Vaults, one protocol for map 5 if we need it. Thoughts, Jay?
Yeah, these guys have been tested. Obviously, if you're Omid, not Omid Brooklyn, you just played Skyline. You lost every single rotation. Need to make sure that's better. On the opposite side for Omid Brooklyn, this is a map that you usually like to play, because you got players like Capsule, you got players like Craze, who tend to always set the pacing with their SMGs, but also Dylan Rex. We saw him a lot of times on Skyline HP, whoop out that third SMG, and really shut it down in the slaying department. But map number 1 for two teams that are just coming off some very difficult losses. This is important for both squads.
Oh, yeah, major. I mean, there's no other way of saying it. This is a lifeline. I mean, you lose, you're done. And you have to wait till major 2, which no one wants to do that. So see what we get here from these two squads. Figuring we're going to get a bit of a square off again. It'll be Amit Brooklyn taking out Amit. Amit Brooklyn will be in the blue. Amit will be in the white and black. Again, we'll from here on out be calling them Brooklyn and Omid. Just try to keep that as clear as humanly possible. And, well, it's a back and forth affair for both these two teams. Fellow's trying to stay alive in the hard point, but Capsule going to clear things out on rotation. One more to grab, trying to avoid the gunfight, comes back to it, and it's a 4-0 start for Caps.
Yeah, perfect start there for Capsule. Finesses a little bit, still has not been able to secure this balance for that next HP. A lot of time in favor of Brooklyn here at the P1. Surrounded by Omid, though. They're just flying from top plat, from top cat, all over the damn map, and they find 3 kills. Now the spawn starts to get a little bit freaky. If you're Omid Brooklyn, you got to get him off of P1, but you need to find another break in towards P2.
Yeah. Well, see if they can manage Because so far, Brooklyn doing a nice job trying to put the
Again,
numbers
man.
into play. Nice follow-up, though, from Brack at his first elimination. Not quite able to lock things down for the second. Spawns will move, but here come a bit very quickly from Piano side. Illy for the first blood. Capsule tagged up by Nate. Still tries to find a way to break through the glass, but Illy will meet them with the eliminations that they need. Problem is, the spawns don't ever fully get supplanted. They just get blocked. So every gunfight, a big gunfight, and Amit Brooklyn will be back with the numbers first, and they will re-clear the hard one.
Yeah, and Omit already off the first series haven't really made the adjustments that they need to. We cannot be dying off the rotation and then forcing ourselves to just find breaks on a map like Skyline, where if you're not winning in the trade fights, you're not going to secure those back spawns. So Brooklyn now running away with it early into this HP. 20 seconds here at P2. Capsule alongside Fellow trying to hold down towards top white plat. Lee sets up Cap for one. The rest of the press is going to be through the front. That's a 3-for-2 trade, and Brooklyn are able to still hold on.
Ooh, Fellow. Little dance. All right. 5 in a row for him. Or probably 5 bullets left after he got his 5th elimination. But Standy's double will clear things out. But a bit Brooklyn looking really clean to this point. Craze shuts down Brack. But P3 opens up in favor of Amit. Brooklyn with the kills, though, will immediately counteract it, push him off the hard point, and force these gunfights to come through. Illy's done well to kind of finesse and keep his life, but he needs help and needs it badly. He will not get it in time, though. Hardpoint stays neutral.
Yeah, Hardpoint stays neutral, but you are Brooklyn. You want to make sure these kills go your way because you can guarantee your rotation over towards new. So 25's here to fight for. Right now, Omit coming out on top in all these gunfights. 2 players from Brooklyn not going to spawn all the way across the map, but Craze on the repitch. Craze on the repitch, only able to line up a double. A Fellow should fly in and clean that one up. Spawns to secure for Brooklyn, as there's only 20 seconds here at P3.
Yeah, this is where the game can get out of hand very quickly. Capsule 11-5 start, Craze 10-7. The SMGs dominating for now, and the team shots here up top towards bedroom are perfect as Capsule's got the perfect pitch. And that will be a very guaranteed opening, about 20 seconds or more towards P4 as Capsule continues to fly forward and make a mess of this rotation. But too far forward, we didn't anchor in the back. Oh, can they still survive through this? You need these gunfights to come through and come through quickly. Craze trying to pick up after the gifted spawns had been handed away. And Amit will get the read and deal with this.
Yeah, that looks like a bad play on the side of Felony, just pushing through that old HP, but he was probably communicating with his team. I'm going to put myself in the same position that Capsule was, to set up the pitch over towards top P1. Someone just has to back up and block the back spawns. No one listens to the leader. And unfortunately, that play is looking a whole lot worse than it actually was. As you allow Omit to get those back spawns, still fight tooth and nail in towards P4. They have gotten themselves right back into that game off that blunder of a play.
Oh, yes, they have. Yes, they have. About 20 seconds of game at the moment. Brooklyn just trying to surround Hot Tub, but P2 side of the map currently still in the hands of Amit, but being worked on. Again, it's just another one of those look up towards the scoreboard. 17-9, 14-8. 2 members for Brooklyn just running away with this game right now, whereas Brack is just 7-13. Standy's been able to really not do much. He's only got 18 engagements to this point.
Because it's still only a 30-point difference. Just got to make the adjustments that you need to in the second half of the hard point. And already they're making mistakes. They're allowing people to slip on by, contest for the spawns. Thankfully, they take care of Capsule, but they give up a lot of that map control. Now, this is where you tend to get aggressive if you are Brooklyn, try to flip these spawns on its head, but they're still just soaking up so much time here at P1 because Omit, they're banking on these rotations towards P2, and they've already lost them.
Yeah, well, they haven't lost them, but they haven't won them yet either.
Yeah.
Oh, and now they may have lost them as Rex is able to find one. Hardpoint will open up. Kills are evenly exchanged. Amit will spawn close for now. Yeah, all 4 members are up and ready to go. Capsule eyes forward. Clears out, trying to help over towards the piano side. Push, and no, shut down. Illy good for the double. Followed up, though, by Rex. That will block the spawns. Convoy line now across the middle of the map. Every kill a big kill from here on forward.
Yep, and now there's only 1 player left to fight. That's going to be Brack. Graves gets the info. Capsule finds a double. Capsule finds a triple. You blink, and this guy's just taking over in the game again. 27-12. Finally, he's starting to play a little bit of objective. But he just walked in and found 4 kills for the break there for Brooklyn to keep the lead that they have.
Yeah, this has been a really good season for Capsidal. He's definitely kind of shown himself, you know, sort of the potential that like a Neptune has also shown in the same circles. Rex getting to work with a small moment of his own. 4 in a row. Turns, finds kill number 5. And with that, Caps, Rex, both putting together streaks as Brooklyn will get into the new time.
No, man, they have to stop the bleeding, man. You can't allow these trades, the time to go the opposing way. You're always consistently playing from the back foot. Now you're down by 60. You need a lot of this time here at P3. This is where a route is good enough for Craze to secure those cobble swallows. The pinch is good enough to find an early break, and Craze good enough to find another double. That leads to all 4 dead. The Brooklyn boys are on point right now.
Yeah, they're smoking them. Going to be about a 100-point game if they get these final 20, but worst news is it could be a lot worse than that if they also win rotation to P4. So critical moment in this match here for Amit. Shots from Fellow on 4 in a row as well. It just feels like every time we go to someone's perspective, they are on a multi-kill spree. Rex now on 4 in a row again as he's 20 and 13, trying to keep up with Capsidal. And it will be just about a 90-point game. Rotating over to P4, though. The opening kills are looking decent. Fellow tracking backwards, and no mistakes here about locking down spawns.
Oh, but we did give up that top control, so if you are Omid, that's your avenue of attack to try to flip these spawns out. You already have a couple players roaming in that area, but Craze instantly shuts down them with a double. That's already everyone off the respawn now for Omid. First break attempt instantly gets shut on down. They need this the second one to count, man. They need it.
Yeah, and they need it, and they need it soon. All right, see what they can queue up here because it's a 100-point game. Break from the front, gonna find a momentary moment of success. Nice damage from Craze. Rex following up on it, gets a read into bedroom. That's an easy double for him. 23 and 14. Next battle would be over the top of Hot Tub, but let's just get these last 10 seconds, put this game out of reach.
Oh, yeah, Omid Brooklyn. I mean, Omid just don't know how to play Skyline. Like, second time we got to watch it today so far. Kills are not going their way. They're not winning trade fights. Omid Brooklyn are consistently running away with this game. Back into the P1-2 gunfights go their way. You can close it out here still if you want to. Omid Brooklyn just gotta get something going. Oh, Omid actually has to get something going. This is gonna be hard, Al. This is gonna be hard.
It's good. I'm telling you, Jay, it's gonna be real hard. More difficult yet, though, is how do you start to even talk about a comeback here for Amit? 30 seconds of time going to be largely at least required to be controlled. Not necessarily won, but at least controlled. And then you have to win the rotation to even throw this into the world of possibilities. And Brooklyn are kind of keeping the door open just a touch. High ground control for Illy. That works out pretty darn nicely. Hey, more still to come. Okay, this is working out pretty decently for a bit, down to within 90 points. But again, the rotation to new looking solid.
Yeah, this is their perfect opportunity now to try to hold this down for a full 60. Every single angle is currently being watched. Johnny does scam a little bit, but thankfully his teammate's still securing towards the back. He actually is going to spawn on out. So just dying over towards bedroom gives the numbers advantage in favor of the Brooklyn boys. They capitalize on it with effective trades, so at least block the spawns for now. That's a big win right there from Illy to at least secure it or give his team still a chance here.
Okay, 153, 227, 30 seconds to fight for. Brooklyn, though, with the eliminations, just leaves it down to Standy. Has to finesse. Whoa, okay, well done. He takes down 2. They'll keep the spawns blocked for now. Decent lifeline. Now the retraction back up top through Piano. The Standy gets a picture in the right corner. No, he does not. And in that moment, Brooklyn, a couple eliminations. Keep these spawns mixy. Every elimination going to be a big one from here on out. Capsidal just right back into the mix. Does he get the third? No, Rex steals it away. Off the reload, though, maybe still a chance, and a stun comes through. I'm not sure who throws that, but it allows Capsidal a chance to secure the kill, and now they're within 4 seconds of winning the game.
Yep, just one break is what they're looking for. You do have one player in Capsidal setting up on the repinch, wins the one-on-one versus Standy. Now there's pressure from every single angle. Just need to be able to trade it out.
See what they can find from here, because at the moment, things are looking pretty darn easy for Brooklyn. Although, Amit do get a couple of kills. This isn't over yet. It would be, again, pretty darn miraculous, especially now that it's going to be a 2v4 battle. Craze is looking to go right into the hard point. One more to find. That will likely be the final kill needed. And yeah, Brooklyn just dominate here on Skyline. Something in the water on these Skylines, man. We were just kind of talking about it the other day. It's like, I was talking about this with J-Pros. Like, when was the last time you saw a Skyline that was either not 250 to 220 or like 250 to 100? We've had a couple of games today that were like 250, 175s, 250, 180s. It's just not often you see that.
Yeah, and the thing is, those score lines should have been a lot more, like, different. Because, like, you're allowing Omit to just play catch-up the entire time towards the later half of these games. That's two Skylines now, but they just simply don't understand how they need to play it. We're not approaching the right angles for breaks. We're not setting up team fires. We're not trading out effectively. We're dying in positions that we're not supposed to, and then having our setups off the rotation be easily broken into. That's just a map that today might not have traded them well, but yeah, just future it in the future. Like, they probably don't want to play this one again. They just don't understand the concept of how they need to play it.
I mean, really, you look at this map, and it's just the one mistake when Capsule's frying deep past P4, and then Fellow follows up in the spawns move. Outside of that, though, this map was a blowout, like flat out. Like, a good moment, I will say, for a bit, like between P1 and P2 to start at the very end here to get themselves back within, I would say, shouting distance, but yeah, it really just comes down to the fact that Brooklyn made one mistake. Otherwise, this game would have been well out of reach way earlier.
And now Omit forced to make another bounce back in a search and destroy. They start off slow in the hard points, get outclassed in the fundamental aspect, get outpaced by the SMGs on the opposing end. And I really don't know where they're going to find some momentum to try to fight themselves back into this series, man. They just look flat today. It's as simple as that. They really do not look like they're ready to play COD.
No, it's very true. Well, we'll see if they can find a bounce back. Like we talked about with this series layout, you would think that both these two teams have very similar map pools just because we've watched them play a lot of the same maps over the course of the last 2 weeks now. But I don't know, man. It's just a very odd mix because for Brooklyn, you know, I think that series that they came off of was a bit of a surprise considering the hot start they put themselves on. Whereas for Amit, it was like, again, it should have been a 3-0. Like you said, like they just don't look like they're ready to play COD today. So it's going to be weird to see if they can handle and get back into this with the Skyline search and a vault control still to come.
Yeah, Skyline search destroy. I feel like we've seen it a couple times on the side of Omit. They like to bank on their retaking strategy over towards A. They like to send Illy over towards either piano side or deep to watch over bar at that A bomb site. They're relying a lot on their retake situations here. And if you're Omit Brooklyn, just take advantage of that. If they're giving you the space, no need for someone to try to go out there and make a more heroic play. Let's just get the bomb down, play our post-plant setups. Because when they squared up against Lore on this map, Lore were trying to set the tone with their aggression. But as soon as Omid Brooklyn were able to read that early on into the map, they counted them perfectly every single time. I don't think that Omid on the other side are going to be the aggressors, but they do have some SMGs that like to, you know, sneak their way through underground and make plays like that. So be accounted for that. Yeah,
that's going to be something to keep an eye on for. But we'll see what happens. Again, just looking back over the top of what we have for this bracket, just to reflect on both these Amit squads. 3-1 losses for them, but after the map 1 win from Amit Brooklyn versus YFP, they lose the search close. They don't really hold a candle in the control, and they also got a little bit beat up in the red card map 4. Whereas for Amit proper, playing up against the Royal Spartans, that should have been a 3-0. Proloot lags out in the middle of control where they're about to win 2 straight rounds, including their first offense, and that would have been a done deal, but outside of that little bit of bless up with the lag out, the Spartans were in firm control of that series from start until finish. And both hard points were really not that close. The search and destroy was also a 6-3. So that'll be a matchup later this evening. YFP playing up against the Royal Spartans. We have not had a chance to look into what Team War and Cabal are offering us, but Team War handling business, only dropping the search versus Distro. Cabal had to go 5 versus 6F after a 2-0 start. And we'll see what those two teams have to offer as we're going to be jumping into the Hardpoint map number 1 here. Again, just coming off the late map 5R, 6F. So this will be Hacienda map number 1 for them on the Bravo stream.
All right, 6F Carolina, you guys tweeted me a whole lot. We didn't have faith in you, but obviously you put yourself in a position to make it into the playoffs. Hop on the Alpha or the Bravo stream, wherever you are watching from. So show me something as we get into this Hacienda Hardpoint. Between these two teams on the lower bracket side, you lose and you will go home. There's a lot of early time in favor of Distro, but a lot of map control in favor of 6F Carolina. They're setting up properly for that next HP.
Oh, Wad's good timing there. Catsy just trying to run back over towards the favorite songs. Gets surprised. And Mock holding a power position on the hedges will be in a good spot. Wad's not able to lock down the shots on a couple of members that had fallen off the top spiral position, leading to Distro with numbers. Mock also not able to get a read onto Icon. So Distro will get the spawns, and with that, also the hard point at the same time.
Yeah, it's a perfect rotation right there out of Distro. Put all the reinforcements around the hill and then isolate the player towards the last side at the back end. Secure those spawns. But now 6F already in the position to contest it. Back spawns are currently being blocked. Siski, you want that one back, but once he falls, close spawns in for 6F. They have the numbers. Now they're in.
Quick break. 30 seconds to fight for. Bistro Gaming going to try to split their efforts just a touch here. Actually, most of it's going to come right down Main Street. Only one player on the pinch, and Katsy, he's already been seen. Hit from the front is in pieces, and the only one still left alive is Aiden. So this back scrap time should be good, although Aiden has given them a little bit of a workout here, frontside checkers. Unlikely that he would be able to single-handedly break this, and especially now that 6F Carolina are working on rotation. So nice moment there in the scrap time for 6F. They're going to rotate over to P3, and we're going to head back over to our main broadcast as, again, we're on towards the Skyline Search and Destroy here. For the last time, we'll see Skyline.
All right, Omit, you better figure the hell out. Just need to fight it versus your brethrens on the other side. They're going to be the team early on the attack. You can already see Brooklyn setting the pacing, setting the tone, taking mid-map away, and now you're forcing Omit to shell up in their spawn.
Okay. First blood going to come by way of Craze. Tracks down Johnny over towards bottom side bedroom. Brack up top looking for some sort of a trade, but the map is already pretty much gone with two members of Brooklyn playing over towards either pool or in towards bedroom. Fell's going to find Brack trying to look for some contact, and Rex is also seeing Illy push through the site here, so now you can just send your numbers, send your enforcements, and they should be able to isolate here, but this is a lot of individual gunfights. Finally, Craze comes back, takes care of Illy, standing on the last one left, and he's got nowhere to go.
Yep, Omit Brooklyn, tone setting round right off the rip. Take away top hallway. Craze gets aggressive through bottom bed for that first blood, and then you could just make a decision on what you wanted to do there if you were Omit. You know they're in our spawn. They're already not going to allow us to work this bomb plant for free. When you try to make up for it with a trade, Brack was sitting top plat, so many different angles to account for. It was looking like he was going to pounce on the player towards B1, but fellow watching over keeps him alive. And Omid Brooklyn secure the first round with ease.
Yeah, with very much a lot of ease. So, okay. See what comes next.
No,
Yeah. Nade towards Illy over the backside will land. Follow up here. Othello tried to take care of Standy. Caps on the follow-up. No, can't quite lock down the shots, but now Craze. Good position off this pinch. Should find one for free. He does get tagged, but does not know where Brack is, so things will reset for this 1v1.
Brack got a kill too around that A site, but now you're gonna have no idea of how he is playing this. Knowing the personnel, you know, Brack is not really a risk taker. Not gonna take a lot of space around the map. He's most likely gonna put himself in a 50-50 chance just to play for some info. So Crazy is gonna recover the bomb site and hopefully just think about planning this.
Yeah. That'll put the timer in his favor, at least for now. Has a trophy, a stun, nade, and there's the information. Tries to reset back into the middle of the map because Brack's seen this. I think he may have. Might not make much of a difference, though. There's the slide out. Craze has seen the info once again. Stun comes through. Not going to land. Shoulder. Brack able to find some damage. Reset from Craze again. Tries to back away. There's the follow-up in Brack. Oh, just over the top. Thought for maybe a moment Craze to the drop shot would have worked out, but not quite the case. And that will get a first round on the board here for Remit.
Yeah, if Crazy is going to play it that aggressive, you better guarantee the damn round. Like, you got a stun and a nade. You had the info early on. You could have slowed them down with your attack usage, but the stun doesn't connect. You throw an extra shoulder. You allow Brack to have you a little bit weak instead of just getting out and allowing that time to continuously tick on down. He tucks himself in the corner, and Brack predicts it to perfection there. Like the better round there out of my young boy Craze, but Brack gets the better of him to tie the game.
Trophy system down this time. Oh, but the bomb's not a part of this play. Oddly enough, I mean, it looked like a mid were ready to go. Trophy system, you get one member forward, but the bomb is in mid. And that's where first blood occurs. Shoulder from Caps. Oh, does he want it? He thought about it. Instead, resets the battle just a touch. And now it's just looking for information. They know that Illy's playing up top at the staircase. Yeah, and a couple of tags is really no cause for concern here for Caps.
Yeah, they're setting up Craze for this freebie. Like, Caps is throwing shoulders. Here comes Craze to clean that one up for free.
Yeah, it's just too long.
Instant 4v2, make it a 4v9. Omen Brooklyn again, just setting the tone on defense. Are we going to make an adjustment if you're Omen? Because it's 2 rounds now where they're just taking top hall away from you. You're forcing one of your ARs who usually like to play those flank positions to put a hard focus through top plat. But the SMGs are already sneaking by. You got to play a lot quicker if you're Omen Brooklyn. At least match their energy because they're simply not right now. And they're just getting ran over on their offense.
Yeah, they really are. Wow. I don't know, man. This is just a weird day at COD, it feels like. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it just feels something's in the air right now.
Man, people making some bonehead plays, that's for sure.
That's where I was going to go with that. Well, here we go. See what comes up next. And it's going to be first blood for Johnny, looking to get aggressive through the topside catwalk. That works out really nicely for them. Follow-up also there. So quickly, a 4v2 the other direction. And the bomb is stuck here on Caps' POV through hot tub. There's just nowhere for him to go.
It's just caterpillar crawl all the way through.
Yeah.
Make sure nobody's able to see us. All right, fellow, give me some info. You're hoping that he stays alive so Caterpillar can eventually strike, but in a 1v4, he stands no chance. Omen finally make the adjustment. That time on their defensive side. Take top hallway away. Johnny finds the first blood. No one trades on the side of Brooklyn. Just all that mid-map pressure. Didn't really allow Omen Brooklyn to make any plays with Craze, even on the pinch. He got caught.
Yeah. Okay. See what happens next.
Better go top hallway. That's what better
I'm
happen
saying
next.
we've had a lot of that so far. Nope, all 4 down low. And for both sides, all 4 down low. This is going to get messy. Caps first blood. He actually turns that into a second. Fellow finds another trade. And that was just a flat-out 8-man battle over the top of the A site, leaving Brack now by himself for the 1v3.
Yeah. They had no chance in this round. 1v3. Yep, you're not expecting a player to be watching the overextension through piano, and it's been all-out defenses so far here on Skyline S&D. But Omen Brooklyn, again, just matching the energy, matching the tone, matching the pacing. Go face-to-face with them at that A site. Walk away with the 3-for-1 trade. You're always going to walk away with those W's at the end of those rounds. As they take the advantage again in the S&D.
Very back and forth. Very mixy. And we're going to opt to keep playing through top bedroom here, though, if you're a mid after the quick aggression. No, they're going to go right back over to the A site. Get through mid on the way. Rex, Nade with a little bit of extra damage, finds Illy again. He's been first blooded in that spot about 2 or 3 different times now. At least 2. Yeah. Fellow found him 1 round. Rex finds him here this round.
Oh, and now that they have the first blood, you're forcing the repositionings now out of Omen. They have to make up for those numbers. Both SMGs are going to rally their way through underground. Omen Brooklyn wasting a lot of time to even think about this objective because they're waiting for that aggressive push to come on in.
Well, trades are decent, but
I'm out of here.
We still stay with the numbers advantage. Andy going to re-wrap back through vent. He's going to get into a position to reset this defense. But the bomb is going to re-wrap back over to A, and I just don't know if either of them are going to get a decent look at this before they already commit. And yeah, that's indeed the case. Standy is committed, but oh, good help from Brack. Standy gets out of there. Hold on a second. Now we have a 2v2.
I'm instantly going to get planted, though. This is where if you're Omen, you got to stay active around the map. They're double underground pushing. Before they even get back into this play, it's going to be 10 seconds wiped off the game clock. And I don't know if Brooklyn are going to read this.
Well, shots for Brack are good. Standy also finds the tag. And that's going to be the immediate hop. Can Craze get here in time? Does he even check this in time? No, he's not thinking someone's going to hop for the defuse. And that's just a little too easy on the retake. That's 2v3 right there, Jay.
Yeah, like, Omen Brooklyn, you can't allow that to happen. You found another first blood. You get them to change their defensive setup at the A site. It's everything right in front of you. The bomb is there. No one's here to contest it. Let's just plant the bomb.
Yeah.
But then when they wait too long, that's when, even though they found that second kill, turn it into a 2v4. Standy's able to get one and get out with his life, stall out the game clock for a little bit longer, then find another one-on-one win to turn it into a 2v4 before that bomb even gets planted. So, Omen Brooklyn, we got to be able to read that And understand, like, all right, they gave this to us. Let's just take it and use it.
Well, look here. Trophy system up top for a bit. Stops some what would have been really good nades from Brooklyn defensively. Stun still lands, so some information there, but not too much. And that's going to mean that Brooklyn are not going to have a look at the A site. They're going to default to play for retake here.
Yep, that's 100% going to be the case. So hopefully if you are Omit, you just commit to working this objective down. And Standy's going to get the bomb planted. Ray's now starting to take a little space over towards top plat. They're going to try to isolate onto Illy again, but he's nowhere close.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough battle from up top as Capsule doesn't really quite hit the movement, so now he's down low. Johnny's in a corner, should read this pretty easily, and will. Gray's trying to flush out the front side at Kitchen, but no way he gets through this. Nice little slide hip fire coming out from Rex, but just too much to deal with. Yeah, that post plant just gets so locked in as soon as really Brooklyn decide they're going to just default to play for retake.
Yeah, and thankfully the adjustments come in for Omit to not allow them to take that top hallway control immediately on the round. Once they shut down that push, they realize, okay, they've been playing it really slow over towards A. No one's on this side. Let's just get the bomb down. But Brooklyn, they try to commit on their retakes that they found in the first couple of rounds, which is the pressure through top hallway. It's just once you gain that info that there's no one in towards site, you have to play around that. You can't play to fight these kills in the back of their spawn.
Yeah. Easier said than done for a lot of people, and that seems to be the case here. Nate stuns, trying to make its way over around the top of the A site. Capsule gets a little bit of a peek over through Kitchen, doesn't see much. And this will be Brooklyn really kind of taking a bit of a pause here. Keep your eye to see what Fellow and Caps want to do. They're trying to work this outer part of the map, but not much to find here. Shots into Jim should be good. Rex also finds a trade into Johnny. We've got a 3v2.
And again, info onto Illy as well. You also spot Brack, so you instantly want to think about this objective getting down. While Capsule is just doing Capsule things. Wins another one-on-one gunfight. Illy now left in a 1v3. The nade might be good enough to find this kill. And at least sets it up for that couple of shots to close out Capsule. 1v2 now.
Illy down low, nearly able to find the first, but both players were right there hand in hand with one another. So Brooklyn respond, and we go back to a tie game. Yeah, I mean, it's been like both teams trying to play chess right now with one another, it feels like feel each other out. Like the last couple of rounds have all been like, I won't say like necessarily just flat out playing for picks, but there has been a level of, let's see if we can find a pick first just by floating around through the middle of the map or towards the outside at pool, and it hasn't really fully worked out for them.
Yeah, I thought Johnny was going to break them down on that round because he was laying down on the backside of Bar. He was only able to take down one. As soon as he gets traded, his teammate also falls, so almost was the deciding factor of the round. All tied up at 4, though. Omit Brooklyn. At least show a lot of presence over towards that full side, but Omit now have the info. Nobody's here. Yep, I'm just going to plan it.
Yep, why not? Again, Brooklyn playing for retake. Grays will watch one slide across. This one's the big one, though. Good team shots coming out with Rex. Pinch from Fellow. A little scattery, but still finds the kill. Johnny staying safe for the time being, but stun comes out. Double slide is there. This is much better for the retake, and yeah, Illy, no chance. Okay, much more well thought out, well constructed there for Brooklyn.
Yeah, we don't commit on the gunfights in their spawn. We attack it from the site. So don't you realize there's a couple players already still playing up their post plants positions around this A bomb. Even with the first blood going in favor of Omit, you're instantly able to respond, turn it into a 3v3, and then Fellow from a different angle of approach catches them thinking that that spawn over towards White Plat Steps was cleared on out. Able to secure 3 on the round. Now Brooklyn at game point.
See what they can manifest. Nades over the top, going towards Illy's direction again. RCXD comes out. This time a trophy system keeps Illy safe. RC quickly in and through the A site, and it's still alive for the time being, so that should allow the bomb to come on through. Standy going to commit the nade to get it out of commission, but Craze can step forward, and Fellow owns the angle towards outer bedroom.
And this is where you got to just plan it. You got to plan it. Don't allow these pinches to start to develop on the side of Omit. There's already a couple players working their way through top hallway. They are ready to pounce when they get a little bit of information on this retake. 40 seconds to go.
Well, they're already going to get back in towards site. Fellow's going to get caught. Does not expect the player to be at bar already. Bod! Capsule finds 2. evenly exchanged. Good team shots come through once again, now leaving Brack for a 1v2 situation. Good opening shots onto the first. Now it's just down to the time. Oh, he hasn't seen Craze slide over to his right. I think his teammates may give him the call! And Brack locks in the shots, finds the kill, and will go for more.
That's Brack getting the better of Craze. In a 1v1 previously, this time in a 1v2. Great shots and the snap onto Dylan Rex to make it into a 1v1. Then also to realize that Craze is still pretty close to me. I thought he was able to slip his way by his line of sight. Then just, again, too aggressive in that situation. Like, the only way you lose this round here is if he successfully defuses the bomb. Once he's not on it, let's just stall out the game clock. But if we keep on going for these aggressive challenges, that's what gives him opportunities to make plays. And now we are all of a sudden in around 11.
Wow. Blink of an eye. It happens that quickly. What do you queue up here? RCXD's ready, so we'll use that. Doesn't really get too much, but it does allow an opportunity for standing towards the bomb. But Craze free pinch. No one watches it.
Oh,
That's how it
man.
ends. That's how it ends. Oh, not at all how I saw that one going, Jay.
Oh my god, they did the same thing that they did in round number 1, but this time a whole lot faster. Capsule and Craze did not let go of their left stick, sprinting forward through top hallway. Get past the player who was watching the pinch because he was watching bottom bedroom and the right side drop down. And they just commit so hard on that pinch through Cobble, and it catches Omid off guard. Not even Omid Brooklyn. Like, that was such a great heads-up play call to realize, okay, the only time they've been able to contest us on their offenses is when they shut us down through hallway. No one's here. We're taking that space. We're instantly setting up that pinch. And they stood no chance because Illy simply was not in the proper position to watch that angle. Omid Brooklyn walk away with the S&D in around 11. And those are just plays right there for Omid. You really don't expect to happen, man. Round 11
really
pitches should be watched.
Yeah, that's... Wow. Very, very odd, these games this week, it feels like. We've had a handful of really good ones, others that just feel like, what's happening? Like, it just, again, unexcusable things for a lot of this is what it feels like, but that's COD for you. Brooklyn find themselves now up 2-0 quickly. Goodness, very quickly. And we have a double dose of Vault now potentially on the way with Control coming up next. And you got to keep in mind that Amit were just here a moment ago versus the Royal Spartans. Yes, they technically won it, but they got a little blessed with the 3v4. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, both teams just actually played ball control. YFP ran over
good point.
Brooklyn on this map. That's due to the aggression that Wiz was able to set. But now Omid backs against the wall. You need to figure out something. You need to figure it out quick, because to end these last 2 days of this elite, when you started off your first 3 days, flawless, 4-0. Just you get steamrolled by Team War, wake up this morning, get steamrolled in your first series versus the Spartans, and now you're potentially going to get steamrolled again by your brethrens on the opposing end. You need to lock in.
Yeah, you need to lock in badly. Good start here, though. First tick of progress already locked up, and you've got Standy hitting a bit of a route. We'll say it's nice to see the players are just jumping right into lobbies. We've had like really quick resets between these maps. Extra 60 seconds. Speaking of things that are quickly coming through, Ray's able to find one on the exit, but really not much. I mean, that's a very clean start for Amit. Now they've got to transfer over to B.
Yeah, they've only found one kill. You are Brooklyn. We need to start getting a couple kills. We want to stand a chance in the control, because you have no map control to go with it. First segment already being worked on at B. You have a flank on the horizon here from Craze, taking a sweet time, working his way all the way on the backside of Gold. But by the time he even gets into the play, there potentially would have been 2 segments gone. But Capsule through Vault finds a double, shuts down that play.
Yeah, good response here for Brooklyn. They're going to get forward over through Gold with a couple of kills to boot on top of that. So still lots of time here for Amit to work with, but the life lead has been reduced. Nice shots from Rex. Just snaps onto Standy's forehead. One more player deep, and Rex will find that as well. Johnny must have been tagged, because that was a 2-bullet kill. And so now 21 plays 20, and the hit becomes very one-dimensional for Amit trying to play through B Street.
Yeah, it was just a 7-kill lead from Omid. Now only down to 2, make it 3. Perfect time to find a couple kills in sync, because you can take space now over towards B Street. Make your approach a little bit easier going forward, but Fellow and Capsule combined for 2. Brack laying in the middle of the street. No coverall. Gives another free kill to the felony.
Oh.
And now with the numbers, they just reinforce their way through B Street. They shut down another attempt there for a moment.
Yeah, fellow on 4 in a row. They also complete the second progress. Capsule gets the better of Standy, at least most of Standy. Doesn't quite finish him, though. Still 4 in a row, though, for fellow off the regen. No, cut down. Good follow-up from Caps, but the clock comes to a pause at 1:11 with good numbers here for Amit on the zone itself. Stun kind of body tags one, but nothing more. Johnny finds 2 over to the backside art. This should be the round here. Just stack it. Get the 3rd tick. The only player who can challenge is Caps, and he will not get there in time. So much better start here for Amit. Quick offensive win.
Yeah, perfect offensive win right there to try to build some momentum going forward. You start off the round by finding every single kill. You extend the time early at about 2 minutes and 20 seconds to even work up your progression over towards B. First 2 attempts get shut down, but the 3rd one is always the best one. As it was the SMGs opening up the lanes, multi-kill after multi-kill. ARs holding down the long distance from B Street. But that's a very, very easy round there for Omit. Brooklyn needs to make their adjustments next time to just take space. Like, they didn't take any space over towards B Street. They were just working the pinches, and then if you're not allowing them to work the overextension because you're blocking that close spawn, it's just all they're looking for is one opportunity, and they found it.
The opening looks like here over the top of the A site. 2 for 2, the opening battle. Clock, though, comes to a pause quickly. Brack working on a route through the upper hallways. He's going to have a nice look at the pinch here. First tick gets locked, though, in the process. Capsule still holding from the front door, and he finds himself a couple. Now it's just down to Standy playing on the connector through B Street. He's been seen, I believe. Maybe not. Probably not going to work out here.
Oh, man!
Turn and burn from Rex. And that's going to be an extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, I thought Sandy was going to guarantee that freebie. Turn and burn there for Dylan. Good enough to secure that final segment at A. Have 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. Over towards B with 2 life lead. Trying to send a couple players on their overextension. Dylan trying to catch the timing through mid-vault. Unfortunately, does get caught. Capsule, your job now is to try to clear out gold because Illy's ready to make another play.
Yeah, they don't know he's here yet. This will alert them. Follow-up also good through the middle of the map. Standy should be able to secure this kill on the pinch, and will be able to. So yeah, now spawns are not going to be great for Brooklyn over towards P2. The question will be, do they even try to deal with Illy from this position? They're going to send Rex to see if he can get the 1v1. They catch him quickly. Hold on a second. Now you're automatically already back onto the zone. Standy trying to fight off a couple, but Capsule there to meet him. And with Craze playing over towards Art, they can stop the clock again.
Yeah, Craze just needs to put himself in position to watch the cross. A lot of angles that you need to put focus on when you're in towards Art. But that's already 3 dead. Make it all 4. Everyone is accounted for. This is where Craze can start to reign supreme.
Yup.
Wait for the players coming off the respawn. First segment locked.
This might be the point, Jay. 3 members on. Second tick's already gone. You're setting up a bit of a pinch around through mid, but I don't even know if you get here in time. Yeah, and all the kills are there. Wow, so we have got some very convincing offensive rounds for both of our mid teams. I would argue that Brooklyn's was a little bit cleaner towards B, but the break-off for mid on A was also really solid.
Yeah, break-off for Omit right off the rip of the game. 24 dead allows them to extend the time early on, but the B pressure attempt there from Omit Brooklyn was a lot better. You sink a couple kills. You had one player sneak behind enemy lines, which was Craze. Just being a nuisance. Opens up his teammates to attack through mid-line to find that kill on mid-statue. And he takes away Art. The ARs win gunfights through B Street. You spawn them deep as hell away from that B point. And they don't even have an opportunity to try to contest it. So all tied up at 6 in segments. If you are on mid-Brooklyn, yeah, let's not just go 4 dead right off the rip instead of at 6.
Yeah, that's very true. Easier said than done, though. Rex, nice moment for him again on 4 in a row. First tick looks like it's pretty much already gone, though. Trying to reform the contest, or Brooklyn on the defense. And no one has kept track of Rex through the middle of the map. He may find a little bit more than this. No, Standy shuts it down. And he'll be the last one standing out on the other side. First tick, good. Second one, not really close to being done. And there's still a chance for depletion here if the defense decides to step on and actually do that.
Yeah, they just want to make sure right now that every angle is being covered. You had the overextension. Find that kill onto Standy. The pressure over to B Street. You take down Brack. Now I just want your SMGs to just be annoying in their spawn. Unfortunately, Sprays doesn't find anything. Capsule at least responds with one, but Fellow dropping through the map. Now Omid can reinforce the numbers too big.
Well, second tick of progress. No, does it not fully? Oh, it was right there. It was a whisker away, but the defense pushing through it. The recontest comes at the right time. And now they've essentially fully depleted the progress out. And you've got Capsule winning unbelievable gunfights over towards gold. Wow. 20 plays 15. The mid a little down and out here as the pinch gets shut down. And you're up to just the final 25 seconds. And they can't find an elimination anywhere on the map, Jay.
Yeah, we'll just go one by one. Can't go one by one in control because then your team pushes are instantly getting shut down. But at least Dylan Rex gives them one for free. Now you have the numbers. You just got to trade it out in towards the middle of the map.
Oh, boy. Had a little extra there. Is that what I heard? Is that what I saw? Wow. Well, supremacy is starting to be established here of who's the better emit team. And Brooklyn are really rinsing them. Wow. Especially as we finish off this third round. A pretty much flawless defense. Just one tick of progress converted. A second was close, but nope. No way, no how. And now an opportunity for Brooklyn to put this map away.
It's just insane to me, Alan, how a team can go 4-0 in their first couple of qualifying matches. And you make it to the final day where you're thinking, okay, it's a battle for the first seed, not really that important. We make it into playoffs. But then you make it into playoffs and you are showing absolutely nothing. As they are just getting destroyed in every aspect of the game. Omid need to find something. Yeah, I'm not talking about Brooklyn. I'm talking about the other guys. Like, these guys are just... They were outstanding throughout the regular season of the Elite Stage 2. Like, you were winning a majority of your series 3-0, 3-1. You were steamrolling teams. But it's just like the fall-off needs to be studied in the lab or something for these last 2 days because they simply are just getting outclassed in every aspect of the game right now.
Well, I think the thing about it is, like, again, you look up towards the scoreboard in both their series at any moment in time, and it's been someone who's, like, double neg or more worse. There is a little bit of a gap coming up with just the gun difference right now. First tick of progress, halfway completed. Fighting for it, though, is still a minute in the corner. Creates good damage on 5 in a row, but Pope shuts him down for any further streaks. Follow-up, though, is just too clean. 2 members on, a third to join them. This is going to be the A zone already gone, Jay.
Yep. Not going to have any opportunities to work your way back on it unless Johnny has something to say about it, but he's only able to take down 1. A 3-life lead still in favor of Brooklyn.
Oh, no.
Hopefully our observer didn't lag out there because sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But it seems like the game is fully frozen here.
Yeah. Well, the extra 60 was looking pretty imminent unless that pinch through mid was going to clear it out completely. I don't know, man. It's just the trend continues to be pretty one-sided. I mean, yeah, we have a round 11 affair in the search and destroy map number 2, but the Hardpoint was very convincing for Brooklyn. This control starting to turn up pretty convincing for Brooklyn as well. So we'll see if Amit can fight back into this control. We'll have to get that result kind of by word as we jump into a round 11 here in the search and destroy. 6F Carolina did take the opening Hardpoint, but they're on the defense trying to go up 2-0 here as Distro Gaming are looking to get this thing back to level.
Okay, round 11, a big round here for Distro. Try to tie the series up. They're going to send every single player over towards A. Trophy system gets invested. But 6F Carolina, they already know. The pressure's on this side of the map.
Yep. Oh, wow. Good shots from Icons. Absolutely melts Fame. Little pop-up leads to that elimination. Cassie trying to get control over at well. Pushes off Wads. And this retake has been stifled. There's just no route available for them. They're going to get window control here. But I just don't know what they're going to do with that. I mean, you're 30 seconds left, and Wads has to commit. Where are we going, brother? You got to commit to where you're trying to hit this retake from.
Yeah, you got to hit it with your teammates. Go through secret, go through top middle connector, and hopefully you're able to win a couple trade fights, but they don't find a single one of those kills. Now it's Mock left in a 1v4. A team kill goes down, but yeah, GG. Series is tied at 1. Distro clutch up in the round 11.
Yep. Wow, that was a joke gunfight, though. Fame just got absolutely destroyed. Little pop-up later. Pretty unbelievable. But, yep, Distro Gaming on the Bravo stream have themselves now at a 1-1 count. Not sure what the map set is going to look like for their series. We also, of course, need to try to do what we can to keep an eye on what happened with our control.
I'm looking at it right now. It's just a spectator crash. One of our observers obviously crashed on out. It's still 2-1. Felony has the POV up. 12-10. potentially in the final round here on attack. They have a lot of R control.
Yeah.
I think this might be the series. Yeah, that's 3 dead. Yeah, GG.
Yeah, it's,
Omid,
yeah, it's
go
3
home.
dead. Stack on for B. Second tick is done. It looks like third is on the way. So Brooklyn, they will get the full capture. They will put that series away 3-0. Shout out to Fellow for streaming his POV, giving us an opportunity to at least get a peep on that. He's live at twitch.tv/Fellow if you want to give him some love. So that concludes our lower bracket matchup here for primary. I don't know if we're going to immediately allow our winner semifinals games to get into their matches, or do we wait for the Distro 6F game? Hard to say. But what would be coming up next would be YFP versus Royal Spartans or War versus Cabal. Technically, both of them would be live. But we'll see what we do in terms of our broadcast push and if we're going to accelerate that winter semifinal to get those guys underway. But it's been a very quick playoff day one. Usually that's not the case. Usually this is the day that goes super long for us because we have a lot of very tight battles. But honestly, Jay, the ones that we had picked for our winners round one matchups were not really all that close. Those are the two that I thought were going to go the distance, and they were pretty one-sided.
Yeah, no, they definitely were letdowns because we were expecting Omid Brooklyn, #1 seed in Group A, to definitely take care of YFP, but they fall short. Omid on the other side, who basically almost went flawless throughout the elite stage matches, lose their final match to Team War. We're thinking, okay, they were just caught slipping on the day. But then you come in on playoffs and you only won one map today, and it was a miracle, the fact that you even won that map. Got steamrolled in every other aspect of Call of Duty. I expected them to be a lot better polished in Search and Destroy. They had a bunch of the same strategies that they were trying to throw on out there. But then just like even the round 11 blender basically tells you how their entire Call of Duty day went. Like you're thinking something is being watched. You're not thinking that they're going to be aggressive in the first 5 seconds to already be in your spawn. But then by the time Illy turns to check that angle, Craze has already dropped down. He finds 2. He's trying to play for that kill on a Craze, but Capsule's right behind him to take care of Illy. It's just not the best day for Omid, and that's got to be a tough pill to swallow, man, because I know a lot of these guys are banking on their performance here to potentially get the big call up in the big leagues.
And that hurts it because it's on broadcast, but now you also have to wait until Major 2 and hope that you can make a run there. So the rehearsal reps between now and then need to be, I would say, inspected, and they need to hit the lab because, that was a bit of a breakdown there in terms of just fundamentals of how they're playing as a squad. So not the best showing, but COD can sometimes do that on the day. We're gonna head to a break. I think our winter semifinals are getting ready to go, so I think we're gonna take our coverage that, but otherwise we'll have some more of that lower round one matchup. Regardless, there's gonna be more challenges for you. We'll be back. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. Our Bravo stream will continue on with the 6F and Distro gaming matchup, but our upper semifinal matchup between the Spartans and YFP is good to go. So we're going to jump into that one. And then, of course, we'll have the other matchup starting as soon as the 6F and Distro gaming is done. So we will have a pretty good coverage aspect of both of these upper semifinals. As a reminder, though, this is our World Spartans roster, and we continue to keep talking about this squad of the turn-up that they have been able to find since they got into week number 2 of the Elite, which is something that we talked about that they were able to do last time around.
Yeah, they just been finding a different level of gameplay so far these last couple of days. For the Spartans, it wasn't a great start, but it's always been a great finish for this lineup. And so far today, just dominating Omid the way that they did, allowing one map to slip, and that's due to ProLoot simply lagging on out. These guys have figured it out in everything. They have the fundamentals in Hardpoint. The S&Ds, they have the mid-round adjustments. They fell short in the control, but they're still a great control team. It's just like this is one of those tough teams who have it in the respawn and also have it in the search and destroy. It's going to take everyone clicking on all cylinders to try to take them down.
Oh, yeah. And the other team on the other side, Crew Stack, Mamba, Wiz. These guys had a slow start to their winners round 1 matchup, but a very quick finish as they were able to take 3 maps pretty rapidly against one of the Emit teams that they were able to square up against. So should be a really entertaining upper semifinal matchup between these two squads, all things told. This comes down to, I think, like, which maps are these guys going to prefer? Because we saw both those two series were very different, and I think the reason why was because there was a difference between vaults and protocols. But this time it's just going to be a back and forth between vault and red card until we maybe and probably get to a Skyline search and destroy, Jay.
Oh, this is a very mixy series because obviously if you're the Spartans, you prefer yourself to play a lot of vaults. You do have a couple reps as well on red card, but we just watched YFP on the other end come back on the red card S&D, close it out in that series versus Home in Brooklyn on the red card HP. So it's like a square up map number 1, more preferably on the side of YFP map number 2, square up map number 3, YFP map number 4, and then if we get to the map number 5, which is going to be that Skyline, it's anyone's game. But this is for a chance right here to get to the winners finals. Didn't expect either one of these teams to be in this position to start the day, but they have been playing some lights out Call of Duty. I know if you're the Spartans, your hands are definitely going to be full though with the way that Wiz is playing today.
Oh, without quite. Yeah, Wiz has played really, really well. Really all stage, honestly. But yeah, I think that's a really good shout out from what he was able to do in their first matchup. See if they can provide it once again here as we get our break off towards Vault Hardpoint. Winner semifinal between the Spartans and YSP. And the opening break off is very back and forth, but the Spartans, again, just better in the trade fights, able to get themselves in for the early time plus the zone of the re-hit.
Yep, already stabilizing around the map as well. You have players like Darkside, who's usually the aggressor with that SMG, just blocking the spawns, making it easier for his team, and times it to perfection, even with Wiz spawning out behind them to find that kill. Gunzy through the front finds another double,
dude. And
this is the perfect start to a hard point. It can only get a little bit better if you secured those spawns over towards New, but 25 seconds at P1, you would definitely take that.
Oh, without question you will. I mean, this is, again, one of those moments you just see, like, the opening breakoffs, the amount of patience these guys have after the first contacts come through. It's pretty remarkable. And then even there, like, Dark knows he can just run right through. He's got a teammate or two with him. And just like that, the Spartans, who looked like they were not going to have rotation win to P2, are in first.
No one's watching over him on the front side of the hard point, so that gives YFP an opportunity right through the front door to find an early break. Wiz opens up with a double. Now, even though the Spartans have the spawns that they want to try to break in towards P2, you got to get past all these stunts and nades that are going to get invested through the back end. They finally get through it. They're here in a contesting position, but Mamba keeping Dak alive. Allows them to still soak up this time.
Yeah, really good help from Mamba in particular. But again, the patience coming through. Not trying to get over Eager's Prelude. Dealt with by Mamba on this long crossing angle. And ooh, Mamba looking for 4 in a row. Going to wait for the reload here as the scrap 15 seconds have been broken in for. And I don't know if we need a full send that one. He did have Wiz with him, and that does lead to a couple eliminations. But largely speaking, that scrap time going the way of the Spartans.
Yep. Now you find yourself almost up by 40. Heading over towards P3. You know that YFP are looking for the answer from P3 to P4 chain. Put yourself in a position to just soak up a lot of this time, and that's exactly what they're doing. No one edging up past that 50-yard line until a couple kills start to go on down. ProLoot just thinking a step ahead. Wants to try to win a gunfight on the backside. Unfortunately, gets double chowed. Now you have to settle for soaking up the hill time. Not bad either way.
Ooh. Yeah, not bad for sure. Shots down B lane. Smart, lots of damage. Trophy system keeping his contested safe, but darkened mid-map. Again, just make sure that YFP cannot touch this hard point. This has been so much time, and that's just a frustrated push from YFP that gets dealt with, and ProLoot cleans up top art. Damage into the player down low is an easy follow-up from Dark, and now you flip the map with just 15 seconds remaining on the hill.
Oh, this might be GG's right off the rip if they get a full 60 here. It's YFP.
Oh, man.
Banks so hard to stay alive in towards Art. And they lose those gunfights in the final 10 to 15 seconds. Now you're spawning all the way across the map. You're forced to break in. Thankfully, Wiz is able to sneak by enemy lines. And you're currently keeping this hill. Scrappy, can Wiz get anything more? He knows there's still pressure towards the backside, but just going to play his life. I hope that his teammates can come to try to help him because he's just going to camp top.
Yeah, Suns come through. Wow, really good shots from outside the hard point from Spart. Deals with him quickly. And that's going to get Spartans over 100 points with still 30 seconds to fight. I mean, it's just, again, they're playing so well. It's just, where was this the first week of games?
Hey, man, it takes a little bit of time to really polish your gameplay. You go through the leaps and bruises, and eventually you come out shining in every aspect that you were looking for. They are just continuously running up that score. I thought when Wiz made that double kill happen, that was for YFP to keep themselves into the game, but they get nothing done from that play. All of a sudden, you're down by 100, and the Spartans can start to develop on some of these long runs because they got time.
Oh, they've got time indeed. Well, and the shots from YFP are good. Gets them a chance here at the opening time at P1, but ProLoot's on 5, Dark's on 7, and this pinch is unbelievably well timed. It's just, they can do no wrong. I'm telling you, Jay, we have not seen a Challenger team play with this level of smoothness all year yet.
I think that Omen Brooklyn squad with Lunas and Neptune gives them a good run for their money.
Well, sure, yeah, but this is different for these guys.
Yeah, no, it's definitely obviously deeper into the season. Teams are starting to fully understand how you want to play this game. It's just like the way that they have been making these plays makes Call of Duty look so simple. So I promise you, it's not this easy, guys. But when teamwork is making the dream work, that's why you continue to see Royal Spartans having the success that they do. Early off the rotation, even with players soaking up that remaining time, you have Spartan in a position to contest it.
This is critical here. YFP, they have to win this rotation, but the Hellstorm plus also the route around the back opens things up pretty completely, and you've got a pinch again from Dark. He is off to the races. I mean, they're all off to the races. 17-6, 14-9, 17-9. ProLoot smoking people out of the hard point, and the lead goes to 100 plus. Guns you cut down at mid-map. Spawns will allow a couple of members to be still close here for the Spartans. Actually, all 4 of them. Just comes down to, can they deal with it from the front? And they get all 3 kills. I mean, you just don't expect that.
No, you definitely don't. Especially when you have the numbers. Just the ARs setting up crossfires, the nades and stuns connecting to have them weak on their approach. And a full 60 hold here for the Spartans. Just allowing them to get closer and closer to that 50-point mark. If you're YFP, your only avenue back into this game is getting a full 60 here at P3, traded it in towards P4. If you lose one of them, you're out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, that's just it sounds like such an easy ask, but you're down 140 points, so it's just one of those things. The Spartans can do whatever they want right now. And the fact of the matter is, they're getting away with whatever they want. ProLoot, backside art, good timing here, finds the player up top for free. And in the meantime, you still have members for the Spartans winning through the middle of the map, so it allows an opportunity to keep kind of getting a little bit of time here and there on the hard point. And I mean, they're doing no wrong. I mean, we're dealing with another player that's 8-18. It's just like whenever you watch the Spartans play, they're finding a way to put somebody into like double negative at least, and ProLoot now on 7 in a row has earned a Hellstorm to make matters worse.
And they're not doing anything miraculous. It's not like someone is taking over in this game. Everyone is giving their 25%. You're out-rotating them. You're having a lot easier of gunfights than the YFP currently are. Now, even though, like, it's cool, you can get this final 7 seconds, we're going to set up properly for the next to close out the game.
We're just going to get the next, at least the opening 20 here.
Yep.
And that pretty much puts the game away. Pincher on the back. Wiz is tagged, but I don't know if that was from gunshots or from a nade. Well, it doesn't make a difference because he finds the kill either way. An opportunity to try to set something up here with a little bit of a pinch from the outside. Gunzy will drop. Hardpoint goes neutral for now. But again, the Spartans just look at the trust. Just not worried about the player below me. My teammates will handle that. I can just keep watching the players on cross. It's just so much trust, so much teamwork. And the Spartans are 10 seconds away from winning this map here.
Yep, last push here for YFP. Double through the front door. Gunzy makes it more difficult on their approach. And even when you think it's only Gunzy, the teammates are here to reinforce. As the Spartans just come out and absolutely slap YFP all around map number 1.
I mean, that is, that was an yes.
Belt to ass maps right there.
That was just
belt
a
to
yes.
ass, Alan. Belt to ass.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, 250 to 65. And it just feels like, again, like this Spartans team it feels like they just get better every time we watch them play, which is extra scary at least on the day.
I'm telling you right now, Alan, if I'm teams going forward, Vault, Hardpoint, I don't give a hell if we good at it or anything. We are not playing that against the Spartans, man. They have such a great understanding of how to play that map. We saw right off the rip. Flawless on the P1. You chain it over towards P2 for about 30 seconds. You dominate P3 in the time aspect, and in the final 15 seconds, you're able to find those kills to flip the spawns. Like, they could do no wrong at that map number 1. YFP just simply got to forget about it and move on to the S&D.
Maybe easier said than done, though, because like you said, that is not just one that physically pains you. That one mentally sits with you for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, like, legitimately. And it's just, again, man, the fundamental understanding for the Spartans this week just so wildly different than what we saw from the first week of games. Now, I think the only, like, reprieve here for the teams that are still going to be alive after today is, like, at least after this matchup, you have another week to, like, try to get prepared for these guys again, because, wow, at the moment, they are getting away with literally, like we keep talking about, they're getting away with everything.
When you take a look at the scoreboard, it's not like someone was going crazy. It's just everybody was doing their thing. Everyone over 15 non-traded kills, everyone over 2K damage. They didn't really need to put down shots when they needed to with how much they were dominating the fundamental aspect of that hardpoint. That's just how Call of Duty is played right there. For everybody trying to make it to the big leagues, if you can have a scoreline that looks like that, with stats that match like that, that just means that everything that you're doing as a team is working. And this game, compared to every other Call of Duty, I feel like this is the most teamwork aspect game that we have. And if they continue to play like that, their phones are going to be ringing here pretty soon.
No, it's a really fair shout. I think, we haven't really had that conversation talking about, like, this game compared to others outside of the movement. Yeah, obviously, there's that. But I think you're right. Like, watching how, especially in Respawn, teams like Thieves, teams like Atlanta have found as much, and now teams like Vancouver, for instance, they find so much success because there's these moments where I think 90% of the people who would play Call of Duty, like that moment earlier where I forget who it was for the Spartans, that was the last one left alive up top at P4, doesn't care about who's underneath him because I've got teammates that just came off spawn. They'll deal with him. I can just keep watching the cross. It's just like there is this level of inherent trust and subconscious kind of teamwork that comes through that is really kind of stood out for our teams that find themselves at the top of the Respawn lists, which the Spartans are quickly doing that here in this season of Challengers.
Yes, because they understand the conga line recipe. Like, I've been trying to tell people about that, not only on the broadcast, but even in my Stuff M8s. If you are the first one up, then it's your job to take the long route. If you're the second guy up, then you're following up your teammate, probably cutting down your route a little bit, but the second and third guy roam together. The third guy, the last guy off the respawn, now sets up that repinch. And that's the way that you need to play this Call of Duty, is that everyone has a lane to fill. There's no more roles. Everyone has to be able to fill those roles when needed. And even in situations, like you just said, where Pro Loot is usually the guy in the hard point, he knows that, all right, I got an AR in my back pocket too. Someone else can fill that. I'm going to continue to hold this cut because this is what I need to do to make the game a lot easier for my team. They understand that aspect of the game. And just understanding that small aspect where a lot of teams really don't gives you a lot of opportunities like in your career regardless.
Well, it's been polished, it's been clean, and now we talk about a search and destroy. Red card. We have not seen the Spartans play it today, at least. But we have seen, again, how their teamwork develops and how they've been able to kind of abuse squads on search and destroy in the last couple of, we'll say 24 hours or so. Yeah. So we'll see what comes through here. YFP, You know, this feels like a map that is a little bit more suited towards them. But that told, it's hard to get a read because the Spartans are playing so well right now.
This is a map that they did take in that series versus Omid Brooklyn and had an insane 3-round comeback down 5-3. So YFP, obviously confident in search and destroy, but they need this one to go their way. Early into round number 1, the Spartans, no trophy systems to work with, don't want to get too aggressive over towards edge and potentially get taken down, but Wiz, he's not afraid of the aggressive plays.
Nope.
He takes that space away, and now he's like, where the hell have they gone?
Yep. Bomb has not committed yet, but look at this stretch in the middle of the map. Wiz now has seen this. Dark's going to get caught. Follow up there from Prolute. Does open up the B site just a touch, but Wiz behind the play has slipped through. And again, he was the one transmitting all the information, so he's got the ability to kind of follow up on his own terms.
Realistically, though, Wiz is not really impactful so far in this round. Because he has an SMG in that position towards top trips, but if the bomb carrier walks right in front of you, you make up for it. But unfortunately, he gets some bad timing there. Would look to be a very great round for YFP. Now they're in a man disadvantage.
Oh, shots at the elevator. So, I mean, come on. Dancing with him for quite some time. There's the help. There's the trade. Now the B site wide open. Mamba's going to have to rewrap this back through middle. Maybe he can catch timing here for the isolated 1v1. Can he get it? No, not quite. It's the right idea, but doesn't come through with it.
Yeah, I can't believe the Spartans able to walk away with that round win there. With Wiz taking that much space away from them in the first 15 to 20 seconds. All the info he was able to gain, realizing the pressure was going to be through the middle of the map. But then just get some bad timing on the dropout from top trips. You keep that position. You basically secure that A bomb. You could tell both of your teammates to just stack over towards B. But once he falls, Spartan's able to isolate onto one, make it a 2v1. And then Sparty ends out the round with the 1v1 gunfight for the Spartans to take the first.
See what tempo and identity YFP can establish here in their first offensive effort. Mamba getting to work, just trying to find something over towards B. Prolute kind of doing the same thing over to the middle of the map, just trying to see what's around the hedges, trying to keep himself safe at the same time. A couple of attacks come through, though, and that will back him up. Door will close, and he will try to watch through mid, but he has not seen this rotation over. Now he has. He's seen one player slide over, and that's enough for Dark to get active.
Yep, and Royal Spartans are ready to meet them as soon as they approach this B site. Just Darkside checking all the doors, trying to go back and forth with his timings. Prolute waiting for that first line of contact, but Darkside might start it off.
Opening shot's good for Wiz. Dark trying to hold on to this position. Bomb has not committed it yet. Dark in trouble. There's the double chow coming through, and that does successfully find the kill. Bart trying to reclaim the site. Not going to happen, and a very solid response from YFP.
Yeah, I would expect, like, with Prolute gaining that info, watching the rat back over towards B, you probably put yourself in a better setup around that B site, but once Prolute gets picked, you saw Darkside reacts to it. And unfortunately gets bad timing on that door peek. And the double child good enough to take care of him. The number's still in favor of YFP. They're able to just bombard their way in towards that B site to secure the round. All tied up at 1. Spartans back on the attack. This time with a couple trophy systems might approach that A site.
Well, it's been a bit of a chess game to the middle of the map to this point. Prolute. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Nice fight back from Cruz considering the circumstances, and that little bit of damage allows Wiz to push on forward and does find Prolute. But now Wiz may be a little bit stuck here. He is very committed. And Gunzy is doing the little snail walk over towards B. And the defense has actually moved around a touch. There may be an opportunity here.
Yeah, it's because Wiz gives them all the info. There's no more guys over here towards stage, so they have to be going over towards B. They just have to be ready for the push. Oof. At least effective trades there from Roy Spartan, still keeping it 2v2.
And Dark, if he can hold on to this position just near Ticket, maybe there's a chance to get this post plant set up. Gunzy up and over, dancing. Dark right with him. This is a big first gunfight, and good team shots come through. Cruz was not there. He didn't push forward into that at all. And so now he's stuck outside the site with an AR. Good first shots. Melts off the first player. That's the bomb carrier. Dark picking up the bomb. Going to commit for the plant, and Cruz is going to let this happen.
Yep. Cruz has an AR. You have a submachine gun. Let's just get the bomb down and then play close quarters. Now Cruz is playing the game clock. Forcing the mind games on a sort of dark sides, but might have predicted perfectly.
Very well may have. Oh, nice little slide over. Lots of ammo exchange, though. Cruz. Stun comes through. Dark does not get hit by that, though, and just pushes for the gunfight win. Huge from Dark side. That's a 3v4, bounced back and gripped nicely by the Spartans.
Yeah, that's 2 rounds there where I'm expecting YFP to run away with it on their defenses. Like, Wiz first round takes all that space over towards edge, gives the comms that they're obviously going towards B. But then in that round, he opens up with the first blood, again gives the info that they're going over towards B. They just weren't prepared in the right positions to trade it out effectively. As the Spartans basically still 2 attacking rounds away so far in this game number 2. Dark side clutched up in the 1v1. Plays it patient, the stun not connecting, played a big impact there. But if you're YFP, you're definitely going back and thinking, we should be up 3-0.
Yeah, I agree with you, absolutely. But they're not. Oh, good shots, good nade over the top. Follow-up from Prolude also dealt with. So a quick 3v2 and the A site is wide open. Dak getting to work to clear and likely just commit for the plant here.
Yep, instantly put the bomb down. You found both players who were playing it safe over at this A site. Bomb is going to get planted. The Spartans are not going to be in a position to contest it early on. You have crossfire set up. They're able to track guns. I mean, the one player on towards the site, but Darkside now left in a 1v3.
Yeah, and he's got an SMG, and the post plant is just so set up for that deeper play. So good stuff there for YFP. Quickly get this back to a 2-2 count. And yeah, I think you're still right. I'm still thinking about this as, yeah, we should be 4-0 up if you're YFP, just based on how things have developed in the early stages of these rounds. So now it's just down to, like, again, I don't think you can really get into your head too much about how your defenses have gone. I think you just trust the process and just don't botch these rounds that you have good advantages in.
Yeah, especially when Wiz is gaining all the info in the first 10 to 15 seconds. He's even aggressive over towards Hedge. Every defensive round so far. Now they're going to switch it up a little bit, though. Double stack over towards B. You're going to play slow and steady, wins the race. Trying to gain the info early on, but the Spartans playing heavy over towards Hedge. Are able to spot at least Cruz towards the back end.
Well, bomb's going to... attempt to be planted, but Cruz had an angle at it. Shuts down the bomb. Follow-up nade is good. Dark really cannot commit, obviously, for the plant, so he's going to try to back away, see if they can find a couple of kills. Mid-map, though, no. YFP, there we go. Get our information, deal with the bomb carrier, and then just a quick follow-up to make sure there's no real secondary play whatsoever. That's well done.
Yeah, way to slow down on that defensive setup. Get the info. Strike for the first blood onto the bomb carrier. And then, you know, at that point, someone from the Spartans has to obviously fill that gap. You catch them trying to. Watch the cross from the ARs on every single kill on the round and finally secure a defense of the entire map. But like that's been a lot of our story today in S&D. It's been all out offenses, one defense here and there, but so far it's been all out offenses with YFP finally securing the defense.
And again, the thing about it is use your advantages this time if you're YFP, and they do so nicely. Okay. We've seen this battle preferred for both teams pretty often. Spart, though, backs off of it.
Got you, Alan. Don't worry about it, buddy.
I know, I'm
Bomb's
dying.
getting planted over at A. Wiz is going to get this down for free, and it seems that the Spartans are just playing for the retake, but he's also able to get on out. So this is just one of those bomb sites that you allow every single player to stay alive for the first 10 seconds. It's only going to make your retake approach a lot more difficult.
Well, the thing about this, yeah, as I say, Wiz is the only one who can really contest the actual plant itself. Plant shut down, though. Defense start moving forward, and Wiz has done well bottom stage to stay alive. Crew's now inching forward just to make sure that his post plant stays safe, and that is perfect from YFP. There we go. That's more like it. 2 rounds cleanly in a row.
Yeah, if you're Spartans, you can't allow them to take that much space. You initially spotted 2 players crossing over towards stage, so you know the play is going to be over towards that A site. But no one had an angle to even contest the bomb plant. You get it down, you're able to get on out. No one working read pinches. They were all trying to retake that through the front end. And that played right into the hands of what YP wanted them to do. They're now starting to pull away into search and destroy. Cruz on 4 in a row. Wiz and Mamba also streaking a little bit. Back to the defensive side they go. Well, I'm just going back to that 2-2 split.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? It really should feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it right now for YFP. RCXD also a part of the play here for Cruz, so that'll be helpful. Wow, that thing is hitting some ramps. Spartans will wait just to make sure they can deal with this RC, and it will be dealt with. So Cruz, I don't really know if he finds too much information. Mamba gets stunned off his angle through mid, not once but twice. The rundown not allowed to happen. Prolut may have thought that Mamba was a little bit deeper in the corner. Not the case. That's a good first blood.
Yeah, great first blood. That's probably thinking, like you said, that he was a little bit deeper in that position. Now in a man disadvantage, you were playing this slow and steady, gain the info, and then make your play call. With a man down, you're forced now to commit over towards A, and YFP have you surrounded.
Yeah, this has been much better for YFP. I mean, there's really no other way to say it. Like, this is what we should have seen. This should have been a 6-0. I mean, flat out. They've really dominated the search. It just comes down to giving away a couple advantages. And they have not done that recently, so good stuff for YFP. Puts themselves onto map point. And the Spartans need to find something quick here because, again, the patterns have just been so developed by YFP. They really are dominating this map.
Yeah, I think you just switch up the pacing right here if you're the Spartans. So, like, let's just send a lot of players over towards heads or try to be aggressive over through B. So you can at least shut down one of those bomb sites. They're going to elect to go right through the middle of the map. Dunn's getting invested, though, over towards B. Darkside has a read on it. He strikes for the first blood.
Yeah, aggression is the name of the game for the Spartans. Trying to turn this map around a touch. Worked out pretty nicely here, but Cruz is in a really good spot. Wow, nice shots from Cruz. Doesn't miss a bullet. Nade gets tossed his way, but he's already out of there. Dak trying to put this round to rest, but not quite able to. Spart follow up deeper through the site. That works out, but the bomb is going to be planted here, and Dak is in a really good spot just to be annoying.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that Wiz definitely plants in the spot that he's going to be in position to play the clutch from, but the bait and switch not good enough for at least a clean trade. But a 1v1 now left up to Dark versus Wiz.
Well, Dark's going to win it cleanly. Not much else to do. A little 360 twice off of the top ropes. And I like the tempo change. I think that's the right call for Spartans. I mean, they really have been kind of bullied around this map the last couple of rounds, so why not just try to do something way different than you've already put together, and that's been the case.
Yeah, 4 men push through the middle of the map, just catches them off guard. They weren't expecting that pacing change. Darkside strikes for the first blood. Even though Cruz lined it up for a double, I love that mid-round adjustment there for YFP once Cruz finds that double, because Wiz could just sneak his way over towards A, plant the bomb down. But then Spart finding that kill onto Cruz, making it a 2v2, them reading the positioning onto the player camping towards top window. Great heads-up play there for the Spartans to keep their dreams alive here in the S&D.
Yep. But how do you get rid of that on offense now? Because, again, defensively speaking, YFP have been really clean in these opening first bloods. They've thrown away a couple of advantages, but how do you change things up here for the Spartans? Full hedge control, largely allowed by YFP. Mamba just looking to see if maybe he can catch somebody getting aggressive through the middle of the map. He's got Dak watching his back, kind of, through the B cross. Wiz is also just kind of playing on the sidewalk here. So, again, tough for the Spartans to break this down.
Yeah, they're trying to play the mind games, but so far YFP have yet to bite. Already been 45 seconds gone on the game clock. Finally, the commitment over towards A site is going to come on in. Cruz gains the info, at least backs the player down in the corner, but he has some assistance here. Yeah,
and Wiz needs to make a decision here. Does he want to actually push forward or not? And he's got an RCXD. This is a late RC, especially late considering that the bomb has not even come close to being planted yet, and it will work out. Spart will drop. Mamba finally takes advantage of his position at mid-map. And YFP just need to find Gunzy. And they found him. No way, no how. Really clean search and destroy from YFP.
Okay, way too clean. Should have been a lot cleaner. But at least you still walk away victorious in a 6-3 fashion. For the response there to tie the series up at 1. Just better micromanaging of the game there. You saw that the Spartans were banking on their slow play over towards A, trying to force the rotation potentially on the setup on the side of YFP, but they just simply don't bite. And if you had Cruz gaining the info, Wiz just invests in the RC car, realize, okay, no one's on the bomb. But the fact that he's able to walk away with the kill onto Spartan, that starts off the trade fights. Spartans know we don't really have a lot of time. We need to make a play. And then Mamba in the perfect position to catch a double, secures the round, secures the map for his team.
Yeah, it's kind of clean, cut and dry for YFP. Opening first blood engagement. I don't know if the scoreboard will fully tell the tale or not, but I imagine it probably will. I feel like they were in 4v3s in the vast majority of those rounds. Yeah, like we said, a couple of throwaways early, but outside of really the 2 rounds the Spartans found early on, and then the tempo change to get them their third, there is just kind of a no sweat search and destroy for YFP. Really good game plan. And I think a lot of that is like, you go back to those first like 5 rounds or so, how many of those battles were taken from spawn to spawn? Like, quite a few. And I wonder how much of that was just kind of predetermined by what YFP wanted to do, because they had a couple of set nades ready to go for that position exactly. And it gets them about as just convincing, maybe not as full, pretty convincing response to what was done to them in the Vault Hardpoint. But we'll go back to Vault for the control, where again the Spartans looked really solid on this map in their first round this weekend, or at least today.
Spartans look really good, but so did YFP versus Omid Brooklyn. That was the Wiz show. If Wiz can continue to set the pace, because he's one of those SMGs who has that takeover ability, but sometimes with his gameplay, he tends to get a little bit too aggressive in certain angles. But in this matchup, where you know they will make you pay for it if you do make a mistake, you got to make sure that you're making those adjustments when we do get to that map number 3. But on the Bravo stream, I'm pretty sure we're still having a battle between Distro and 6F. Distro were able to secure the control, and they might be able to secure the series here. They're up by 30.
Yeah, they sure are. And they've got rotation to new with just 7 seconds remaining on P3. You got one player on the overextension. No, Wads will be shut down, just trying to make a solo play. Also, the playthrough mid-map is shut down. Uh-oh. Distro Gaming are in a spot. They're going to get at least 20 seconds here for free. Sizky caught up towards Palms. No one's watching the overextension play through the right side of the map, though. Oh, this is a miscue on the setup. Sizky has to deal with it around the back off his spawn. He's shot at through mid-map. That will block the spawns for now, and Icons gets deleted inside the hardpoint. That's a huge miscue on Distro's setup.
Without question, man. You had 3 players, but no one watching the most important angle on the cross towards side door. Allows 6F an opportunity to keep himself into this game. But a lot of time to fight for here at P4. Icon's going to get one more crack at it. He's able to at least find one. The pressure's here for the back, and they find every single kill to walk away with this final 15 seconds. They're only going to need about 3 points in towards P1. Has to be perfect from here on out for 6F.
Yeah, absolutely does. Oh, nice shots from Katsy.
GG.
That's going to lead to, yep, the rotational win over to P1. Just need a couple of seconds. No one's going to get there in time. Katsy's going to shut things down from the front door, and Distro Gaming will take down 6F in, what, 3 straight maps there, Jay?
Yeah.
6F was talking a pretty big game. What happened?
And it started with around 11 S&D too, man.
Yeah, good
around
point.
11 search and destroy. You go into the control. Obviously, we don't know what the scoreline was there, but it seemed like they were pretty comfortable. All of that Vault Hardpoint there in map number 4 to close out that series and send 6F Carolina home packet as they move on to losers bracket round 2. But back over to the Alpha stream we go, where obviously the Spartans and YFP, they're having a duke-off. A dominant opening hardpoint there for the Spartans, followed by a great response in the S&D from YFP. Ball control, though. Everyone has this one circle because this might be the map that secures the series.
Very well may. Red card hardpoint. We also got to keep in mind YFP did win that map in their previous series, but by way of the game clock. So keep that in the back of your mind, friends, because that could play a bit of a picture here again, as it often has at this level.
Always does.
Always does. But the Vault control, first and foremost, like you mentioned, both these two teams finding success on the map mode combination in their prior series. I will say, I think, kind of looking at it, the Spartans 3-1, but like they had a disconnect. Like they were cruising on their offense. YFP threw on their own considerations, though. I think in particular, when we did our watching with them defensively, they like completely stuffed Mid Brooklyn at that point. So it'll be curious, I think, to see if they can reproduce that versus a team that we also know is very, very strong on this map.
Yeah, I feel like the Spartans right now, when we watch them in Respawn, they have a good fundamental aspect of how they want to play the game. If you're talking about the hard points, if you're talking about the controls, they're always playing in sync to set up those plays. On the opposite side for YFP, they're more of like a momentum team. I feel like when you're allowing players like Dak, when you're allowing players like Wiz to pop doubles, to pop triples, and basically dictate how the game is going to go, that's when they find a lot more of their success. It's just not going to be easy versus Spartans team who make you pay for those mistakes that you do. If you get too aggressive in a certain angle, you're going to get cut down, and if you don't hold the proposition or at least fill that gap, your teammates are instantly going to get broken. So a lot of things to consider here in that map number 3 whenever we get there.
Especially considering that the Spartans have been really good with their breakoffs to kind of echo that point.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to do just a quick break here. I know the Bravo stream is going to switch over and get the other semifinal going, but we're also making sure that everything's good on our side here with this control. So don't go far. We've got the control coming up after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go for our map 3 control here in our upper semifinal between YFP and the Royal Spartans. Woo, should be a fun one. We got Vault on the table. Both teams have shown some really good pressure in their opening matchups. Both found a lot of success on both sides of the control point. The question will be now all of a sudden, can they hang with each other? What is that going to look like? Especially considering that both these two teams are very adept and able on this map mode combo. Here we go.
Going to be YFP to start off on the attacking side. Breakoffs are the biggest thing in control. They're going to slow this one down, not really feel the impact of the nades over the top out of the Spartans. Wiz tries to work the outskirts. Does get picked up from dark side. And even though we go split for split in the trade aspect, YFP still a lot of map control to hop on it.
A really good break off. Again, we've given a lot of credit to the Spartans even in low number situations for working through it. Not going to be the case here. First pick already done. A momentary double stack also on the way here for YFP. This should guarantee them the second pick. Pinch play also shut down here. Spartans getting battered a little bit here on the controls. They're going to lose the extra 60 seconds right off the rip.
Yeah, this is a perfect start if you are YFP. Up by 3 lives. Time already extended. A lot of map control as well to go with it. But ProLoop and his teammate able to reinforce their way through the middle of the map. Now you just have to stabilize the map for 2 minutes. You already have a lot of B Street control. All of the map is going to be yours. But Wiz, again, working on the steep route.
Yeah, this has been really polished from YFP. It's not overextending, not taking more ground than they're given. Cruz, is he out of ammunition? Because he's already on 3 in a row. He's been taking lots of shots. Wiz shut down off the pinch. Responding by trying to get back over towards the middle of the map. Yeah, Cruz is out of ammunition. He's just trying to get a pistol kill. Not going to work out, and that may be enough for the Spartans to take advantage and get back onto the zone.
Yeah, at that point, Wiz is thinking, all right, guys, keep getting kills. Eventually, I'll get behind them, but they get too many kills and allows that last player who's coming off the respawn to give the info that someone is definitely behind you guys at Art. So once they isolate onto him, they're able to stabilize through the front. And now YFP forced to attack through B Street, but they combine with 3 kills at the right time. Time is going to be paused. Only one player is able to put themselves in a position to sort of make a play, but Darkside finding that opening still gives his teammates an opportunity to work their way back on it.
Yeah. Cruz up top, though. Reduces this defense just a touch more. Stun's not fully landing on him, but here comes the teamwork. Try to get him out of position, and that's very clean. Mamba find timing? No, not the case. Momentary pause of the clock. 106 on it for now. But as Gunzy and Spart make their way forward, now they've got a trophy system, and the defense has really awoken here with just under 60 seconds to fight.
Okay, now it's 11-11. A minute left to work with. YFP cannot play the trade fights through B Street. Gotta try to develop on some of these long routes. ProLoot almost caught some bad timing, but at least finds one before falling. Keeps the trade numbers on his side. As long as you're doing that, you're okay.
Yeah, just trying to get the mid back over to his name. Jack catches him in the wrong corner. Mamba, though, has gotten through over towards Statue. This front window's position. Gunzy following up, clears off vault stairs. And they also deal with the player off the bench. 8v6 after a dominant start from YFP. Now it's a 3-life advantage down to the final moments here. And Spart's got a read on this rotation through mid. Not just one player, but he knows there's a second and deals with both swiftly. 8v3. Last chance to try to touch. Not going to happen as Spart puts himself on 4 in a row. Shots over the top. Now he's out of ammunition. Gunzy will finish the kill, and it'll be 4 total ticks of progress.
Yeah, it's a perfect defensive round right there out of the Spartans, even though it didn't start off the best. You did give up 4 segments on that round, but you were just able to shut down Wiz every single time he was trying to work on that deep route. He's a guy that usually is playing off of those pinch plays to lead to success, but you're shutting him down a majority of the time. He cannot find his proper footing on the map. As the Spartans are able to take the first defense, 4 segments that they now have to make up for. You could just tell, like, the strategies of, like, clearing out their spawn, isolating a player. The teamwork is definitely still there.
Oh, without question. So they reduced the damage after the opening breakoff, which, again, was significant from YFP. Are these scorelines accurate? Is Wiz really?
Yes, they are. Yeah, bro, he's getting whooped. Belt ass.
I can't believe you're saying that live on the air.
I know, it's a good turn, though. I promise you. It's
It
a great
really
turn.
is, dude. I did drop it in a broadcast the other day, but I used BTA instead of full on. I think I said, like, yeah, that's a little BTA beatdown. If you don't know what that stands for, ask an adult.
Yep, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that.
Dark for 2. Spartans good on this opening breakoff. They win out in the kill feed. And YFP may try to just overwhelm this by hitting purely from the front. No one on this pinch, and, well, I was about to say, I can't take it by the candor in my voice. I don't love the idea of just trying to flood through this D-Hall. And that will be enough for an extra 60 seconds added for the Spartans.
Now, Spartans just looking for 1 kill to earn himself the Hellstorm. They're up by 4 lives, have 2 minutes to work with. Get something done at B. But ProLoop winning a big one-on-one through top art. Now opens up that B Street. You're able to put the game clock at a pause. Sparty's still looking for 1 kill, but he's surrounded by players on the side of YFP. Thankfully, you got Gunzy already working the pinch.
Yeah, that's much better. Oh, nice shots from Gunzy. For a moment, there may have been a trade. Not the case whatsoever, though. And now Spart. I think they know, yeah, someone's up top here somewhere trying to teamwork him out. It's Cruz. Backside of gold. Spart trying to play off his own stun. That doesn't land. Still takes the angle away, though, and wins the gunfight. Now back over to Dark's POV as he's behind the play again.
Oh, and if Dark finds his kill in towards Art. Decides to hit a very terrible route there on the approach. Because there's still a couple players that are coming off the respawns that can spot those angles. Now there's only a minute left to work with, and the Spartans really haven't even got close over towards this B side. Just need a couple kills to go your way. Unfortunately, Dak finding that double shuts you down again.
Okay. 17 plays 15, 40 seconds on the clock. Largely even exchanges from here. Wiz going to get a read that someone's trying to play off the OE. Dak keeping his attention that direction, but wants to instead play off this pinch through mid. Oh, good route here. Clock is at a pause, but only for a small time thanks to the follow-up. And yeah, they eventually deal with Darkside on the long pitch. 14 plays 11, though. 30 seconds messy through the middle of the map there as Dak will find pro loot. And now it's just down to how do you re-wrap back over to help? Dak will be surprised here at mid-connector, and the clock will come to a pause. Spart able to convert and tie the ticks of progression now.
And that's a big segment being secured there from Spart. You also take care of Dak. You know, everyone is coming off the respawn, but Mamba and Dak already back into the play. Wiz joins in on the festivities. That's a 3-for-1 trade with only 10 seconds to go. Spartans' last attempt here. You need a couple gunfights to go your way. Gunsy finds one through the middle of the map. You got to go through Vault. You got to pause the game clock.
Oh, this has been, well, I was going to say, pretty flawless for the defense. And whoa, hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
Gunfights, hold on. 7v3. You cannot afford to get off the zone, though. 1.5 on the clock. Broload has to stay down. Help on the way. Darkside right there to join him. Second tick of progress is good. 6v2 situation. Cruz and Wiz trying to work their way forward. They clear off one. Can they clear off the other? No. It'll be one by eliminations for the Spartans.
Oh, and it all starts with, you know, obviously finding that trade onto Dak through the middle cut. Because Dak was the only player that they were looking for, because Spart the entire time won a gunfight on towards the B point. Stabilized, was able to control bottom vault. Then you knew that the other two players that we already have been able to take care of, they're coming off the respawn. We take care of Dak, and that's everyone accounted for. No one working on the pinches. And all we need to do after that is find a couple kills to go our way and set up the stack over towards that B point. 2-0 in favor of the Spartans, completing all 6 segments, or at least 5. But it might not come into play here.
Yeah, it might not. I mean, that was, again, a late heroic, similar to like a Thieves-esque style play, and
someone like that, Sparty did.
Okay. Well, at least this one's clean at the beginning of the round, so we know how to reset this one. 2-0 up will be the Spartans, though, as we will reset this lobby. And my oh my, Jay, it's just another one of those in a long line of the Spartans continuing to be just the right amount of patient. Like, so many moments it looks like everything's going to just fall off the rails. Someone stays alive, you be a nuisance, you allow time for your teammates to come back, they teamwork out someone on their pinch, and then all of a sudden the floodgates have opened. It's very Thieves-esque in that way.
I feel like they all have the ability to clutch up in one gunfight. Whenever they need to find it, they get it. And at that point, that final round there was Spart. Like, just stalling the time, allowing him to put that pause on that first segment at the B point, but just winning that one-on-one gunfight, even with Dak finding that trade. You know, the other two players are already off the respawn. They're going to be sitting in towards Art. We take care of Dak. We still got map positioning. We still got B street control. We still have the numbers on our side. They are just playing better in the respawns. Like, it's as simple as that. And they are simply outclassing everyone that they have played today. On the teamwork aspect, fundamental aspect, gunfights are a lot easier because they're holding down the power positions. They're just playing really well today.
Super well. And it's across, well, I would say every game mode, but the search and destroy in the red card was, it was not the same as what we saw from round 1. But that happens sometimes. The YP is not a bad team, so it's not like we're sitting here and, you know, talking about one over the other. I mean, because both teams have been really talented. But here we go. On the other side of things, the Bravo stream has fired up the other upper semifinal matchup. Team War versus Cabal GG. And again, this Team War squad, Well, actually, you should flip the names around.
Yeah,
here,
they're
because
flipped.
Team War's on the right side. Cabal GG's on the left. So this Team War squad was really clean throughout groups, and they're off to the races, at least early here through P2.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, go flawed on your opening stage matches. You get that number 1 seed versus Ultimate, puts you in a position, in a pretty preferred side of the bracket. Now go over against Cabal, though. They did have a grueler of a map 5 victory versus 6F. Hopefully that time off allowed them to have some food, you know, some energy drinks to be locked in for this next series. So far, at least, they're giving them a good run for their money here at P2.
Yep. Absolutely they are. So ignore the colors and pay attention to the overlay at the top. Ball will be in red and it's purple. Opportunity to 2 real, trying to set this up. Whoa, big shutdown from Bink on 6 in a row. He's gotten himself the Hellstorm, tries to get to work with the pistol. Enough damage for Rupert to try to follow up, but Adam Assault for 2. Allows an opportunity for Team War to push through the old time. Fire up top has given away his position, can only find 1. So on rotation, things will be stifled just a touch. Fire does spawn up. 2 real hunting for him. He's found him, and that will move spawns around a touch as the pinch is starting to come through from the front at the same time.
It's a big play there from 2 Rail to win the one-on-one gunfight, but you still have your teammate through the middle of the map blocking those spawns to not allow Cabal to spawn all the way across the map, so they're instantly still in a position to reinforce their way on in. You really don't want to be fighting this kind of battle here, because if you don't win it, then you spawn all the way across the map. You give up a full 60 here at P3, and you're most likely going to lose the rotations over towards new, but
yeah.
The screen freezes. Don't know what happened there. I think our observer crashed again. But that is seeming to be like one of those tight back and forth hard points between those 2 squads.
Oh, yeah. We'll see. See what happens. Again, it's just Codcaster things. It's the way it goes sometimes. You can't always win them all.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind, we should be, I imagine, trying to get back into this control. Again, 2-0 up are the Spartans. Apparently not. We're hearing that not quite ready yet. We're going to go to a break. It will be 2-0 Spartans, though, when we come back into this control. Don't go. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be jumping live into progress with our secondary Bravo matchup here, as there are some internet issues that are being experienced between the Spartans and YFP. They are trying to figure that one out, so that vault control will still stand 2-0. I hear there's going to be like a setup exchange, something of the nature. But we're going to jump into this matchup. Team War, Cabal GG. Team War able to take the opening hard point, and now we find ourselves in the search and destroy. Still on protocol, though, Jay.
Yeah, still on protocol. Just like Team War really prefer to play a lot of protocols in their series. But you can see already into this round, not a lot of map control on the side of Cabal. Playing it super patient on your attack. Don't really want to approach A instantly, but as soon as you drop on down to make a play happen, usually takes care of for the first blood.
Yeah, that's just not a route that was going to be allowed to be taken. This is kind of a bold route based off of like just raw timing, just trying to find a way to sneak through. And now all of a sudden, you're trying to make moves over towards B. You haven't cleared out this position, which is a cheeky one on the helicopter, which Diamond Con snaps, finds two, and that will pretty much put this round out of question.
Yeah, Team War just had everything covered. Like, you try to drop in towards it, both SMGs were there, ready and waiting. You try to push through bottom trips window, and it was a player camping top trips. You try to overextend your way through bolt, and the SMGs who were showing presence towards A also had that covered. It's a perfect defensive setup without a single player falling there for Team War. Honestly, Diamond Con is able to find a double. But on a map like Protocol, you really can't afford to not be active in your spawn for the first 30 seconds and then expect a W at the end.
Yeah, it's super true. Yeah, it just comes down to, like, you're trying to hit a really aggressive route, and the timing just doesn't work out. Like you said, everything's covered. Very easy follow-up from Team War. So they get the first, and now they're on for their opening offense. Don't assume trophies are ready to go, but it will be a lot of focus in towards elevator initially, waiting to see if stuns will come through. If they need to, they'll take the zip out instead. They wait for that tag to come out, and then you follow up with just raw aggression, although the follow-up onto Rupert isn't necessarily there, and he's going to find two, maybe more than that. His assault is weak, and Rupert's going to find three. I don't know if there was a delayed Semtex after they tried to hit that or not, but regardless of it, it's just a little too easy for Rupert.
Yeah, he lines up 3. Now he's playing for the ace. Diamond Khan at least takes care of Rupert. So he shuts down that opportunity, but makes it a one-on-one.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Kamal GG able to put things away. Definitely got a little bit, well, how do we say? A little bit too close for comfort. I'll say that much. But now everything comes out pretty darn cleanly. Rupert will find all 4 for the ace. And yeah, there must have been some sort of a Semtex behind that initial push there, because both members that were supposed to be pushing out for that initial hit were stuck and very delayed.
Yeah. Once Yuli gets out after the first blood on Lakudi, you're expecting to just fly on in and trade, but a Semtex or a stun definitely keeps them at bay and allows Rupert to isolate in every single one of those gunfights to tie the game up at 1. Now they go back to the offensive side where, don't tell me they're camping in Grandma's again. No, they're not. Okay.
No, not this time. Bink for first blood. Finds Assault. A long wrap through P2, though, for Team War's defense, and it gets caught. Well, does it? Bink had a good read on it. Looked like he had initial shots into the fight, but doesn't win it. But down low at A, another gunfight win comes through, leaving 2Real by himself, 1v3.
Should be able to work himself in towards the site, but once that bomb gets planted, every angle should be covered. A clean round right there from Cabal. Changing up the pacing from their first attack. This time apply the pressure through top mid. You strike for the first blood, and then you're instantly thinking if you're Team War, they got that kill through top mid. They're most likely going to be going B. But instead of them committing on the B plant, they flank their way through Spiral, able to isolate those gunfights, knowing that they have the numbers advantage. And then 2Real and a 1v3. Stood no chance with that bomb being planted at A.
Good stuff.
Ball back-to-back rounds now.
Very good stuff. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Cabal. I mean, really outside of the first round where they just did not have any information, tried to force something, they've been in a good spot. Team War back down into elevator. Quickly this time. Trophy system helping support this. And they will just stun and nade and then get on in towards the site. Going to be allowed to happen, though, for Cabal, just playing for retake. Secondary trophies down, and this is going to be a full flip here. So Cabal's going to get around through the offensive side of the map.
Hey, finally, we're going to work that objective. You got all the info. There's no one in the site. Let's just get it down and play our post balance. All of Cabal now have worked their way through Top Gun, have wrapped their way back over towards Tower, and are waiting for the team pushing towards Big Door.
Surprised they don't try to get any sort of elevator control here, considering the long route. So they just try to clear out field. 2Real will drop. But the big question mark is how do you get in? Diamond Khan doesn't get initial read, but drops it at the nick of time. Lines up 2. One more on the corner. Good damage comes through. Easy follow-up, and the post plant holds.
Yeah, good stuff there from Team War to obviously change up their pacing in towards the A site. You get the bomb down. You force them to retake. And then DC good enough on the pinch. Basically secures the round there with that double. But that is going to be on a Bravo stream, Alpha stream. Ready and rocking. As it is going to be the Spartans 2-0 up in the control. Back on the defensive side. YFP have now had a little bit of time to readjust the strategies. And the rest of this control back.
Oh, quick hit here from Wiz.
Hey.
Wow. That'll work. Wow.
Oh.
Almost just turned down in towards the hole in the wall, in the floor, rather. Doesn't fully work out, but that's a bold opening challenge from Wiz. Well captured by our ops team. And that will allow, like with this A zone, to just completely be captured. The stack is in, and yeah, that's going to be 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock to work with. That is a lot of time.
It's the same thing they did in round number 1. It's just after they did this, Roy Spartans did what they just did. Finding 3 kills off of the exit, make it all 4. And now all map control on their side. Now YFP have 2 minutes to work with, but you are forced to work through that overextension because middle map is simply getting cut off by the ARs on the side of the Spartans.
It's just the same start off that we had from YFP in their opening offense. Clean on their break off, but Spartans quick to follow up, suffocate, take away space. Again, recall that this is a 2-0 lead for the Spartans, so YFP have to convert this offense. They are going to give a lot of space over towards B Palms. Read, though, by the Spartans. You see Gunzy was well alerted towards it and clears off the final member in towards Pillars.
Oh, Dak finding that double doe gives them still an opportunity. They can isolate the gunfight onto Gunzy. They know that he's in that position. They're taking their time. Relying on that gunfight to go their way. Because he is on 5 in a row. Eventually, Cruz is able to find that kill. Dak, unfortunately, gets overwhelmed by the players on the side of the Spartans. Our control back to their favor, and you blink, and there's already been a minute gone.
Yep. It's the exact same way that their first offense went. Mid-map, though, starting to develop here for the side of YFP. Gunzy going to give that space away and just go for the long wrap. Such a heads-up route here. This comes down to, can they actually allow this to happen, though? Because from the front, things are starting to fall apart here. Gunzy does find one of the long pitch. No one can stay alive on the B zone as the follow-up kills are good for the Spartans. Dealt with, though, by YFP. 14 plays, 12, 43 seconds of the clock.
Yep. You have 1 or 2 more good pushes at this. Now you're sort of banking on this overextension to work out there for Wiz, but I would expect Darkside to win that gunfight, but Wiz just gets the better of him. 7 HP in the dream. He's able to keep this positioning for his team. Now with 25 seconds, you just need to find some success to the front because he has your cross.
Yeah. This is just, again, YFP cannot get themselves set up for actual appropriate hits onto the B zone. They'll get one on for now, but that's quickly dealt with. Off the pinch, Dak finds one. Dark pushing down through Vault Stairs, clears off another. Remember, it's just, again, YFP cannot get anything set up. Yeah, Jay, I don't want to see anyone play the Spartans on Vault control. Dude, these guys are disgusting at this map.
Just anything Vault, man. We even saw them in their previous series with Zomit come back like 4 rounds in a row to secure the S&D. They have found themselves very comfortable on a map like Vault, regardless of the game mode.
Yeah, it feels that way.
And that is going to be the control in favor of the Spartans. They walk away with it in a clean 3-0 fashion, take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series. And now a red card Hardpoint standing in front of them from them, moving on to the winners finals.
Wow. That's all you can say about that. We were out of game more than we were in game, thanks to that small little disconnect that happens. I mean, it's just, again, it's just... The impressive thing about the Spartans on this map defensively is we saw it not once, but now twice. No trophies. They don't get really any success off their breakoff in towards the A site, but they're quick to reform, and they never allow YFP to develop anything really outside of like one dimension towards B. And if they do develop something, it's like through B Street or through middle. It's like they cannot control multiple areas at once, and it just never allows YFP to get on the zone. I mean, that was 2 minutes and 20 seconds of time that they had. And you'd be hard-pressed to know that that was the case because, holy smokes, that was gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they were just consistently losing track of players. Even in that final round where YFP found 2 initial kills up to B Street, Gunzy just makes the heads-up play to say, okay, you guys can take that angle. I'm going to hit the deep route to make sure I'm the safety net for my team. And that's just what you need to do in that aspect. You see other SMGs immediately from top cat cut to double doors, cut through Vault, so they can help their teammates in those gunfights. But on control, it comes down to a lot of individual play set up from team play. And Gunzy, you got players like Gunzy, you got players like Spart, who were just hitting those routes, making sure they were the safety nets for their team every time it got a little bit scary. But just the respawn dominance again on the side of the Spartans. 250, 65 opening HP, 3-0 in the control, a red card Hardpoint, which should be a mixy one to say the least. We did see YFP win it earlier off of time, but just the way that the Spartans play, I don't expect them to lead Tom White as much as other teams do.
Yeah, and again, it's like game clock was the reason YFP were able to take it in their first map. They were controlling the map well, but it just felt like they weren't dominating the map the same way that the Spartans do.
Yeah.
In terms of like them being able to stay alive, not just on the hard point, but around it to allow a lot of members to find lots of hard point time. It was more of like we were stopping our opponent from getting on the site or on the objective. And I just don't know if that same strategy is going to work out against the Spartans team. Like, you're going to have to dominate on rotation here, I think, if you're YFP and you want to see another map.
Yeah, I just don't see that happening because that's been the story so far of the Spartans today. Outclass them in the fundamental aspect, and we're going to live or die by the result at the end. They're always playing a step ahead. And if you're YFP, at least the adjustments that you need to make in Hardpoint is just stabilizing in the moment, being able to reset, cut your losses, not die in certain situations, because that vault was all punishing for them. On a map like Red Card, it can be the same case. You have to make sure you get out of the mix when you get put into it immediately.
I like the call. This comes down to, do they have that kind of awareness, and I think most importantly, that patience. That's been the real question to this point thus far, because we know that the Spartans have it. We have not necessarily seen the same thing from YFP outside of maybe a couple of moments in the search and destroy, right? So We'll see what we can get out of them here when they're down. Can they kind of chalk things up and put themselves in a good spot to fight back to what comes up next? Because we know the Spartans are going to do that. We saw it on Vault. We saw it on Vault yesterday, where it's just like they gave away 25 seconds of time, like on a P1, to make sure that they were properly set up for P2, and they ended up making it a full 60. Like, they're just willing to cut their losses, put themselves in the best spot possible.
And I feel like that was a big difference as well in the control, because every time we hop on a YFP POV, they have to pop a 2-piece. When we jump over to someone on the side of the Spartans, all they need is 1 kill. One kill changes the entire map of how it's going to be played, or the next play that's going to come on in. And that's just simple Call of Duty. So, obviously, when we get back into the Alpha stream, we will get there. But back over to the Bravo stream, where Team War and Cabal GG are still having a duel off here on the Protocol S&D. The scoreline is going to be game point currently in favor of Team War, but Cabal trying to rally back a couple rounds to at least force round 11.
13-5 from DiamondCon. He's having himself a map. So if you want to see the conclusion of that, it'll be an A hit over on the Bravo stream. And, well, that first blood, that may be enough. So, maybe a foregone conclusion there. We'll see if they can find a retake. If you want to do that, make sure you open up a second tab and get on over there. But now we jump into our map number 4, Hardpoint on red card. Spartans up 2-1 in the series, but again, I would have to imagine this is YFP's map selection.
Yeah, it definitely is. They love themselves a little bit of cred card, Hardpoint. It's what the challenges players love to call it. It's just a cruddy map at certain points, but Mamba already finding himself very comfortable on it. Lines up 3 over through the outskirts of hedges. But even with 3 kills going their way, the hill's white.
Yep. Chance to do something here. Just play through hedges, and yeah, YFP gonna find some decent time here. Still 20 seconds remaining. Good awareness over through Ticket. Mamba has to back off for a moment. Dak trying to follow up, not gonna be allowed to, but Mamba's got a 5-0 start. And more in front of him. He's only got 5 bullets left, though. Uh-oh. Yeah, and he gets caught trying to switch over to the pistol. And we've all been there.
Yeah. Just running out of bullets. Unfortunately, the timing not good enough for the hot swap there, but 13 seconds on a lot of map control still your way if you are YFP. Start up this P2 uncontested is perfect way. Wiz only is able to line up a double from stage, but that double now those spawns to flip in. You can trap Warrior Spartans towards the backside.
Now see if they can actually fulfill with that, because the first couple of kills are good for the Spartans. Now they're trying to push a little bit further forward. Stun in the corner. Whoa, for a second, Prelude. Don't know if you expected that gunfight to be as close as it was. No immediate follow-up, though, as now all of a sudden Prelude's hit a route back over through mid. Gunzy gets 2 from the front. This could start to move things around. Big gunfight over the top of the hard point, though, goes the way of Gunzy. And even though the Spartans will not flip the spawns, they're going to get in for a little bit of time here.
Yeah, get in for a little bit of time, but you want to try to get out as fast as you possibly can. Because you know that YFP have already put themselves in position to win the rotation over towards New, but no one is potentially going to fall. Spawn out towards the backside of New. Actually, Sparty dies at the right time, so he's going to be in a position to already contest here at P3. And I don't know if YFP are going to read this.
Yeah, well, now they will. A couple of tags come through, and they do deal with him. Okay. Well received. Still waiting for a teammate to spawn to know where exactly the next hit's coming from. And in that moment, the Spartans from the front will find a way to get in for at least a moment. Spawns for YFP. Have Dak already outside towards the bus. Spart in line for it, but doesn't find the kill. Trey trying to come through, and it will. Gunzy provides. And we were going to have a lead swap here. The Spartans never really getting out of the hard point throughout any of this.
No, they're just playing around that objective. That's what they do. They just don't really leave the hill white. And now you are forcing YFP to really commit on not allowing this chunk time to get away from you. You already send one player early off the rotation, which is going to be Dak, but everybody else is just getting mowed on down. So you're banking now on Dak, finding a couple kills to potentially spawn your teammates across the map, but he only is able to take down 1. Spartans again in a position to win the rotation, this time over towards the money hub P4.
It's just, I feel like we're about to get into broken record territory again here, Jay. Spartans winning rotations. Spartans winning rotations. So heads up. Even if it goes 40-20, they're still finding ways to get this initial time way more often than not. And these eliminations are going to allow for just more than 40 seconds by the most part. Rolet's off to the races. 12-6 for him. Dark side shut down at hedges. Trades are decent, though, as Guns is good for a couple in a row before finally being dealt with. Spartan now by himself. A couple of tags through the stage. Semtex into the corner. Doesn't find the kill, but Dark can push back in and keep it contested.
Yep, just keep it contested. YFP have yet to earn a single segment or second here at P4. And now with only 15 seconds left, yeah, you're forced to cut your losses and rotate over towards P5. Want to make sure that you push out through BS&D, though. You can already see the route on the cars there for Wiz. The repinch good enough for Cruz to potentially line up a freebie. But this is your way back into this game. Trap them towards the bottom side of Eskies and soak up all the hill time.
Have to have it. See if they can find a way to manifest.
Oh,
yeah. Little wiggle, little wag. Again, just a little messy over the top. Nice route here, though, from Dak. Can come up from behind the play if he can find the players that are in front of him. Texas one. Trade is good. Hardpoint stays open, and it stays at right around a 60-point lead. But YFP, a couple of decent kills, trying to take some space away, and in that moment, they get punished.
Yeah, eventually YFP got to jump into damn Hardpoint. Like, it's cool to get a couple kills, but everybody's still holding down pre-aim. Spartans are more than happy to leave the hill white because they find themselves up by almost 80 points. Now the kills go their way. Now they jump into the Hardpoint. YFP fighting so hard to maintain BS&D control over towards Cafe. Yeah. But they don't earn a single second at P4 and not a single second at P5. All of a sudden, you're down by 80. Got to be better in the second half.
Absolutely do. Good exchange here, though, on the exit from the last hard point into initial. But again, YFP not feeling confident enough to jump to the hard point immediately. Finally, was able to do just that. But the Spartans are getting the setup that they want. Here's Gunsy through ticket. Very quickly, deals with the player inside the hard point and knows he can just sit here and guard this door. AR's watching over the top of him, find the kill at range. And it's just everything. It's like, I swear to God, Jay, it's like SEAL Team 6 out here. They've got everything covered.
Yeah, you really don't see a lot of this kind of teamwork. You only see it in the big leagues, and there's only certain teams that really have this kind of gameplay. These guys have figured out the game and figured it out at the right time. Gonna be almost up by 100. YFP trapped over towards the backside of Eskies. You just need to get in the hard point. You can find your kills, but you need some objective time.
Easier said than done, though. YFP going to get some scrap time, but look at the map. The setup for the Spartans is exactly what they want. Straight over through stage. Followed up, though. Wiz gets 2. That'll open some space to work with here. Spawns are not controlled by the Spartans. But over the top of the hard point, things looking decent as Gunsy tries to force another gunfight. Doesn't fully work out. Now Proluk gets to work being the route man again.
Yep, this is all he needs to do. Just playing ahead. He knows that, all right, they're going to commit a lot of their reinforcements to try to take up all this time at P2. But let me just sneak on out. Potentially spawn my teammates on me or force them to change their setup around this P2 HP. And even though Proluk hasn't found a kill, he's still very impactful on the map. Finally, he strikes onto Cruz, and now the spawns flip for YFP. Not where you want to be.
Falling apart, Jay. And I just don't know what map you want to play these Spartans against. Or play them on, rather.
I just want to chalk Hardpoint in general. Like, start out on 0-1. Like, just go 2-3-5.
Yes, yeah. Well, moment here for YFP over the scrap time, but they're going to be late again over towards New. That death was actually a good death by Darkside. Holds off the rotation, plus he spawns up ready to go. Spartan some trouble. Trying to use whatever weapons he can find. Shut down, though. Prolute trying to find where the next hit's going to be on the way from, and he will drop. Cruz will allow entry now from the front. Just down to Dark. Not able to find anything. So, okay, clean break here for YFP, and they needed it badly.
Yeah, they need it badly. They need this 40 seconds just to get themselves back into this game. But, again, just the Spartans have so much of a lead the way that they do. You look at Prolute on your minimap. He hits the route on out. He already has a position to set up a pinch, finds a free kill as well to make it easier for his teammates on their approach for the break. They make it a 3v3, and you gotta expect them to at least walk away with the trades.
Yep.
They're gonna walk away with the final 15 seconds, even though YFP had the spawns for them.
Cruz from behind this play very well may be able to kind of push through old and make a mess of this rotation. But he's been seen. Gunsy, though, will drop. So free time here for YFP. But realistically, they need to get 40 plus here. And look at the route from Gunsy. He has taken the scenic route around the back. And, oh gosh, YFP have absolutely no idea. So now you're going to get some arches control. Could lead to a freebie in the hard point, but ooh, Wiz is responding to it. Okay, he gets the read over to the front through ambulance. Things are a little bit messy as the Spartans at least are able to get close to stage, but the first 30 is good for YFP.
Yeah, this has been perfect so far from YFP. Now a 40-point difference. Still going to have another wave of Spartans players that you have to take care of, but both players roaming through the bottom side of stage, at least effective on the trades. You're more than happy to play the contest game if you are the Spartans, but let's challenge that gunfight and soak up the final 15. We'll be able to breach that 200-point mark. And YFP sort of have brought their way back into this hard point, but now you need to find time at P5.
See what they can do. Over 200 points go the Spartans. And once again, we find ourselves in a position to where you very well may just be able to, well, just finesse, honestly.
Beautiful.
Yeah, okay, YFP, good. They thought the Spartans were just going to kind of poke at them a little bit, but they all lose their individual gunfights, and now you've got a really good setup here for YFP as they get a read off the spawns.
Yeah, they're relying now, if you are the Spartans, on these individual players to make those plays on those pinches, but when they're getting shut down, then they just have to bombard their way through the front door. It's been a lot of time soaked up so far from YFP here at P5, but now you have a little bit of space to work with if you are the Spartans. Some presence over towards mid-ticket essentially allows you to walk away with this final 20 seconds here. YFP know that they don't want to give it up for free, but Pro Loop makes that decision for them with that double.
Yeah, the huge double. Now a little bit more gap on the scoreboard here for the Spartans. Spart working on the hedge control around P1, and he's going to find one for free. Yeah, so now you've got stage and you've got hedge. Oh, wow, Spart even gets a couple of shots in there onto Wiz, who had him completely caught unawares. Roloop spawns with 2 over the middle. Golly, he is beaming. 29 to 19, 4 in a row. And outside of Darkside, who's had a tough time getting things going, the rest of the Spartans are frying right now.
Oh, yeah. Proloop's been outstanding so far for the Spartans throughout this elite stage. Every single time, he's switching between the the SMG, whatever the team needs. And he's hitting those long routes to set them up for success. Good. Now you only need 15 seconds to close out this game. Proloop on 5 in a row. Potentially the deciding factor of how this one's going to end. Give me number 6, a team kill. I'll also take that. This should be GG.
Should be, and it looks like it will be. Yeah, the follow-up kills are good. Shots to the middle of the map, keep them off the hard point from the last second that they need. 1v1 doesn't go their way either, but it's going to be a long road here for YFP. Don't want to call it done, though. I mean, they've got a really solid setup here around P2. Unsure if someone spawned behind them, though, and in that moment, here comes the hit from the front with the Hellstorm clearing off the hard point.
Yeah, the Hellstorm is what forced them to change their setup. That's already 3. Make it all 4 dead. Just spawn trap towards the backside, and that is going to be the Spartans walking away victorious in the series again, doing it through 2 hard points. But even though that scoreline reads 250 to 197, it just doesn't tell you how dominant the Spartans were on every aspect of that game. They move on to the winners finals with a dance versus either Team War or Cabal GG. But this form of Royal Spartans, you got to make sure you bring it into next week, man, because they are unbelievable right now in the respawns.
Yeah, I mean, everything that they're doing in hardpoint and control is near picture perfect. Like, again, a couple of small miscues, if you even want to call it that. I don't want to call it that.
Lagged out, bro. Almost still came back and won it.
Yeah, for real. YFP will fall to lower bracket, but it puts them into lower bracket round 2. Or round 2. So they're going to have chance to square up against some of our squads that are not. You said Distro is the team that they've got on the side of the bracket? Okay.
Yeah. Bracket flips once you get to round 2. So they play Distro in round 2.
Okay, so they'll get Distro. I think it's a matchup that they will prefer to see, but I won't sleep on that Distro team, man. They really gave them a little bit of a workout in their upper bracket game versus Team War, was it? Yeah, able to get taken to 4. So
took up to 4, and then in their second series, dominated in 4 versus 6F. So yeah, they obviously built a little bit of confidence going forward to next week.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is there's another week for them to kind of figure out some of the mishaps that had occurred. I think for YFP, it's just, you know, I won't say trying to replicate what you're seeing out of this Royal Spartan squad, but there is a level of trying to look at what they're doing and like, whoa, okay, we are slow on these rotations, or we need to be more considerate of this, or like, what do we do on our B approach towards vault control, right? Like, there's a lot of things that they can look at. That's what I'm getting at here.
Definitely a bunch of stuff that you obviously can iron out. Make sure your gameplay is a lot better next week. But making it to next week is already job well done. Because for teams like Omit, who dominated throughout the elite stage matches, walk into the building with the second seed overall, get punched in the face by the Spartans, and then meet their brethren in Omit Brooklyn through the losers bracket and do not win a single map. Just a bad week of Call of Duty for those set of boys. But obviously now they have to wait until Major 2 to right the wrongs there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long wait, and I'm sure a lot of considerations about things like rosters and things of the nature. But we head on over to our Bravo matchup. Try to finish off the day. Team War already up 1-0 here in the control, getting to work on their offensive attempt over at B. Dealt with pretty well by Cabal GG. They allow one tick of progress to come through, but nothing more as the secondary approach starts to develop, and 2Real should have a really good look at a double here. Doesn't quite get the second.
Only able to get one, but sets up Yuli for the trade. Second segment still going to be worked on here, but it's only one player in a position to obviously get it. Diamond Khan's going to have his hands full. The movement, though, good for the first kill. The movement, almost able to finesse his way out of that situation. The second segment does get locked. But this is not the situation you want to be in now if you're Cabal, because you're all on your base.
Yeah, absolutely the case. One more player over at 10. Yuli knows that someone's nearby. They haven't found him yet. Oh, and Pink just thought he was playing backside fences. Not the case. So 16 plays 14. A little worse than that now as we start to get to work with 2Real up top. And yeah, now is one of those moments you start to see how much composure does Team War have. Do they have the awareness of, if we find a couple of kills, to get on, stack the point, try to put this round to bed, but not going to be allowed to. Fire gets a double.
Yeah, now Assault's got to get into the play. Take some rock control, allow your teammates a different angle out. Off the respawn. Everyone has just dipped on out. You shoot a dead body. It's still one right in front of you. You're not going to be able to react if you are Fire. You give Assault that freebie. You make it a 2-2 split, but now you at least alleviate a little bit of that pressure to respawn to make it easier on the exit.
Also, keep in mind, 11v10. Stun comes through. Good long slide from Cootie. Allows the double team to come out. Yuli trying to track back over towards P2. Does he see the backside of one? Yeah, he does. But Bink is able to at least get one before he drops. So out of spawn, they'll come. 45 seconds on the clock to work with. 7 plays 9.
If you're Assault, you got to play for a couple spawners here. 2Real already catches one through the top hallway. Doesn't read the second player approaching over towards Rock. So a 2-2 trade fest is not what you're looking for if you are Team War. You were looking for kills in sync. 6v5, 25 seconds ago, and here comes Bink on the pinch.
Yeah, Bink on the pinch should be able to win this round right here. Yeah, good double from him. Yuli is pushed forward, but in a 5v3, make it 4v3, make it 3v3. Fire's the last one standing here. Clock should come to a pause. The contact over through this secret play is going to be everything, though. Fire will drop. Cootie is still holding on to connector. 5 seconds. He watches one on the cross. Semtex out. Yuli fighting him off the angle. Rupert trying to follow up. Is able to find one. 4 seconds. 2v1 situation. 2Real still alive, but he's got to come back to the zone. Slides over, but doesn't expect the player to be above him, and that'll end the round.
Ooh, Cabal. Almost let that one get away. But thankfully, a guy like Rupert is not afraid of the chow. He knows that his teammate has Yuli one shot, takes care of him, and then finds that double and basically secures the round there for his team. Gave him a good run for their money, though, there. If you were a Team War, to bring it all the way down to 1v1. But I don't know if they were able to at least secure one segment at that 8 point. They guaranteed the 3 at B. So now it's Cabal's turn to answer on their attack, where obviously they fell short on their first attempt.
This comes down to how many ticks were they able to find. That's the big question here. We won't necessarily know for sure. Unless... Observer? Did we get a message? A-Pros? Nope, just kidding. Alright. See what we get here on this opening breakoff attempt towards A, oddly enough. Clock was paused for a moment. Nice shot from Cootie over the top of the fountain. He's on 3 in a row. Also saw another member over towards the backside, and we are now hearing that there were no ticks of progress earned by Cabal GG. So an advantage here for what we're getting out of Team War, and the start off has not been all that smooth. As I don't know if Cabal GG is just continuing trying to go towards A or what, but
yeah, we can't do that, Alan. We got to go over towards B. Because every single time they're attempting to do that, Players from Team War already pushed out on those cuts. 2 real lines up 3. Last player farthest pushed up is going to be Cootie. With only 35 seconds left to go, we need this game clock to be paused. Cootie has to get something over here.
See what he can find. The answer is nothing. 27 seconds at the clock now. Full wrap from Rupert. He's going to have Bink kind of working with him. Nice pause here from Rupert, but the read is better from 2 Real. Gets the 1 kill. Bink's still alive. We'll have to play for the zone. And an extra elimination from Cootie and Fire will allow this to continue to happen as Bink pushes out the final kill, and that'll at least get 1 tick of progress in.
Yeah, that's guaranteed at least 1 segment. Might be 2, depending on how aggressive Team War still try to play through top plat. Able to at least find the effective trade onto Fire, but here comes Rupert, instantly ready to take his place. He knows that they're not going to give up B for free. Just got to make sure you play this patient. But Diamond Khan lining up a double allows Team War right back into that B point. He finds another kill. And now with 13 seconds left to go, need to probably hop on A here.
Yeah, problem is, that's not going to look all that good. They will for a moment. Fire trying to hold on to some high ground control. He's going to have 1 slide across, but the trade is in. Player on the zone, though, still staying alive. That's Cootie. That's the first tick of progress locked. They still have the 2 at B as well. Dooley from behind pushes him off the zone. Cootie also being tagged up from the front side. 3.6 seconds. But honestly, Team War are coming in a little bit individually here. There's a full follow-up on B. They may get the extra 60 seconds just off of this, and Cootie's still alive on the A zone. Doesn't win his gunfight, though, but the extra 60 gives a lifeline to Cabal.
Yeah, you would definitely take that if you are Cabal, because when it got real mixy, you were able to come out on top. Now you still have a lot of map control to go with it. Just need 1 segment at that A point. But Diamond Khan again with another double. Slows down their progression to even get close towards A. Rupert knows that I just got to continuously hold down his position, wait for my teammates to get close.
Easier said than done, though. Rupert's been in the blender. He's 11 and 21. He's just forcing a lot of gunfights. 8v7, under 30 seconds to play. Team War not able to get too far forward. 2 Real will get up close towards the well archway. Up top, though, is where a lot of the focus is going to be. Cootie able to open up some space again. Now towards office. Nice slide out from Bing.
3 dead.
2 Real. Backside of the site, not able to win his 1v1. This could be the offensive round win right here. Rupert sliding back, and the stack is good. How about it, Cabal GG? Able to get done by capture.
Yeah, that's beautifully played right there out of Cabal. When there was only 13 seconds left, you make it mixy. You have players hop on the A point. Fire still contesting through top plat. And then you're able to send players on both points to where if your Team War coming off a respawn, you were forced to make a really tough decision. Which one do we want to save? They invested a lot of players to try to shut down over towards B. They don't trade out effectively. Time gets extended. But then even in that final moments there for Team War, they had a lot of map control. It's just they didn't push up to their side of the base. They were forcing themselves to try to retake it from mid connector, not really through secret or closed window. When we have all that control, we got to push to their side to set up those pinches.
Okay, well, the onus now goes back over to Team War. A full capture will get them the round 5 defensive advantage, if you want to call it that. We've seen a lot of offense, though, on this map lately. And a team nade will slow things down quite a bit here for Team War. Diamond Khan's still able to clear off the high ground. He's having a good map, 22 and 14, and he's going to have a very easy read here as there's just nowhere for Cootie to go. And now he'll turn back around and keep his attention over towards B.
Gotta push up on this B point. You already have a lot of top secret control. He's able to weasel his way through. That stun is able to connect. Unfortunately, not ready for the pressure from Cootie on the backside of 10. So a 2-2 trade keeps the clock continuously ticking on down. 45 seconds assault. Next man up.
Well, can he find anything? Oh,
Dang.
he had a good look at the gunfight, but Cootie's been, again, good for his ones. 19 and 15, 23 plays 21, and Cootie's good for another before being traded out. And Team War, less than 30 seconds, kind of spawning towards P2 here. I mean, they'd either need to make the decision of stopping the clock over at A or trying to re-wrap back the long way to B, but the problem is Fire's in their way.
Yeah, they need to help him out. Like, Yuli, come back over towards Rock and open up this lane for your teammates. You're just making a tough decision going back and forth, and now they make you pay for it because you get nothing done with all that map positioning that you had. And now there's only one player on that B point. You have to try to do a miracle play here. If you are going to be Assault, surrounded by players on the side of Cabal.
Yeah, he's just not the guy. Not then, not now. And that's going to be a bounce-back map for Cabal GG unless the play towards A can develop. No, not quite. 1.5 on the clock. No one's able to get in time. Okay, so Cabal GG, nice little reset there after what looked to be, I mean, again, kind of running into it. We talked about just the fact that Cabal had found no success on their opening offense. They sneak away a last-second kind of split play towards A and B on their second attempt, and that extra 60 seconds is the difference maker.
Yeah, that's exactly what the difference maker was, man. The fact that they were able to, to walk out on top through all the chaos in that moment with only 15 seconds to play with, they make it count. Like, they win a gunfight over towards A, you put the game clock at a pause. Fires are still contesting over towards top plat. He wins another gunfight. And then they just had the numbers to where you're forcing Team War off the respawn to make a tough decision. It's just unfortunately they make the decision to try to shut down B. That gets cut off, and then in the final moments area, even at the A point, just not taking the proper routes to really contest over at that A point. Allows Cabal GG to secure that attack and then run away with that final defense. Staying alive in this series. Force a game number 4, which is going to be a Skyline Hardpoint. Another grade A bang out.
One of those maps that anything can happen. We'll see if anything will happen. This is a really interesting, this Cabal team is just, it's super interesting from the way of, like, and we talked about them a little bit, like, Bink has had good individual moments throughout the last couple of years, but hasn't really played with the greatest of teammates. I guess you could kind of say that about, like, all these players. Like, Fire's obviously seen the league a couple of times over, but the rest of the squad has not. Rupert, I would say, kind of most notable when he was playing with Snoopy before Snoopy got picked up to Boston. And then after Snoopy got picked up, Rupert was one of the stars of that mostly Mexican team. Hootie, kind of another follow-up. I think he's Argentinian, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, it's just a really interesting team. And, hey, they find themselves in the playoffs not once but twice now so far this year. And making some waves as they were able to take down 6F. And, again, that bounce back in map number 3 is trying to extend this series to see if they can avoid having to play them at Brooklyn in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to square up with Omid Brooklyn because obviously they're one of the top dogs that we still have remaining. Even though they lost their first opening matchup, they respond with a great response versus Omid in a clean 3-0. But the rest of the results are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah,
obviously, the Royal Spartans were the best team that we saw on the day, especially in the respawns. YFP brought it in search and destroy, but really couldn't figure out their footing in the hard points or the controls. Distro Gaming take care of 6F Carolina. They are waiting next week to go up against the likes of YFP. Obviously, both teams have some stuff that they need to figure out going into next week. How we want to improve in respawns. How do we want to get more consistent in that category? But those are answers for next week. There's only one more result that we are waiting for today. Team War and Cabal, which is currently going into a map number 4 to see who's going to have a dance with the Royal Spartans in the winners finals.
I wouldn't want to play those guys. But.
The Spartans? Yeah, nah, me either.
But there's a Skyline Hardpoint, like you already mentioned. The Vault Search and Destroy would be waiting in case we do get this thing to 5. Don't recall what the Search and Destroy count was. We watched it for a little bit, but
6-4. I'm pretty sure in favor of Team War. 6-5. Okay. Well, that was the bottom push in towards the A side too when they found that first blood before we switched it. Yeah.
See what we get. Who are you looking for Cabal Gaming to pop up here? Because I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that's gonna have to be what happens. Someone's gonna have to really be a standout here for Cabal.
I think it has to be Rupert. A really slow start in that control still leads to the W there, but he's been like their tone-setting SMG on a map like Skyline. You need those guys to find a lot of success because you know it's going to be a majority of those one-on-one gunfights early off the rotation or holding down those cuts. So definitely looking at Rupert. Set the tone with that SMG in hand to make it easier for his teammates off the rotation. Don't allow anyone to slip on by. Team War also got some playmakers on the other side.
Oh, yeah, big
Yuli
time.
and Two-Rare are a lot to handle, especially when they're flicking.
Yeah, you could not be more right in that instance. Yeah, it's just one of those things that it does feel like, you know, we haven't really seen this Team War play a ton this stage. We've seen Cabal a little bit. I mean, more than we did last stage, but we haven't really, I don't think, had enough of an instance to look at these guys and be like, this is what we're going to expect as the full team, right? Like, we know what we're going to get out of a team like the Royal Spartans now, for instance, prime example. But I don't know what have been like the major success stories for these two teams. So I think it's going to be one of those things of, are they going to be able to give us a sign of something like the Spartans have? Or is it going to have to rely on individuals to pop off?
Team War have sort of given us a sign, though. Obviously, end of the day yesterday with a clean 3-0 for that #1 seed versus Omen. Then you walk into today, obviously fall short in one map versus Distro. Pretty much let that control slip on by. But they are looking like a well-polished team so far to be in this position. Up 2-1, just need one more map to move on to the winners finals. You got a bunch of veterans, a bunch of guys who's been in and out of the league, and even a world champion. So they have the experience, just about putting it together at the right time.
World champion, MVP world champion.
Facts. Unbelievable. Patty P on the roster?
I mean, what are we talking about?
It's insane stuff, brother.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a restart here in map number 4. I don't know what else to say. Just waiting for them to start.
What happens. It's just what happens. You know, every day, right, that we have to work elites, Bryce and Tun always let us know. It's been real smooth sailing on the EU side.
Figure.
Hopefully you guys have the same thing. But it's never the case for us NA boys. These guys know what it's like to basically stall out time, waste our time, just simply off of airtime. Like, we want to get into the game, guys. We want to see the action. I don't know what the hell happened there, but eventually we're going to get in.
That's all you can say. We're going to sit here. We're going to wait till the game starts. Say the words. Say the things. Who are you looking forward to this weekend, Jay? What CDL matches are you looking forward to?
Well, we cast Optic versus Toronto, so obviously I'm looking for the green wall to make some sort of a bounce back. Those guys have just been getting ran. Their only W in the last month and a half has been versus Vegas Falcons, and they even lost the map in that series in a clean 3-0 in the control. So we're getting into the nitty-gritty of part of the year where obviously teams are going to start to iron out those little mistakes. Everybody sort of has a great understanding of how they want to play the game. But there's been some teams that are just simply uncontested on the side of the CDL. Vancouver have added themselves into the mix, but I'm definitely expecting other teams to start to turn up at the right time.
Yeah, the thing you got to remember is the minors results don't impact major two
the seeding.
seedings. Yeah, so
they don't change nothing. What are they, 0-3?
Who,
Optic, I mean?
Yeah,
and they got to play like FaZe. They got to play like Vancouver.
They got
play
Miami. They got Toronto this weekend.
Dude, they got some tough matchups, man. I don't know if they're going to go into their own major through the winners bracket.
No, probably
That's
not.
going to be tough.
You know, because they've got Miami, which will probably, I think they'll beat Miami. But
I don't know.
I think they'll beat Miami. But they still have Toronto, LAT, and then Gorillas, which I won't lie. I think the way the Gorillas can play, don't sleep on them with a couple extra reps. But we're in. We can talk about this a little bit later. Here we go. Opening start for Team War will allow them a little bit of time on the first hardpoint, but largely it's gunfight wins for the side of Cabal GG.
Yeah, they shot off on the preferred side. They walk away with the majority of the gunfights on their end, so at least able to dominate that mid-map pressure early on. Got 2 real flies on in for a double. And Rupert actually hitting this underground route. Only going to work if your team is able to stabilize on the opposing side of the map, but thankfully no one drops. So he's going to be able to contest over towards P1. Unfortunately, the Ego Chow comes back to bite him. But 12 seconds remaining here at P1. You're still in control of P2, and you're finding every single kill in the feed. Perfect start here for Cabal to try to take a lot of time here at the next HP.
Could be. Hardpoint will open up. Spawns are good. Diamond Con does open up space up top. Goody's actually in a really good spot towards Kitchen, but he gets seen. Good teamwork from Assault and 2Real. Fire in a weird position laying down on the stairs towards the helipad, but the flip is almost immediately, and at least the block is. Or is it? Cabal still spawned right on top of Piano. Assault's not going to like that. And the fight for the hardpoint also unsuccessful, as it'll be a full-on hold here for Cabal GG.
Yeah, that is fantastic. To put yourself in a situation where trades are going down, but thankfully we're the team that am not on top, so we still have every single player on this side of the map. Team War going to give it one last push, though. They finally initiate 2 kills. You have the numbers. You just got to work in towards the hard point. You locate the final 2. The break is in. Well, potential tie game, but Cabal GG with a great response there at P2. Have a slight lead over towards P3 now.
Indeed they do. And they're got set up for new. So again, Team War forcing themselves to have to play through breaks. Are late to rotation. This is where things can start to reset, though. Diamond Con on a bit of a crossing angle. Fire. Oh, wow. Lots of nades being tossed his way. But interestingly enough, 2Real just kind of sneaks forward. There is no response there from Cody, and 2Real rips Rooper from a bit afar. So there you go. There's a nice little break attempt, and the lead will swap for Team War.
And now Team War know that they still don't have the cobble spawns. They're going to play for one more wave of kills before they start to take a little bit of the map away. Already find 2 there to go their side, but Rooper able to respond instantly back in towards the HP. Him and Cootie, even though Cootie doesn't find the kill, just draws the attention on the side of Team War to set up the ARs to find the remaining.
Clean up around P3, looking good for Cabal GG. 15 seconds of scrap time, gonna go their way, and they've got the rotation to do again. It's just, it feels like, again, Cabal GG making the right moves, kind of taking their advantages, not giving up on these key rotations. Spawn will be up here for Rooper as well. So now it just comes down to getting into the right positions, reading where this hit's coming from, and a lot of it is on the high ground here. It's being well read by Cabal GG, but the fights are echoing on. Ooh, interesting moment here from Fire. Has to try to keep his life to keep the spawns blocked, but he's being chased down, and he will be dealt with as the break comes through.
Yeah, just simply going to get outnumbered there. So it starts with Domicon working around the back, initially setting the tone, but as those plays a little bit weak, you apply the pressure through the hard point and through top flat to instantly flip them on out. Now Cabal forced to find another break. Brink lines up a double. Here comes 2Real for the cleanup. He takes down 2 of his own. And this should be a flawless hold here from Team War to grow themselves a nice little lead.
Yeah, scrap time going to go their way, so roughly about 30-plus seconds for Team War, about 20 or so for Cabal, roughly speaking. Opening battles over the top of P1, looking good for Cabal, getting back over towards Hot Tub. Team War not in a position to fight the high ground battle as of yet. Assault's being littered with nades. He eventually finds himself a little bit of cover here. And the battle's down low. Will go the way of his teammates. And just as he gets the regen, Assault finds a big kill, allowing his teammate to stay safe on the hill.
Yep, just soak up all this time. We don't have the spawns for new. No sweat off the brow, though. We'll wait for another wave of kills before we even attempt it. As Assault now in a nice little cheeky spot. This might be like a stair glitch unintentionally. But he's only able to get down to 1. And everybody else falls around him. So the break is good enough for Cabal. The spawn's good enough for Cabal. Now Team War have to start thinking ahead. A couple players trying to hit routes for new.
Yep. Not fully going to happen for Team War on their initial attempts. So scrap time. Looking good for Cabal.
Damn.
Good shutdown from Bink as well. Yuli just pushing straight through his prior elimination, and he will drop. But the push simultaneously from Piano will find success. And the hardpoint not open yet, so no one's going to spawn back here. Goody playing top staircase. Good shots from 2Real. He'll leave that for a teammate to finish off. It says, wait a second, did you get a kill or not? Turns just focus back over, and in that moment, Rupert's able to find an opener, but nothing more. Rupert not quite able to get things going, and Team War will grow their lead.
Yeah, this is a big point of the game right here. Team War can walk away with a lot of this P2 time. They can basically lock up this map number 4. Ball now trying to set up the proper way to execute this break. They find the initial kill, already showing a lot of presence through the bottom side of Piano, but as soon as you cross, too many crossfires being set up from Team War to find 3 kills in a row. That push gets shut down, and now they might just have to cut their losses and go new.
All right. Shots through mid. Oh, Assault not quite able to win that last gunfight, but the follow-up is there, and yeah, this is one of those moments that Cabal GG missing out on another rotation puts a lot of pressure for them to have to be essentially perfect from here, which is not what you want to hear. But down 100 points, Yuli, opportunity to hit a bit of a route. Not the cleanest of shots, but follow-up from 2Real is decent. Now he's fighting for his life, and from behind the bottom of the bar, enough damage comes through to keep the hardpoint neutral.
Yep, it's just Team War finding kills off the rotation. Just instantly breaking their setup on the side of Cabal. Down by 100. Need this P3 to P4 chain to go your way. You want to try to still stay alive in this series. Effective trades, though, on the side of Team War. The spawns on the side of Team War. They find the break, and now I just have to put all your focus on the front.
Oh, nice shots from 2Real, following up off of Semtex. Diamond Con gets the read that someone's playing outside over towards Patio. That's enough for Yuli to hit the kill. And this map may be over here, Jay. 18 seconds. Timor controlling all the space through mid. Double from Cootie will change things a touch. Make that now 3 for Cootie. He's been a little bit of a bright star here for this Cabal team, even in their most dire moments. Oh, and Diamond Con just
man.
laying like a dead fish on the rotation. Takes down 2. That will lock things up as Timor will have spawns for new.
Yep, they have spawns for new. They have their setup for new. You already have Assault contesting through top plat. This is how you want to try to break in towards B4. It's not bombarding your way through the bottom side of kitchen. Hit the rotation back through the middle of the map. Instantly, all of those players do get shut down. You're spinning in circles if you're the player in the hard point, knowing that you're not going to have any action here pretty soon. Because my teammates are just dominating on every angle.
That's exactly. It has to be the call. Julie, yeah, from behind the bathtub. I don't know what that angle is, but he's able to see it just barely over the top. Cootie trying to once again finish it off the front, but no, not going to happen. Time to win the map here, so Cabal have to go, and they have to go quickly. Diamond Con shutting things down through the closet. Yeah, Yuli, that's a little slinky on his back that you can still see, and I don't know if we've seen many players utilize that, but you better believe it. I'm queuing that one up.
Without question, man, but Team War dominate on that Skyline Hardpoint to close out this series. In a 4-game fashion, they will be able to move on to the winners finals for next week. A matchup versus the Spartans. But yeah, like, I'm definitely still in that spot.
Nasty, bro.
It's a regular spot, but you can see, like, Yuli with the Omni movement, he's putting himself on his back in that angle, so he has the angle to look over towards bed. So I know there's a bunch of pro players who are definitely watching this broadcast, but if they're not, like, that's something you're definitely going to steal going forward in Skyline HP.
On your back, this little shimmy back and forth.
It's like a snake, I'm telling you. It's like the one we saw on the top plat from Assault. Then we see that one on the tub and towards B4. Best believe CDL teams are going to add that to their repertoire.
Well, Timor will move on. A little bit of a test in the control and the search and destroy for that matter. But handling business here in map number 4 after what was a really tight opener. I mean, again, like, you got to give credit. Cabal GG came out and definitely gave this Timor team a bit of a workout. But that second rotation was very comfortable. Again, just a couple individuals not quite able to hang in the killing department if you are Cabal GG. So they'll drop down to play a bit Brooklyn. Not exactly the nicest of prospects down there. But still, gotta take what you can get.
It is what it is. At least you move on to next week. Obviously, a bunch of adjustments that you need to make sure that you're on point with, because you're going to be squaring up against Omid Brooklyn, one of the top dogs, even though they're in the lower bracket side, that you have to be ready for. YFP have a square up versus Destro on the lower bracket side as well. That are the matches that we will be starting with next Wednesday. But I am super excited to see more of Team War realistically.
Yeah, same.
Like you said, we haven't really seen them play a lot. And then for them to go up against this form of the Spartan squad, who are basically flawless in every single respawn, that is going to be a really good matchup just to get to the grand finals, man. We are going to have a phenomenal ending to this elite stage again.
Yeah, we really will. I imagine that a team like Amit Brooklyn's going to wake up as well. I mean, they handled business in their lower matchup versus Amit. That 3-0 was very clean. It was a slow start versus YFP. I mean, well, it wasn't a slow start. They won the first map and then they lost 3 pretty convincingly. So I'm looking at YFP, Amit Brooklyn, really to use this week to kind of get themselves geared up. Cabal GG, I think, is going to have to do some work to keep up with the power that those teams have. And then on the same front, I think that, you know, right now I'm looking at the Spartans team as kind of the favorite in the matchup versus Team War. Again, the sample size is not exactly even, but some pretty solid stuff from the Spartans in the last 2 days. Jay, thoughts before we sign off?
Hey, if you're Team War going into next week, make sure you just get rid of Vault. That's the only ounce of information I can give you. You don't want to play Spartans on that map, but next week is going to be full of action, Alan. I cannot wait to get there.
And so will this weekend. Only a couple more weekends left before we get to Major 2 in Allen, Texas. Good name, Allen, Texas. They spell it the wrong way, though. That's going to do it for us here for week 2 of season 2 of Challengers. We'll be back, like Jay mentioned, next Wednesday. More playoff action. Then Thursday is lower finals and grand finals. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll catch you this weekend for the CDL. Bye-bye.